Okay, good morning, everyone. I think we are live now. All right, so how's everybody doing? Good morning. I'm Justin. We have a little bit to get into right out the gates. We'll touch in with the Nasdaq and the S&Ps and the Dow. You just had some financial earnings come out. Small cap trade here. This was a nice gap fill trade here, which was a nice, I don't know, 30-cent move, 20 cents. So thank you for joining us. My name is Justin. If you have any questions, links in the description. Hit that like button, subscribe. The link for donations and contributions for the stream. Again, I want to reiterate that money is for the stream and to be able to do different things, right? To be able to bring you guys news, breaking headlines, all kinds of stuff. So we thank you. We thank you for that. You know, do unto others as you want done to you, right? If you've learned anything, if we've helped your trading benefit, and if we've made you some money, you know. So let's get into it. So this is Silo. I don't think you had that much. I wasn't watching small caps yesterday, but it feels like small caps are kind of just taking a back seat to this DJT news. DJT, we are coming in with the gap down. We got short yesterday. I got into $30 puts yesterday, and I took them off for a small profit. My entry, I wasn't sure, and I'm going to be honest, I did not expect, but it didn't surprise me. So yesterday, I had mentioned that this is exactly like GameStop, and if anyone out there has information on this, these 1 minute candles, I've never seen this before, and I feel like it's something they have just started doing, something they've just started implementing. All right, this I don't understand how if we open up at $34 and you just rip, like I feel like there is, like you just ripped $20 there. If you look at GameStop was doing the same thing the second time around. So if anybody has any information on that, I would like to know about it. I'm just kind of curious, you know, if it's something that Nasdaq has been implementing with like institutions having their orders in a, you know, all like a basket of orders right there, or it's just they're just pinning it where they want it. I don't know. So with that setup there, I said I will not be surprised if we sell off all day, and we got short yesterday on DJT. All right, we got short. I got in a little bit late. I got in. Where did I get in? Where was my entry? I think this bounced back to the 50-day rejection was my entry. I think I got in there and I traded that. I did not expect us to cut through that 50-day moving average. So more importantly, what are we looking for today? All right. So we'll start with DJT, then we'll get into the overall markets. I have the scanners up. I have my squawk bar, just making sure everything that I have is up so I don't miss anything. We had some banks again, Bank of America, Morgan Stanley, Charles Schwab. We'll talk about that. But let's just talk about DJT real quick. So the 50-day didn't even try to hold. It was just weakness all day, understanding the setup and the chart when we come into the day yesterday, that my analysis was, you know, chances are we sell this thing off throughout the day. And I thought we were headed to the 50-day. I didn't think we would just slice through it, hit this pivot high here on the daily chart. And this is where, if I were to look for another short, guys, my zone's going to be right there at $39.50 to $40. All right, if I want to, I think you have a lot of the news out of the way now. So I'm going to look for yesterday's low, $38 to $40 here. Again, that $40 is that previous pivot high. Okay. Well, you can see here, you're making that, you're making this level here at 38. So $37.50 to $38. Yesterday's pivot low is where I'm going to be looking to take this back to the downside. I don't, they may end up just selling this thing off at 8:50, 9 o'clock, and the trade's back down at $30 by the time we open. And if that happens, it is what it is. Sometimes the trade just gets taken from you. So that's DJT. Let's go real quick and check into the overall markets. Then we will cover the some of the earnings from this morning and understanding. We had JP Morgan earnings. We've had Goldman Sachs yesterday. Goldman Sachs. I have the earnings calendar up, so we'll cover that. So let's go here real quick. Okay, SPY. Got this up. Cool. All right, the S&Ps were pretty much flat. We're up a little bit right now. We are up a little bit. So if you look here, what we did yesterday, if you look on a daily chart, you have a really nice pattern here. And it's just like really smooth price action. Look at what you did. You came in, you tested Friday's close, but we closed right at Thursday's open, right? So I would put this level right here at 561.40. It's like 561.42. I would put that level there because if you break this level again, and this was, what was that? That would be Wednesday's close. Wednesday's close to Thursday's open. You break that, you know where you're headed, right? That's 61.50. That's a free $1.50 right there for the most part. Okay, yes, we did test it. And again, if we break this, I'm not saying we're going to. Tuesdays don't usually. So normally, like yesterday, I was not going to be surprised if we ended up testing the bottom end of this range and actually possibly selling off, because Mondays, Thursdays, sometimes Fridays, sometimes Tuesdays, it can be sporadic, right? But more so, I've noticed throughout the years, and even more so 2022, 2023, and now 2024, you're seeing a lot of movement on those Mondays and Thursdays. And we didn't necessarily get that yesterday, and I don't expect it to, but you are seeing the volatility in risk management here in front of earnings. So I think we're just going to stay in this range, if you ask me. All right, I think we're going to stay here and kind of just wait for some of these more of these earnings, and because we're going to be getting semiconductors. You're going to start to go into big cap tech, and it'll give us some guidance for the next few months. So I think the overall markets do kind of stay around here. Just use the high and low of these ranges here on the S&Ps. This does actually look a bit overdone here. This does look overdone. Downside 559. Okay, downside targets 559. All right, 559 would be a downside target. Thursday's open. This is sloppy. This is so sloppy here. Let's go check out and see. Let's see here. So I'm going to go into some of these earnings. I want to see if we end up giving this up and we do start to see some selling pressure step in here. Let's see where the Qs are. I haven't looked at them yet. It's a little bit. So what I'm looking for. So we're pretty much matched up. The Qs and SPY are pretty much matched up. So is the Dow. Wow, we're actually really matched up this morning. And the IWM is still going. We're still at, wow. This thing isn't going to stop, guys. I can tell you that right now. Look at this setup here. This is a sick setup. Look at the IWM here at 218. So if you look on the daily chart here, I have had this planned for a while now, guys. Look at that volume. So I've been targeting 230 to 220 for a reason. 220, 230 for a reason. You know what's so funny about this? Is that we're getting ready to start coming into August, September, and October. the weakest part of the year, seasonally, statistically, whatever word you want to use for it, right? Isn't it not ironic that we're coming into very close to the presidential election, which is a bit of uncertainty? Yes, the market kind of knows and understands what we get with it, both of them, but we also still have, the seasonality, the statistically weak part of the year, and we're coming into 230. Guys, the IWM coming into 220, 230. Sorry. If you go back, okay, if you go back to, where was it? It was 20, I had it all marked out. So you guys will notice here, right here, all right, this area here is really, where is it? Where we just consolidated, right here. Here it is. I'm sorry. I don't know what that's doing there. Right here. Right here. What does this remind you of? What does this remind you of? We sell off, bear market, you make a little, you get your bounce, follow through bounce, and you just consolidate all year. Yes, we've consolidated for a lot longer than a year. And then you rally. And just looking at, like, it adds up perfectly. We'll see. Maybe it doesn't happen, but this to me is so ironically similar to this, okay? And I feel like I'm wanting to see is if we get up to 230, okay, do we get the sell-off that's coming into the presidential election and the uncertainty or whatever news that it is that we have, and do we get the markets to sell off, right? The Qs, the SPY, the Dow, and then they all meet back up, and then we finally can have like a, like where the like the broader market is matched up a little bit better than what it is, because this is a healthy market, right? You're starting, leaders led, laggards are lagging. Okay, but they're catching up. I'm just wondering if we are going to get this sell-off and get the market to really start to group back together, broadly speaking. Like, for somebody that's new, doesn't understand that, if you go take a look at NVDA, maybe Apple, or, some of these names versus, names like Shopify, okay? I don't know where Shopify's at, but it's way down here, right? There's a lot of names that still have some good value that personally, if you have not bought some of these, I don't think Shopify's going anywhere. Okay, I'm not saying it's a good buy, but so that's what I'm expecting. And what's crazy is that it's happening. The rally for IWM is happening right in front of the weakest part of the year. I really feel like if that works out, it's going to be like we live in a freaking simulation. So, but anyway, let's go into that. So that's the IWM. Let's look for pullbacks. Again, I'm still targeting up 220 to 230. That's why I've had this gray box up there. If you go back to any of my live streams, you'll see it. It's been up there for quite some time. And I'm like, and it's not ironic that the timing of where the box is. Like, I gave it some time. All right. And we're going to be hitting it, going right into that weak period of the year. And that's exactly where I had it for a reason. So, so that's that. All right. All right, let's keep it going, guys. So we can go look at Big Cap Tech. If you guys could, hit the like button, subscribe. Post down below some of the tickers you guys want to look at. Let's go SILO really quickly and see where this thing is at. We talked about DJT. We're going to cover some of the stocks you guys want to cover. We're going to cover some earnings. We're going to cover, our gappers. We're seeing Kava this morning. You're seeing Kava this morning really start to... Dude, why is that doing that? That's really weird. Let me make sure OBS is okay. You guys can hear me, right? You guys let me know down in the chat if you guys are having any issues with sound or not. Where am I at here? OBS. Let's go into OBS and make sure. Yeah, so the mic is good. All right, cool. Good deal. Good deal.
Hey Andrew, good morning. Leading mayoral candidate Mark Farrell is re-envisioning downtown San Francisco, and that means getting workers back in the office.
All right, so Silo was a pretty nice gap fill here on a daily, and it's still holding up pretty well. It's got some volume, guys. I think you're going to see that this thing is trending. I don't think there's any news on it, but people are talking about like getting out this, that, and the third. They're like kind of scared about this, but honestly, you know, if you go down here and look at the daily chart, 250. Okay, so we're there now, and look, it's not shying away from 250. You could start to see some of that volume drop off, but like the volume hasn't left, so there really wouldn't have been any reason to get out. You know, you did see here where the gap fill. You know, this is where you had some serious sellers stepping in there at that gap on the daily chart. 250 was at resistance level, and look, it's not shying again. It's not shying away. So the next area that I would look for, if you can break 250 and this does continue, would have to be like 290. Let's look for, or $3. Look for $3. All right, $3. If this thing doesn't stop, look for $3 on SILO. I feel like it may, but there's the other half of me says if we break to a new high, I don't know how bad this thing is shorted. Like if you break to a new high, you could see another just rip candle on the buy side. You know, you could see a ton of volume continue to come in. Like, see what I'm saying? Like they already know. They're like, oh shit, $3. Like, damn. You know. So I would be careful with this chart. I'm going to be honest with you. A chart that looks like this screams, how should I say it? Screams promotion. I'm not saying that there's a promotion. I'm sure somebody is. But I would be careful. Because you could just get, you know, they could do an offering. Anything can happen. So don't try to get too cute. All right, let's go talk about Tesla. We talked about DJT. I gave you guys my thoughts on that. Let me flip my composition book real quick. And again, if you guys have any questions, you can post them down below. You can do us a solid by hitting the like button, subscribing, all that fun stuff. So what I'm doing right now is getting this done. See, I hate when I have to flip my composition book or like, you know, my notebook, because now I'm like worried I'm gonna like forget something, and I have my keyboard on top of it with where my monitors are. It's all right. So that's SILO. We can go. Let's go check real quick and see what other ones we have as far as small caps real quick, and we'll get a little watch list together. So here's some of your top gainers this morning. All right. Oh, that ain't gonna work. All right. So AEON, the stock's up 11%. Doesn't seem like there's really any news. SILO, excuse me, more than doubled after the company said it secured exclusive global license deal for its Alzheimer's drug. Bro, they are really going after Alzheimer's. So it's like, I feel like there's so much money in Alzheimer's. Yeah, that's way too high. Hold on. Let me get rid of this. There we go. I knew something wasn't right. And here she goes. She looks like she's getting ready to start. Let's see if the shorts start to pile in on this thing. All right, so SILO, AEON. We can check this thing out. AEON. Look, Silo about to hold up, too. Silo looked like it was just getting ready to flip and reverse, guys. Ooh, this actually isn't a bad setup here on AEIO. Or AEON. Look at that. That's a nice hold, guys. Watch 250. I would watch 250 on AEON. 250, dude. Guys, this could be a really nice setup. That was a mean tail yesterday, but you're holding up okay. You've reclaimed this previous high here. I actually may buy this right now. I actually may buy this, guys. Is there any news on this? Do you guys know if there's any news on AEON? Let me see here. Hold on one second. What time is it? It's 8 o'clock. I want to get some, I like to have mega cap. I like to have a full, watch list to go into. Let's see here. AEON. All right, so let's go here. AEON.
New CFO, Golf Echo November Echo, GME.
Alright. And we still have GameStop. So again, I like this one here. I don't know. We'll see 250. I'll put a stop. Probably. It's still rejecting VWAP. I'll give this thing a minute and see how it acts here. And look at the volume. The volume ain't bad. Like, seriously, I may try to go after this. The risk to reward here is just, I think it's beautiful. You had a pretty mean tail yesterday. I like this thing up there to $5 into the 100-day moving average. And you're pulling back. You're pulling back, testing, say yesterday's close. Yesterday's close is still right there at this pivot high. It's also what I'm watching for, this pivot high right here. So look at this, man. You're getting some pretty nice volume. Well, I'll keep my eye on this. I want to see if this thing breaks out. I'm going to set an alert here. I'm going to set an alert, like right there, right underneath 275. This is where you should be buying it, because if you break below 250, give it, 10, 15 cents, that risk to reward is awesome. You're going to risk 10, 15 cents to make $3, $4. Where else in the world, like, you can't ask for a better risk to reward on a stock. And look, I'm going to do it. I'm going to buy some of this. All right.
What increases that confidence in that is more good inflation data. And lately here, we have been getting some of that.
There's some tails coming in here. Let's see.
PRSL, PRSL reporting revenue of $4.2 million. That's popular on Sandy.
But it looks like it's starting again. And you think that might overshadow what is too much complacency and a possible pullback.
Right. I think at this point in time, right, we've seen all these efforts for the market to kind of get away from this big mega cap growth, AI-driven leadership, back to financials, back to energy, back to small caps. And we've had a couple of blockbuster days in the small cap, and I think that's deserved on the CPI print that we've had. I mean, if you look at positioning on the CFTC data, we've been around SVB lows in terms of Russell 2000 positioning. I do think, though, that this reporting season is a big test, and we really need to see this sort of value small cap trade assert itself on the earnings side for investors to really be comfortable in kind of sustaining that rotation beyond just a trade on.
All right. Okay, so let's see here. So I am, guys. I am right now looking at this.
So we kind of come into this saying, okay, we had that soft CPI print, we're all excited. That's good for stock multiples, right? If you have lower inflation, you get the idea that interest rates are coming out, like this is your multiple. But what does it do to the revenue side?
So we're trying. You guys can see here. We're trying to break through there. Like I said, I think as far as a daily setup and a bounce back to this $5 level, this is my target's $5. I just feel like it's just calling out for $5. I don't like the pullback that it gave yesterday. I will be honest there. I don't like that.
Right now, number one, seasonality. The
Shit.
last 5 years, August, September, October, we often have some bad months. It doesn't necessarily derail the year, but it does, sort of serve as a pothole, so to speak. If you look at sentiment on the AAII survey, net bulls were at 27% last week. One standard deviation above the long-term average.
Let's see here. Can I get? I'm gonna. 267.
Now, if we look at the Fed cuts, I mean, what's really interesting, the last 4 cutting cycles,
273. I was trying to get 2.
and then you tend to see a bit of a sell-off after the cuts. And so, I think we've had so much enthusiasm that's emerged.
It's not going to pull back. I'm going to have to raise my order. Hold on 1 second, guys.
After we kind of get past those cuts, but maybe
73, 74. Fuck.
It always seems like we make some type of low in October, and it's happened again. Not like horrifically scary lows.
270. Let's see if we can pull.
Days that start with black.
Dude, they're just ripping this thing, man.
But even recently, the lows went up too.
Fuck.
And it could all set itself up for some.
Here it goes.
No indication of a pullback yet.
not yet. And, we had a little bit
ONVO
of
or
a
Gatable
pothole
highlights
that we
FR
had back in April,
FX
about
electric switch in your
5.5%.
Chicago Jones Trading Conference.
All right, let's see here.
Maybe 10% plus.
I think we need worse than 5, but probably no worse than 10. If you get it to 10% or more pullback, that's typically associated with recession fears starting to.
Oh no, they just ripped it. Damn it. I'm not going to. I was hoping to get filled on a pullback to VWAP here.
Lot to digest, Lori. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Amazon's annual Prime Day event kicks off today, running through tomorrow. Adobe Analytics saying shoppers
Shit.
are likely to spend about $14 billion
Shit, man, this
during the
sucks.
sale. Joining us right now is Brent Thill, tech research analyst at Jefferies. And Brent, I don't want to say that this is a sideshow for Amazon.
All right, let's see here.
You make the point that you're looking for some pretty significant upside here, but you think it's
Oh my gosh, they stopped right in front of my order. Oh, come on. You got to be kidding me. Okay, come on. Let's bring it in a little bit. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Look. Oh my god. I'm sitting at 274. I'm sitting at 274. 274 is where I have my order. Come on.
Continue to be focused on what's happening in the cloud advertising business. Today,
Come on. Come on. Come on. You can do it.
Incredible value to these advertisers. And then you have the prime effect, which is if you want these deals, you want the free music and you want the video, you got to sign up. And half the US is already on Prime. So they're not like full penetration, but penetration's pretty high. So
It's not showing you some of these orders there.
driving more advertisers to the platform.
Oh, bro. Come on, bro.
And that helps.
I guess there's a lot of other people sitting there as well at 74 cents. Come on, baby. Look at that. It's gonna line right up with the trade line, dude. Come on, bro. They're not giving it up. If I don't get 274, if I don't get this, I'm not. I'm gonna have to let it go. All right, let's see.
In the cloud, Amazon and Microsoft, and they have the Reeds business. Again, if you take the sum of the parts, roughly 70% of the value that comes between advertising and cloud. The other portions related to retail, and again, important, but a low margin business, and not what's going to drive the future of profitability at Amazon going forward.
You do have a buy rating on this because of AWS and advertising at a $235 price target. How that's a 12-month target?
Not sure what happened. Hold on, guys.
And that's based on the sum of the parts. We take all the Amazon businesses and then apply what we think is the right multiple
and
into those businesses
AMZN,
depending on their peer group.
So that was I haven't gotten filled. I never got filled. I just canceled that order. You didn't hold VWAP there.
Especially as we come to the age of AI.
I'm going to keep my eyes on this. This thing just turns around pretty ugly, so I would be careful with this. I would be careful with it. Yo, why did I not get filled there? Did I?
They have the right to do
Hold on
that.
1 second. I just want to know what.
And again, the real question is, can they catch Microsoft? They were out ahead with the move with their co-pilots, and this is going to be a fun one to watch. We think again they're going to be multiple vendors that will win in the age of AI. But given that many of these big companies are storing their data there, advantage
UMAC,
for Amazon to have one
unusual
of the first
machine,
looks to
launches
help their
NVDA
clients
compliant
on their
GME
own
USA
AI.
flight controller for FPV
Right, thank you.
drones.
The one thing about
That is
retail that I
Uniform
do
Michael
say
Alpha
that they
Charlie,
are
UMAC.
improving their margins there, that they have managed to do this much more profitably at this point.
They are. They're doing it largely through logistics. They've effectively
There's
on
very light volume.
pull back because of what's happened. So their investment pace hasn't been as great. So Amazon is in harvest mode rather than invest mode. We expect again further optimization inside their network. Many of the network logistic operators have said there's still excess capacity, and so as they effectively don't have to lean in as hard in this build out, and they get more sales, they effectively can improve their profitability, and driven by that business, which is really high margin, driven by their cloud business.
Just give me 1 second, guys. Sorry, I'm still here. I just want to know what happened there. I want to know what happened. What's today? 16th.
So you start a small business thinking, I got this. Then comes the bookkeeping and you think, I'll catch up later. But later turns into never.
All right, let's keep it moving here. Again, this one I would be careful. It's a little, I mean, it's holding up above 250. They're really packing in the sell side there. I would watch out for AEON. So we'll just keep it moving. I'm just trying to figure out what happened. Let's see here.
There are no fees and no obligations. Get the real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus.
SNN Smith and Nephew announcing FPA.
Let's see here. Let's see here. Let's see here. All right.
Catalyst stem primary hip system. That's Sandy November.
Willing to have a real conversation. New restrictions on border entry.
We're helping people get off this addiction. Humanity owes the child the best it has to give.
Forecast about understanding what just happened in the markets that day and preparing for tomorrow. I'm looking to talk to all investors, sophisticated investors, beginning investors. I'm always learning.
Closing bell overtime, 4 Eastern, CNBC.
It's time to finally take the exit and discover Havre de Grace, Maryland. Culture meets small town charm in our welcoming waterfront community. Stroll our historic downtown for a variety of locally owned shops and restaurants. Immerse yourself in our vibrant art scene and take in the scenic attractions along the promenade. Whether you want to catch a live show, enjoy a peaceful hike, or hunt for antiques, Havre de Grace is your destination. Ready to take the exit? Visit explorehavredegrace.com and plan your adventure today.
Started as dreamers, but today they're stars. Follow every moment of Team USA on the network that brings you legendary speed and reliability.
All right. So
With Xfinity Mobile, you'll have the most powerful mobile.
I'm not sure there. I'm not sure. I don't know. I want to know what happened there and why it didn't get filled. Because that was a little weird that I didn't get filled. I don't know. Because if I went to my orders, I had a limit order. See, it's not even showing. It's not. It's just showing me that it was canceled. It was good for the. No, it wasn't. Oh shit. That's why. Yeah, no, it's good for the day. That's so weird. I don't know. I'm gonna have to go back to my settings and hopefully they didn't change them. Kind of saves me there. Not really saved me because it's still You know, 250 is your support level. That's where all your volume's coming in at, and you're getting bounces off of that level. It's just right up there in front of 280, 290 is where they're popping in and selling, and it'll come to a point where those sellers run out of shares to sell. So 3 minutes still looks good here. Not really, actually, with that sell side volume. There's a little bit of upside with it too, but so that candle is a little misleading. All right, let's go into some large caps, and let's go into some of the news. We had Bank of America earnings, unless you guys want to continue to talk about small caps, but sorry, I just lost my train of thought there with that because I don't like that happened. I just have to go back through my stuff. I probably have to reset it. Because it's been a while since I've traded a small cap pre-market. Let's see here. GOVX was nearly 10% higher with a 1% increase in previous session. SMX stock was up 7%, rebounding Monday. So that's SMX. Let's see here. All right, so that's that. Silo, yes, they said they secured a global something for their drug. All right, so Bank of America reported earnings, and so they reported a net income of $6.9 billion and an EPS of 83 cents, beating the estimate of 80 cents. Revenue net of interest expense increased 0.8% year over year. Net of I was going to say that's a lot cheaper than everybody else's. Everybody else's went up a hell of a lot more than 0.8%, but year over year, 25 billion, beating the analyst consensus of 25.22. It was 25.4. Sorry, I left that out. So a beat on Boeing, or not Boeing, but Bank of America. JP Morgan. Let's go see how JP Morgan's reacting to this. Not really being traded. Let's go take a look at Schwab real quick. Schwab is dropping, guys. Schwab is dropping pretty badly here. All right. Why is this stuck? Dude, I'm having like all kinds of issues this morning. I had issues with YouTube yesterday. Okay, so let's go to the daily chart. We're here at 70. You had a pivot low of 70.86. This is our pivot low. We'll make this like a 3. Let's see. So DJT, we got short yesterday, man. We got into some puts yesterday. I gave this out earlier. This was one of the first ones I covered. I don't mean to go back off of Schwab, but right here's the entry point. And I was saying this morning that they may take this, but $38 to $40. I don't know if you're going to get another shot at 40, but 40 is that previous pivot high on the daily. I think this is an important spot here. All right, 40 bucks. I could probably get rid of this, but $40. This pivot high, $38 to $40. That's your sell zone right there. We held it yesterday. We gapped below it today. So you look for entries at $40 to like 38. All right. Yesterday's low and 40 bucks. But they might take this from you pre-market. They may take this from you pre-market. I'm not sure. Like you can already see that they're really hammering this thing down. I got into the $30 puts yesterday, and then sold them down here because I figured we would consolidate. So everything that we said yesterday pretty much happened to a T. It was pretty high. Yes. Yep. Yeah, I am too. I just, I hate that, like, I told myself yesterday, I was like, I should hold this. I should hold this, but I was like, just move on. We don't know what, because I figured with the vice presidency coming out, I wasn't sure what that was going to mean. Hold on one second. Let me let her out. Oh, you aren't coming out. Are you okay? Hold on. Are you okay? What's wrong? okay? Sorry, my cat was just laying there looking at me, like laying on the floor. So yeah, yesterday's price action again. I said yesterday, I said, man, this thing's gonna sell off, pretty much all day and then consolidate, and that's exactly what it did. I said to look for VWAP there at $42, $42.50, and you know the plan really happened. And I thought you would at least get like a possible sell-off going into the end of the day, but with the vice presidency coming out, the announcement of that, I wasn't sure what was going to happen. So now I think it's, you know, take it back down to the 30s, you know, look for your entries. I just feel like they're taking this away from people pre-market. Yeah. Do you have any thoughts at the end of the day prices? Not really. I want to see what happens, because again, if they take this, we still have some time. It's already 8:20 and I don't have a watch list together outside of DJT. If they sell this off, then I think you got to look for a bounce. If they sell it off pre-market, then I think you got to look for a bounce. Let's see here. Yeah, we still have some room for a bounce. So I actually think this would be the better trade. Is if they are able to sell this thing off a little bit and you get down to like, I don't know. I don't think you'll get down to 34. You could, but if you could break 36, watch this 36 level. I think there's a room for. I think there is room for a bounce. So on that bounce, I'll probably look to get short. See, like they're doing it now. It's an area, right? That pivot low from yesterday. They're dropping. You have some nice tails here. You held it yesterday and you held it this morning. So think about that today. Think about $36. You got to have this level on watch. They held it after hours and they held it pre-market this morning. So here are the three ways that I'm going to play this. If I get a $38 to $40 test, I'm going to get short. If we're down at 36 or 35 or so, I'm going to say $36. I'm going to look for the bounce, and I'm going to play the bounce and try to bounce it into yesterday's high and try to take this thing back to $38. You'll have some people that they'll come in again, just like Tesla. They'll come in with the gap down. That's the thing. We're going to come in with the gap down today. So anybody that was short, held yesterday and held overnight, if they don't, you know, you're going to have people take profits. So I would look for that bounce early off the bell. And if we are below 36, I'll look for a bounce into 36 and then get short at 36, if that makes sense. So pretty much if we're where we're at, you know, anywhere down here at 35, 36, 36.50, I'm looking to get long off the bell, right, into 38 to 40 bucks. And then you can look to flip, you know, take profits, get short. If we end up breaking 36 pre-market, then I'm going to look for 36 as the entry for a short. And yeah, that pretty much explains it. Depending on what they are and depending on what time you have. Like if you're in weeklies, if you're at weeklies, I would, depending on where they're at. And you got to also understand is also where did you get in and how much did you pay for them? Because like I limit ordered in mine yesterday. I may have market ordered because they pulled back and I was at like my limit order was like a penny or two away from where they were on those options, and I ended up just canceling the order. Well, actually I didn't cancel it. I just turned that limit order into a market order, and I got filled yesterday at like 37, 36 cents. And I think I took those to like 43, 44. It's like 43 cents. And I was struggling to get out of those for a profit. I should have taken it off the bell. I didn't think we were going to just crack that 50-day the very first try. And we did. So, let me use the restroom really quickly. You know, we'll talk about that as we get to it. Let's go. Man, I need to figure out what's going on today. What's moving? Let's go look and see what's moving. So we have Charles Schwab. Let me go back to there because that's it. There's trades over there too. So, Let me use the restroom really quickly, and I'll be right back.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. The futures are added to early gains. We now have the NASDAQ up 44, Dow chipping in, up almost 80 in the S&P, higher as well. And we've got half of July is gone now. The S&P has had just one negative session since the start of the month. And check out the rotation we were just talking about. The small cap Russell 2000. Yesterday it hit its highest level since January of 2022. And FundStrat's Tom Lee told CNBC he thinks small caps could gain 40% over the next 10 weeks. Another one of those calls of how much and in what really period of time that he's done so well with. And that would be something to behold, 40% in 10 weeks.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah.
We are getting set.
All right.
Macro and geopolitical challenges, in their words. Yesterday, of course, you had shares of British luxury giant Burberry plunging.
Okay, so Tesla had a really nice setup as well. We talked about this yesterday. Let's go into Tesla real quick. Tesla did exactly what we said. Again, like people say, oh, what are you going to be right 60%, 50% of the time? Yeah, sure, but you can do better. You can be right 80% of the time. Week in and week out, Tesla, DJT, Coinbase was on the watch list Sunday night. Okay, literally. And we've been watching these. So I don't want to hear it. You can be 80%. You can be 90%. You know, you just have to trust in yourself. You also have to get to that point. All right, 10 years doesn't just, you know, there's just something you can't replace with having time under your belt. You know, I owe a lot to that, but I don't, you know, and the thing is you don't need to be 80, 75, 65% on your trades. You don't need to be. You could get one trade out of 8 right, and still wipe out those 7 losses. So risk management, you know, it's risk management as in the case of understanding like what it is that you're trading and saying, yeah, like I get a pullback here. I'm going to buy this. I'm going to give it $2. I'm going to give it the $2 to make my 6 or 7. You know, so yes, we're going to get into GME. Is it going off? I almost got long yesterday, but there wasn't enough volume. There it goes. It's going to 28, guys. Damn, I guess I should have just got time on this thing. So we're eyeing up 28. All right, 28 to 30 bucks. Dude, I've been trading this thing for like 2-3 weeks. Like seriously, I've been long, I've been short, like all in the same day. Like I've been playing these pops and drops, pop, drop. So yes, we're gonna get into GME. Let's go to Tesla real quick, guys. This Tesla trade. So yesterday we said, you know, I didn't have the courage because I was a little hesitant on the short. So I told you guys yesterday, I said, if we can get up there to like that 265 level, let's look for a short. And this thing got there and it sold off the rest of the day. I was watching DJT. I was in DJT. So I was not able to get that 265 entry up there. And I'm a little upset that I didn't. Because you could have traded Tesla both ways, right? I told you guys yesterday, I said, I'm going to wait for 10 o'clock, 10:30. We're going to look for that pop, get short, all right? And you would have had to have held on, all right? You would have had to have held on and just understood that, you know, this thing was moving really slow yesterday. So pulled right back into 252. We're back in that, we're holding that previous pivot high here. Let's go to the daily chart. Now I'm curious to see if we're able to really start getting some volume in here with that down move yesterday. We're holding up nicely here. That was a mean hammer tail. So you can see up here selling pressure. I think yesterday's price action could help us. We needed that pullback desperately. We really did. So this is another one where I think you got to watch out. They might take this trade away from us. So if Tesla is up here at 260, 265, I probably won't be trading it. All right, you can see here, 265 is a brick wall. 265 to 270 is a brick wall right now. But I think we can get up through there and test 270. That's the target that I'm looking for, is 270. I mean, there's retail sales right there. That's our catalyst. I was just about to look too, guys. So retail sales is important.
Import price index flat versus plus 0.2% expected. Export
Let's go look real quick.
minus 0.5% versus minus 0.1% expected.
All right, so it's not coming up. Come on.
S&P futures.
All right, month over month was flat, so we're getting ready to go negative, which is good for inflation. Export prices month over month negative. Import prices month over month 0% flat. Retail sales excluding automotive 0.4 actually rose. Retail sales excluding gas automotive month over month 0.8, that also rose. Import prices rose. What did I tell you guys? I told you guys to watch inflation because India's went up. Well, I told you guys watch, because we're gonna get Europe, Australia, India's inflation went up, and look at this. Import prices year over year 1.6. That's an increase. Export prices 0.7. All right, you know, it came in and expected, but previous month was 0.5. Let's see if you guys see that on the next CPI PPI data. All right, take it in. Understand how to read this stuff. Let's see here. So retail sales month over month was flat. All right, so we had X automotive as well, was up. All right, so that's that. We don't really have anything tomorrow. Building permits and stuff. All right. And again, you got to watch for worldwide. So I don't know why the market's going up. Be hesitant there. Be hesitant because, I mean, yes, it hasn't shown up yet for higher CPI, but that's fine. Let them ride it up. I mean, you're seeing that data right there show you that we could start to see CPI go higher. So that is actually kind of funny. I was surprised. I would think that the market should be right around flat. Like, just stay kind of in the range from 562 or 561.50. Like, just stay right in this area. Right? Because it's not good. It's not bad. Retail sales were expected to be flat. Well, yeah, they were 0.1. I think it was, what, 0.1 to 0. Here is your, on the right-hand side here, retail sales month over month. Consensus was 0. Forecasting 0.1%. Previous month 0.1, and then right here is 0. So import prices month over month 0. Retail sales ex automotive. Okay, so year over year though. So import prices are rising. Why? Because you're starting to see shipping rates. You're starting to see Ukraine. You know, for anybody that hasn't been following, you know, Ukraine's taking out these oil depots in Russia, right? They're trying to, you know, that's going to be putting a hurting on demand, all right? It could have a, you know, an effect on price. Of course, you know, the majority of the world is slowing down. You pretty much have China is all I can think of, are the only ones that are trying to restart their economy. But you can see here import prices year over year are 1.6 because their inflation, I'm pretty sure, is going up, and somebody's got to pay for that. They got to pay for them to make it. And if their prices are going up, you're going to start to see import prices up. Ours is going down, so it's right there. So the forecast was 0.7 for export, and that's what it came in at. But it's, you know, year over year from the prior month. It was 0.5, so you're seeing an increase there. I gotta hurry up, man. I gotta hurry up. Sorry.
AMCN, Amazon, Reuters reporting FTC seeking details on Amazon's deal with AI startup for depth.
I gotta write this down. So Amazon, FTC. Schwab. I don't want to have too much on my plate.
this does not kind of portend that slowing.
Having a cat, it could also be currency related, and it could be currency related. But our dollar's been pulling back. Honestly, you know, I think you could just see that there could be here's what I think. It could be a lot of things. It could be that. It could be energy along with the summertime, right? More people are going outside, barbecuing, doing things, maybe get-togethers, parties. So there's like a cumulative thing going on there. You know, people buying things to go, you know, picnic and go out to the beach, boats, bars, you know. So you're kind of seeing just the effect of summer times and stuff. Well, higher import prices. Dollar pulls back, higher import prices. Well, you know, technically, we're in such a weird time, right? Like, I wish I could answer that question for you, because if the dollar rises, it should take less dollars to buy that same good. But our dollar rose, and it still costed us more. So that's what we're living in right now, right? Technically, it should be when the dollar is worth more, it should take less dollars to buy that good, right? If the dollar is lower, right, it should take more dollars to buy that good. But prices rose and the dollar rose, so it's like, you know what I'm saying? Here's the dollar right here, DXY. You know what I mean? So the dollar rose, it ripped, and now we are. Oh, that's a 4-hour. That's why I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. So, you know, over the course of a few years, you see here the dollar, you know, coming out of COVID with you know, interest rates tightening up. You had this soar, right? It just ripped. You know, we have pulled back and since consolidated, and you're holding 103. So I would watch out, because if the dollar does rise again, which it could, then you could start to see 2-3 quarters from now, it start to hurt earnings again. Because you remember up here, Apple, Microsoft, everybody that, you know, 80% of the S&P does business around the world. So if our currency is very high, that means they bring in less dollars when they convert that dollar from Europe, Australia, abroad. When our dollar goes up, theirs goes down. I mean, that's just, it should go. It doesn't mean that it has to go like that. But, you know, when we have a stronger dollar and theirs weakens, you know, ours is a little bit stronger than theirs and theirs is weaker, that means that these companies are bringing in less U.S. dollars when they convert it back over. So when our dollar is down, it's actually good for companies that do business around the world, because that means that they bring in more U.S. dollars. Right? Because if our currency is cheaper or worth less than Europe, and Europe is worth more, when they convert that euro over to a dollar, it brings in more U.S. dollars. Right? When our dollar is stronger than theirs, that means when they convert that over, because that currency is when their dollar is stronger, it takes less money to buy that good, and when they convert it over, it's just, you know, they don't get as much U.S. dollars. So there is that fight. People say we want a strong dollar, this, that, and the third. Okay, get a strong dollar and see what happens. You know, you don't want it weak, but you also don't want it strong. You want that balance in the middle, because we do business around the world, right? You know, the other companies do, you know, other countries do too, but we have our hands and foot more so than other countries. So it's really important for earnings and you know, these businesses to have that dollar at a decent area where it's not too strong, not too weak, and when they can convert that over, you know, it really plays a part in earnings. Yeah, no problem, man. So let's just keep it moving and grooving. All right, Tesla, I got to get back to this watch list, man. We got an hour left, not even an hour. All right, so we just got retail sales. Let's see here. I was actually wanting to see if we were going to sell this off on the SPY pre-market, but it looks like we aren't. All right, Tesla. if you're looking at the S&Ps and the overall markets, watch 564. Watch for a test of yesterday's high. If you start breaking above this, if you break above 562.50. Let's go back to Tesla real quick. Sorry, guys. There's some stuff I have to download, which I'll start doing today after the stream's done. So you have a nice little support level here at 255 here on Tesla. We pulled back yesterday. We rallied off of Friday's high, pulled back to it. Let's see what happens if we end up breaking it today. You can already sense the weakness. What I want to see is another pullback down into this area to try to get long. I would like to try to get long. I think that pullback from yesterday and the way that the pullback happened is more important than just the pullback. This is what a lot of inexperienced people do. People, you can come up whatever strategy you can. You don't, like, I don't use strategies personally, right? I just trade the chart and understanding the sentiment in some of these moves and really what the move means and what it does for the chart. Yesterday's pullback really helped for another shot. If we can get it, I'm going to look for that. The game plan is the same. 250 long, 260 profits in front of 260, and I'm looking for to see if we can break 260 again. So something like this. I want to see if we can pull it back a little bit. All right, on Tesla. Let's look for this pullback. The bell opens. Let's look for a bounce higher, and then you got to watch out for 260. I think you got to take profits here in front of 260. This thing's pissing me off. I'm so done with this. I got to download something. All right, so I'm looking to take profits, half of that position off in front of 260, depending what it pays. The options have been getting a little bit more expensive because the moves in this thing have been pretty crazy. All right, Friday we had a huge trade here on the Friday long. I never got in that. They went from $1.40 to $8 on volume. So you had a lot of space to work there. 200% to, 500, 600. It was there. 800. It was there. So that was a huge trade Friday on Tesla. So let's see if we can get that 255 I said. Sorry, Friday's high. Again, Friday's high 250. 250. All right, 250, 250. Doesn't seem like it's going to give it to us. So what I'll do is, if we end up bouncing right now, which it looks like we're going to do, it looks like we're going to have to look for that 260, 262 short. It's probably what I'll do. We'll see. This thing might not be a trade anymore. I might need some time here. I'm not sure. Hold on one second. Some Bitcoin somewhere. I'm not sure. I would just trade the chart and I wouldn't worry about that news. I really wouldn't worry about it. Like, Bitcoin has a beautiful daily setup where you could start to see this thing rally. The problem is, again, right? Understanding the sentiment. You're coming into August, September, and October, seasonally the weakest part for the market. Now, I don't know about Bitcoin, but Bitcoin could start to rally and work its way to 80, 100,000, with or without news. BlackRock, Mount, whatever this guy's name is, and whatever you hear, right? I think you want to just trade the chart. And not get lost in the news and stuff. So, all right, I gotta get my fucking shit together, man. I gotta get this stuff done. I'm not finishing the day today without a nice trade. So let's go look at some of these movers here. Morgan Stanley fell more than 2%. I can see why. Morgan Stanley is not the same company. All right, Morgan Stanley is shit now. In my opinion, Morgan Stanley is shit for retail traders. It is shit. All right. You just saw this morning, apparently something changed to where I didn't get a limit order fill. I don't know if it's because I didn't get the fill. I don't know. I have to go look. I have to figure that out. But it's shit. And I'm upset because I always used to like Morgan Stanley. And ever since the merger with E-Trade, and what Morgan Stanley's been doing with E-Trade, and they've just really screwed things up. Bank of America added 1% after the bank reported. We already talked about this. They topped expectations. United Health shares rose slightly after the release of its better than expected results for the second quarter. So this is why you're seeing the markets go higher, because you're seeing banks and large cap healthcare, the 2 out of the 3 biggest sectors in the market, okay, and in the S&P, you're starting to see that go higher, all right? You're starting to see them go higher and report good earnings. So this is, so far right now, you have a good outlook as far as large cap, mega cap tech. Not mega cap tech, but large cap names. So far, so good. All right. We can go over the numbers if you guys want, but look, Shopify. Oh, we just talked about Shopify this morning. That's funny. Shopify, the e-commerce company, gained more than 3% after Bank of America upgraded the shares from a buy to neutral, citing revenue growth and healthy margin expansion. We just brought up Shopify. I told you guys that that I think it's a good buy. Match Group, shares popped 7%. News that activist investor Starboard Value has acquired roughly 6.5%. Match Group, another activist. You're seeing this again. Starbucks activist, Match activist news. PNC. Shares were flat after the regional bank posted a second quarter revenue of $5.4 billion, which was in line with LSEG consensus estimate. So you're seeing here regionals are actually kind of starting to struggle because they were beating. Okay, coming in line is showing you, all right, in the next 2 quarters, do we see negative or do we not? Because, you know, depending on where rates are, we don't know if we're going to start cuts or not. But if they do start cutting a little bit, again, rates should help them, but it also they could struggle a little bit too. Reddit dropped 3.5% after Loop Capital downgraded from a buy to a hold. So there's a downgrade on Reddit. EPAM, Advanced, TSLA, I'm not worried about that shit. Dollar Tree, not worried about it. Schwab declined more than 3% off the back of its second quarter results. Adjusted earnings 73 cents per share and a revenue of $4.69 billion, narrowly topping estimates for 72 cents and 4.68. All right, 4.69 is what they brought in. 4.68 is what was expected from the analyst, and then also a penny on their EPS, earnings per share. All right, so Charles Schwab, Bank of America, Morgan Stanley, United Health. We have news there. Reddit, Shopify. All right, so we have Tesla. I did not write that down. All right, so give me 1 second, you guys. Let's get this watch list going here. I'm wondering if it's time for a pullback. Let's see here. Let's go here. I'm going to go here. Oh, we still got to talk about. Let's see here. All right. Let's look for a little bit of support right here at 254 on Tesla and see if it bounces again. I'm telling you guys right now, if Tesla is back up, depending on where, I got to see where we open. If Tesla's back up here at 261, 260, I'm probably going to look for a short. All right, I'm probably going to look for a short. We'll see what the volume is when we open up. I feel like it's going to be somewhat of a boring week since we're getting ready to come into mega cap tech names and their earnings. It already feels like last week was a great week, a lot going on, and I feel like things are about to slow down. Okay, NVIDIA's holding the 20-day moving average too, guys, and is actually coming into resistance there at 129. So sorry for moving these charts around on you. I do apologize. All right, NVIDIA. Let's go look at this daily chart real quick. Let me get rid of this. Let me just get rid of that. I have way too many lines on this chart. All right, so you guys can see here, NVIDIA at the 20-day moving average, consolidating right at the 20-day moving average. Watch if the 20-day breaks. If the 20-day moving average breaks on NVIDIA, and you're also seeing the Qs and the SPY, and you're seeing the overall markets pull back for whatever reason, I'm not saying they're going to, then you could look for the bottom end of this range down there at the low 120s to 122. All right, 120 to 122. This would be the area. If we break the 20-day, I want to start looking to get down into this area. And you also have the 50-day moving average coming up that NVIDIA could start to pull back, start to raise that 50-day, and we start to see them both meet somewhere around here, okay? So I'm looking for NVIDIA to start possibly pulling back. Oh shit, it's probably going to go. I'm going to take that back. I'm going to take that back. I mean, it's a really nice support level here. All right, let's watch semiconductors today. I'm going to watch them. I actually like the long on NVIDIA. I'll take that back. I like the long. All right, so what I'm going to look for is a pullback. Maybe we get a little bit higher. I'm going to look to buy the pullback on NVIDIA. Let's see here. I don't know why that's not saving. I don't know why my charts look so messed up, guys. I'm sorry. Hold on one second. No, you're good, man. No, you're good. Yeah, we'll go to AMD. Yeah, we'll go to AMD. We'll go to AMD. Take this off here. I just want to be able to get a watch list together. All right, so let's see, where was this 15-minute chart at? Where are we at here? All right, so what I want to look for, guys, is to see if we can start pulling back. All right, I would like to see it pull back a little bit. NVIDIA, you can see it's pulling back now. It's 850. You could probably look for this 128.47 level right here, pre-market. You guys can see that pre-market low right there. I'll make it a dotted line. All right, let's see if... See, it's already going to bounce off of there. Dude, something's going on with my charts, and I don't like it. Here's what I'm saying is, I would like to get into yesterday's low. I just don't think you're going to get it. I don't think they're going to give us yesterday's low, if I have to be completely honest. Dude, I don't know why my charts look like this. Like, it feels like...
And I do, honestly, I don't think President Trump is exaggerating when he talks about the risk of World War III. I'm personally very motivated because I'm very worried about this. And I think we need the right policy. And the policy that we're on right now is not the right one. And we need change. Right?
All right, top end of this, what I'll look for, let's see, 129, and we're at 129 right there, rejection. So we'll see if we get a shot at the 20-day, guys. See this 20-day moving average right there, that green line? Let's see if we do get an opportunity, if we open up and get an entry right around this area here. If it opens it up for us. I don't think it will, but it could. Dude, this is starting. I fucking hate Thinkorswim. I'm just gonna say it. I fucking hate Thinkorswim. I'm gonna try to get long NVIDIA today. Look, this is still... You have a really solid support down here, 127.50 to 128. Look for yesterday's close. 128.50 is ultimately where I'd like to get long. But you could start to see that happen. See, this is crazy. That's crazy. All right, let's see. 3 minute, 5 minutes. I feel like I should just get rid of all these lines. So you guys can see here 128, see 128.50, and I'll look to go long, especially if the markets are still holding up. Look, I'm going to target 130 and see if we can break 130 and start trying to get back up to like 132.50. There's just honestly something about NVIDIA that I don't trust for whatever reason. All right, this is a massive level of support down here on NVIDIA at 120, at 128, 127.50. So we'll just have to, you know, understand risk to reward. It makes sense.
Sales plus, for the first week of July, plus 4.8% versus July a year ago, plus 4.8%.
I have so many lines on here. This is disgusting.
Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a
I'm sorry, guys. Just give me 1 second.
safer at a price you
Just
can
because their
afford.
charts want to just...
Easy bath remodel.
It is done in the
This is so ridiculous.
have to wait. It is amazing.
I would give this whole experience an A+.
All right, there we go.
Definitely wish I would have called sooner.
From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower
Let me get
heads
this
to features
down
like
here.
grab bars and custom
So let's look for pullback longs
and style. It's never been easier.
and try to test Friday's high, Monday's high,
Day installation.
130, 131 target. The past couple of days, it's only been putting in a few dollars. So 127.50 to 131, 131.50, 8, 9, 10. So about $3, $3 to $4 you can expect out of NVIDIA, high to low. So take that into the trading day. All right, take it in. All right, so if you get a pullback and you want to be long, you should at least expect $1.50 or so, according to the volume. All right, let's go to AMD. So my plan here is 128, NVIDIA 128. 128.
Good morning, Andrew. I think, you know, it's a good quarter. You know, the investment banking and trading, we're in the early days of a recovery there, and so I think we're seeing some of that come through in results today.
GME, GameStop, Gulf Michael
Seeing a
Echo.
little bit of pressure on Morgan Stanley.
Shares are popping here to the highs. GME, GameStop, 27.89.
Interest rates,
Okay, so just give me 1 second here.
the higher cost of deposits because of that. So I think that's what people don't love, and then they did have a little bit of a lighter net new asset quarter in their wealth management business as well.
Of all the banks right now, if you could own one, which one would it be?
So I'd actually own Goldman Sachs, so technically a bank, but where you want to be exposed right now is capital markets. As I mentioned, investment banking, there's 530.
Yeah, I'm not good at this streaming stuff. Sorry. Hopefully, you know, maybe one day I'll be able to be better at this, but let's see if we can try to take this thing back to 132. 132 is the target, okay, on NVIDIA for me. Target 132. All right, taking profits in front of 130. Yesterday's opening price.
Shopify shares at the highs now. It's HOP.
There goes Shopify.
Bank of America this morning, 67.85.
So if we break through going into the day, let's look for 129 as well to be an area we could look for support on NVIDIA. Sorry that took so long. I'm seriously sorry, guys. All right. Okay, so there's that. Target, take profits in front of 130. I'm done with it. I'm looking for 132. Long at 128. Targeting 132 on NVIDIA. I'm just keeping it at that. Let's go look at AMD real quick. All right, so we've talked about AMD. We've been talking about AMD for the past few days here. So AMD is stuck in a range right now. All right, we said we were looking to see if we could get AMD up at 190.50. Okay, 190.50 was the target we were looking for because we thought if we could get a long down here at 177 to 180, it's about a $3 range. 177 to 180. To see if you could fill this gap up here. There's a gap up there. It's at like 190.50, 190. Okay, if you could just get like where it tries to break. You can see, look at the volume too. The volume is low on this consolidation. So let's see if we can get a pop. Try to get up to 190, which would also help bring all your moving averages up. And what that's also going to do is get that 50 and 20-day moving average to climb above the 100-day. The 100-day is above all those moving averages. That's bearish. Okay, so let's see if we can try to get a little bounce out of AMD today. Kind of something like that. And take you know, the target for that would be 190.50. All right, 190.50. I think AMD needs a little bit of room. It may need to consolidate a little bit more. It is in the short term a bit overdone. I know. I seen it this morning, man. I seen it. Let me see here. Let's go. We'll go to it. Just want to check this out. Oh, you know what? Yeah, let's look. I like this, guys. So watch this level right here on AMD. Watch 183.90, 184. I'm gonna make it a dot. I'm gonna make it a dotted line. What is that? $4. So I'm gonna target yesterday's opening price. I'm gonna target yesterday's opening price. And I would look to be long pullbacks, okay? And look to be long pullbacks. We have, and I'm gonna cover GameStop here in 1 second, so you guys can see right here. You're trying to turn 180.25 into resistance here, but look, support. That's really where the yesterday's pivot low, Friday's pivot low, and what are we doing? We got above it. You're pulling down into, right? You broke 180. You're pulling into it. So look for a pop right off the bell. And then off the bell, you should look for pre-market lows, 179. And then we'll look for that long back into like 184. That's literally how I'm going to try to trade AMD today. All right. Look for pops into 181. Look for it to sell off, like have a pullback off of like 181. And then we're going to look for like pre-market lows. You know, anywhere down there at the 177, but I'm going to look for pre-market lows. If we break pre-market lows, then sure, there could be a trade down here at 177.50. You just may not want to take that long because there may not be much interest in the long. Okay, if we can just hold up here and you see pre-market lows hold and we start to reclaim 180, depending on the overall markets too, you know, we'll see what semiconductors have today. Going into tomorrow, this might be a swing trade. You're coming into TSM, ASML earnings for semiconductors, right? Tomorrow morning, ASML. After that, you have TSM on Thursday. So semiconductors might be a little quiet because of that. All right, they might be a little quiet. All right, GameStop. Let's go to GameStop. Make sure I deleted this. Alright, so GameStop's gone 28. God dang it. They fucking did it. I gotta be honest. This is crazy. Damn it. I should have just taken this swing trade, man. I should have just taken this swing trade. But it's all good. You know, honestly, I gotta be honest. We have room to $30. We should have room. I'm sorry. Because we gapped up. We're already there now. 28.50 to 29. All right, 28.50 to 29 is what I would look for. Look at the volume increasing as well yesterday. So let's see. I got to be honest. I don't know if they're going to do an offering, but I think you guys got to be careful here. I would be careful. I don't want to say it, but I might end up getting short up here on the bell. It all depends because you have the volume. Like you can see, we're struggling here, and I'm going to target this dotted line. I'm going to target 26. And yesterday's high, you guys can see right here, $27. It's just going to go. That's so funny. All right, target 27 is what I'm going to do. Watch 28.69 to $29. Maybe you can get up to 30. 30.50 or yeah, 30 to 30.50. Maybe you get up there. I don't think you do. I think this is about it. I think you see you know, 28.75-ish, 29, and then you just see this thing kind of like pull back. It's just my opinion, but let's see. Let's see what happens. This is what I would watch out for, guys, is if today, right? Think about it as like an all-day thing. All day, like if I were to show you this daily chart, this is what I think is going to happen. All right, this would be a bullish setup. All right, is if today, by the end of the day, we see something like this. Okay, really, it would be like this. All right, if we see something like this today, all right, and then like this is the daily candle. Like we end today down with a wick, right? Then I would look for this pullback to 27, yesterday's high. Look for yesterday's high to see if that can give you, you know, that is what I would like to see. All right, that's what I'd like to see. Today, pull back the gap fill, or the gap up, pull back the gap up, and then hold 27, and they're like, oh, shit. Bang. More people talk about it. Let's get, you know what I mean? Because this pullback would just really set up for a nice long, is why I'm mentioning a pullback. That's what I would look for. That's what I'm going to look for today. A down day, still above yesterday's close, and look to see if we can take that long on pullbacks to 27. All right. Pullback longs to 27. Kind of just something like this. All right. And then we break it. And then it just like holds up. You see pre-market hold. Okay. I can't make this long enough, but you guys see what I'm getting at. Bang. All right. Tomorrow morning. That's ultimately what I'd like to see. All right, that's what I would like to see. Something like that. All right, and then you're like, oh, shit. Another higher low. Boom. All right, then you're up there at 30 or so. Let's see if that happens. All right, let's see if it happens. You could get an explosive day, because an explosive day, though, that would mean that this trend is probably coming to an end. So if they give it up today and they puke it up to the upside, then I'd watch out tomorrow going into the end of the week, because they may just take their money and run and just give it up, and that's that. We'll see. You have some really nice volume today. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, be careful. All I'm going to say is be careful. Just tell you guys how I'm going to trade it. You know. All right, so we have that shop. Let's go to the daily chart real quick. I guess today will be, so we still have a little bit of time here. We still have some time. Cool. All right, so where are we at? $68 roughly. Just under $68. Damn, look at this thing, man. Look at Shopify. Of course it's just heading right into resistance, right? Of course it is. I think you could see a lot of buying on this thing today, guys. If you're looking for a deal and you're looking for a stock, whether you think this thing's overvalued or not, what are you going to buy that isn't at all-time highs or going up to next all-time highs? You have a nice gap here. I might try to swing trade this. This might be a swing trade for me. As long as I can buy it correctly. Oh, shit. We're pretty much there. It's only $2 away. All right, so Shopify had a nice upgrade today. You can see pre-market, it's really, really moving. I want to see if we can reclaim $70. If we can reclaim $70, then look for a move back up towards $80. $80 is a really, really nice support level. So I'm going to keep this, I'm going to keep Shopify on my watch list. Now that they gave it an upgrade. All right. Now that they gave it an upgrade, I'm keeping this on my watch list. I honestly think, what is that, 67.90, 67.67. We're not above the 200-day yet. We're not above it. All right, let's go over here. Looks like we're starting to pull it back.
My favorite one is electronics and appliance stores. A very, very good number. I am wondering, the chapter touched on
67.50. 67.50. 67.50. Okay. Let's do it. 67.50, guys. This is the level I'm looking for on Shopify. 67.50. Dude, this thing literally went from 64. Look, it took back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days worth of price action in one pre-market session. That's crazy. It's already pulled back to 67.50 and held it. You guys can see that pre-market level right there. It's starting to hold it. I think they've taken this trade away from us. We'll still watch it in case it breaks above 68. But if we get a 68 break, we look for 68 long. You just have to be careful because your 200-day and 100-day moving average are right there in your face. But if you can reclaim 68, like you can see it's struggling up here. If you notice us break through, now look to the bottom right of my chart. If we open up and you see us break it, look for the pullback through 68.50, or look for us to run up through 68.50 if we can break it, and look for it to hold because that's this pivot low right here as well. That pivot low is right there at 68 bucks. So then we look for 68 to hold, and then another move that would take us to $70. And you know, it's $2. We'll see if it happens. It's kind of what I'm watching for. Because this is a nice little support level up here.
This idea of neo-populism versus unfettered growth.
Well, I think that you'd have to toe the line. In the same way that if you called someone an idiot, you don't.
Sorry, it's still open. Yes. Shit.
I don't think anyone knows where he comes down the spectrum. I do know where Trump comes down. Regulation.
All right, so 20 minutes still open. We are main trades you will be looking at to make DJT, GME, AMC, Tesla, NVDA, AMD, PLTR. We can look at PLTR. Yes. Pretty much my watch list is Coinbase. Like, I want to still watch crypto names. But yes. Yes. As of right now, it's pretty much DJT, Tesla, GameStop, Coinbase, AMD. You know, AMD is 180 longs. If 180 can hold, look for a 180 long into 190. There is still a lot of news. Like you say, Rivian could be one. Palantir, Alibaba. The Chinese names started to pull back after that big rally. I actually got long Baba last week, and I'm going to give you guys a lesson real quick. I'm going to give you guys a nice lesson, okay? Let me apply my stuff here. Okay, this is good. Time axis. Keep time zoomed in. Apply. 1 minute. I'll just leave that one alone. Let me go here to Tesla. Alright, let's go to Baba because I want to show you guys something here. Alright, so I got long Baba Thursday. Alright, Thursday I got long Baba. Why did I get long Alibaba on Thursday? Well, you can see here this 50-day moving average. And if you look to the bottom right of my chart, you guys can see that 50-day moving average, which it was right here where the red box is. The market and a lot of the stocks were selling off. And Alibaba was holding, like now it's turning into resistance, which we could probably find a short on Baba which actually might be a trade I might take if they don't take it from us. All right, this is actually looking like a trade. If we get a 78.50, I want 78.50. I want this level here. 78.50 on Alibaba. But you can see last Thursday it held up really nicely. It held up really nicely. And the overall markets were selling off. All right. And it just held VWAP. Look, holding VWAP. Holding VWAP. And then you came in bang with the gap up. So if you're in a stock, right, and the overall markets are selling off, but you're noticing the stock that you're in is green, not only green on the day, it's holding a moving average on the daily chart. It's holding VWAP. Let's just say like BABA, right? It rallies and then just consolidated all day long, right? If the overall market's selling off, it's diverged itself from the overall markets. If the markets are going higher and the stock is selling off, it sells off in the morning and just stays below a level, then you want to look for the gap down going into the next day. This was a really good lesson here for understanding divergence, having a position long, and I had a position short for two different reasons. Okay, really all for the same reason. But so you have this. So we have broken below $78, which was the gap fill. So I want to look for a bounce into 78 on BABA and see if we can sell this thing off and get back down to like 76.50, 76. I'm looking for $76, guys. Let's see if we can get that on Alibaba. Man, this is still a support level there. 77.90. Oh, we broke it. Yeah, we definitely broke that. Yeah, we definitely broke that. See, I kind of messed myself up today. Yeah, I'll be right here with you guys. Like, I'm going to talk you guys through it. Really, I want to watch DJT. I'll be watching GameStop. Tesla, I kind of, you know, I'm not favoring one over the other. Maybe a short on GameStop because of, you know, this level up here is, I think you could start to see just an all-day sell-off where it sells off in the morning and kind of just stays down there, and look for that pullback into yesterday's high. More like not really anything more so because I have ADHD so bad and I didn't really get a watch list together. No, I don't really like any of them more so than another. I don't. You know, I like Tesla. I like AMD. And I don't even like them really, guys. It's not like I'm like screaming to take them. Let's see here. Where's JP Morgan at? Where the hell is it? This thing is just like, look at the volatility. 210, 208, 209. GameStop holding 210. I'm going to keep my eyes on banks and some of these other names here too. Like you said, I don't really favor any of them right this second over another because I don't know. Like, I want to see how, like, semiconductors, right? NVDA, AMD. I don't know how much. And listen, this is what I said like about like 20 minutes ago, was that we're noticing the sentiment because we're about to go into earnings for mega cap tech, and we're going to really start getting some of these growth names. Earnings are going to come out for them. I feel like the market is at a point right now where we might have a slow week. We don't have much data. You're getting ready to, you know, we're coming into mega cap and you know, we're coming into some big earnings, which starts with Netflix. We have Netflix Thursday. So I think this is just like a little bit of a quiet period. And like yesterday, I think also showed us that because we didn't have like this massive sell-off day in the overall markets yesterday. Usually it's like Monday, Thursday. Now again, you're going to have big days on Wednesdays when there's a Fed day, Friday when there's data. Why is this not saving? I don't understand why this is not saving. It needs to save. I don't get it. It's not saving my 1 minute chart.
Culturally, in many ways, at odds with big CEOs.
Apply. Okay.
If you guys are going to use the financial power,
All right, 5 minutes, 15 minutes,
against the values of our voters, impoverish
3 minutes. Let's set these up real quick.
the jobs of people who work in the energy sector, why should we listen to you when you come and ask us for a tax break or for reasonable regulations? I'm one Republican.
I like Tesla, guys. I want to see if we can get like a, you know, we get this pullback here. Tesla's looking really nice. We're still holding up above yesterday's high. The trade hasn't been taken from us. I'm still watching Bitcoin as well, or Coinbase for Bitcoin. If we get, see, I don't know if we're going to get it. Let's see if we get continued strength today in Bitcoin and look for those crypto names. Let me see here. Where am I at? Where am I at? So that's a really, look at that pullback on Bitcoin. That's a really nice pullback there at 62,000. Look at it, just pulled right into 62 on the daily chart and bouncing off of that 50-day. You just have to see today, do we get above that 50-day moving average? I think we do, and I think we can start to see a test of the top side of the range up at 72,000. Let me just say 70 to 73. Nah, it's 72. It's 72. 71,975. So, I'm going to keep my eye there on crypto and continue to look for pullback longs. Pullback longs, which is pulled back already. So if we can get this thing down to 62,500 area, we look for a pullback on Coinbase and see if we can get an extension on Coinbase. Coinbase had a really nice day yesterday, so I doubt you're going to get like a crazy move out of it. But like 2 or 3 potential trades. Main focus. Yeah, my direct main focus would be like Tesla, DJT, and GameStop. As of right now. Okay, so look, and I didn't see this. Like earlier when we looked at the overall markets, remember how I said that the markets were pretty tied up from yesterday's close? Like the QQQ, see how the SPY is above yesterday afternoon's, the after hours high, and the SPY's above it, but the Qs are not. I actually want to look for weakness in technology. This is an early sign, in my opinion, that tech is weak.
Customized promotional art for new shows.
Yeah, that Disney news came out early today.
Subscribers' taste and usage history. That is from the Wall Street Journal. Said some of these features could roll out in the next 6 months.
It's not really well, yeah. So my long on Bitcoin was a couple days ago and last week. I told you guys here and down here at 55. I said we had to be buying in front of 52,000 because of the, you know, like look at this is like I don't think people understand. Like this setup here, you could print this out and put it on your wall. This is a daily chart. This is just. We didn't have the volume yet, but you got it Friday or yesterday. I don't know which one of these. If this daily candle is today, July 16th, and today's the 16th. So that's from today. Yesterday we had a nice breakout with volume. So it looks like today you're getting that low volume pullback. To enter, I'd look at 62,000. 62,000 is what I would look for. But if this continuation to the upside is going to continue to happen, I would look for the 50-day moving average as my entry point. If we get above it, you break above it, look for the pullback into it, and ride this thing to the top end. Let's see. Apple. Let's go look at Apple. Apple's been a freight train. Let me go over to the charts. I still think tech is kind of weak today. And you can see Apple's 235. 235 is hanging out here. I would look for pullbacks into 232 is what I would look for. It looks like it's doing it now. Let's go look. I don't want to just, you know, you need more than just looking at a chart. You had a nice gap up there. Little low volume down. Yeah, I'm going to look for pullbacks on Apple. Sorry. Trying to, dude. Thinkorswim frustrates the shit out of me. I like this, bro. Bro Montana. Dude, this is nice, man. Mojama. Sorry, not Bro Montana. I thought it said, like, bro, because I seen the MO and OM, like, out of the JAMA, and the JOM, I'm sorry. I thought it was, like, Joe Montana, but, like, Bro Montana, because I quickly looked at it. Let's see if Apple's yesterday's low breaks. Let's see if we can break 234. There you go. Awesome. Awesome. I like it. See if you can get a quick pop. See if you get a quick pop to yesterday's high, which I think you get. I would not fight this. Okay, I wouldn't fight it, but it's your already inputs. You're saying I would look for yesterday's high. Let's see if you can get a nice little pop right here into like 236 entry. So I'm gonna write this down myself. 236 to 237. Sorry, hold on 1 second. Apple. So I like this. If I had to watch a stock, it would be this. 236 short. 236 short, and I'm going to target, what did we say, 232? 233? Hold on here. Hold on. Hold up. Yeah, 230. Sorry, it looked a little weird here. So 236 down into 233. This looks like a really nice chart here to trade. I would look for a pop off the bell. Let's see if we get a bounce off the bell. I would look for that bounce and then see if we can't take that bounce short. All right. We got to break 234. If you see a pullback off the bell, all right, if you see this thing pull back right off the bell, like if it's like boom, then I'm going to wait. I'm going to say, all right, 233. All right, 233.25. You're going to get some buyers to come in there, and then we're going to wait. We're going to say, all right, 10:30, 11 o'clock. Maybe we get that pullback, that quick pullback, bounce, right? And then look for 236. 236 short. But again, you know, the bell's getting ready to open now, so maybe we do just get that. You got to take profits in front of 233, I'm telling you guys. Because, you know, again, stocks can just consolidate. We don't have to break through levels. The overall markets, the QQQ and the SPY, you know, unless they're like drastically selling off, the SPY's going higher. That's going to help keep Apple up. You know what I'm saying? Or at least consolidate. So, me personally, waiting for 236. You know, I think we could see a quick pullback off the bell. Good luck, everybody. Where are we at here compared to the overall markets? Let's see here. Let me see. All right, so we are above yesterday's close. We're above yesterday's close. Good luck, everybody. All right. Let's have a great day. Let's have a great week. Don't rush your trades. All right. Be patient. Be patient. If you have questions, I have the chat up. I'm trying to switch between you guys and the SPY. I just, you know, I have this here too. Let me pull up my stuff here. Okay, options chain is open. All right, we have 30 seconds left. Let me turn this down so we're not, you know, stuff here. Anytime, Mo. Basic, man. Good to see you, buddy. How you doing, man? DJT, we're looking for bounce backs. Shit.
15 seconds to the U.S. market open.
We're looking for bounce backs. Man, like small caps are quiet this week. It feels like a quiet week. Looking for a bounce back into 38. So we said $38, $40. We're looking for a short. Long at 36. Long off of 36. Bounce it right into $38, $40. Take the long off, and I'm going to flip into a short. So we did not open up. Yep, I'm going to probably take a long down here if it's worth it. Let me see what the deltas are here. What are these deltas and what are they charging for like a $38, $40 call? So they want $1.95, $2. It's kind of spready. Nice deltas there. Yeah, look for a pop into 38, 38.50. All right, you want to try to get that 36 entry though.
Industrial average up 221.85. Nasdaq up 56.01.
Look, my stuff's freezing up, guys. Hold on one second. Look at that flip. Look at it bouncing. See how it's bouncing and leaving off that level? It's really nice there. It kind of is a little heads up that, you know, you got some buyers down here. Oh, shit. Got to watch those offerings. Look, they're trying to shake people out. It's still quick off of 36. You know, if it's not underneath 36, you shouldn't sell it. All right? You shouldn't sell it. So, I don't know. My stuff, you guys can see here that my stuff is getting, man, this could be a really nice trade here back to the upside. But you have to watch. There it goes, there it goes, there it goes. I was going to say, man, I don't know if it's me, but my stuff is lagging. So there you go. That was the game plan. We said look for 36. You know, we could try to take that long from 36 up to 38, 38 to 40. Get out of the long, and then we look to turn back short. Damn, that volume was really low. All right, let's keep it moving. Shopify. All right, Shopify broke above 68 as well, guys. Shopify is above 68. Look for the pullback in front of 68. Oh, my God, man. All right, so here we go. You're getting your pullback now in front of 68. Let's see if 68 holds. And you're looking for... You have to watch. See, I don't like this trade. All right, because you got to watch for the 100-day and the 200-day. And they're right there at 69.20. So, like, it's like, is it worth it? You know, I would be looking to target 70, but look at how it leaves this thing. Look, Shopify was really quick to bounce off of that level. Let's go to Tesla. Where's Tesla at? So Tesla just ripped right off the bell. Damn it. And then I feel like I'm missing something. I'm missing something here. I feel like I'm missing something here. There's a stock I'm missing. AMD and NVDA, GameStop. Tesla, 253.90. Right here, 253.90. 254, call it. Right there, 254. Let's see if we can hold this level. Right there. Let's see if we can hold it and look for a long up to 260, 262. What's the overall market's doing here? And look at that pivot. Look at that pivot off of there. QQQ. Shit. Shit. Oh, damn. We might have... Yeah. Yep. I would look for a bounce back now up to 261. 261, 260.50. You have some room to the downside, but I think you need to go higher before we go lower. You guys know what I'm saying? You feel me? So if you look here, like this is probably where, look, it rejected there too. So I don't want to like point out every single level, but this minor level here, be a nice long off of there.
Getting a small pop here, down about 8%.
And look, everything's happening the way we called it this morning. Looking for a pop. If we're above 36 on DJT, we're looking for a pop into $38, $40. And then at $38.40, yeah, yesterday's low. We're looking for a short.
SHOP Shopify
Dude.
popping at 68.60.
I'm trying to get my stuff up, guys. I'm sorry. My shit's going nuts right now. I don't understand. It's like so slow, bro. It's because of the stream and whatnot, but it's not necessarily because of the stream. But there you go, guys. Look, that's verbatim what we talked about. Pullbacks in the 36, get long, take profits up there in front of 38. Nice job. This is a low volume bounce. I mind you, this is a low volume bounce here, so all right. Sorry, I don't have the chat up right now. Yeah, like I say, 38 to 40. Let's wait for it to get up here. See if it can get above $30. Or 38, I mean. It's got really low volume today. So it may struggle. Like, the short, I'm going to be honest with you, you're going to have to give the short a lot of room. You're going to have to give it from $38 to $40. To 41. Or 40.50, I'm sorry. So from yesterday's close to yesterday's low is where you would want to give that. All right, GME. What's GME doing? Is GME trying to pull back? No, it's not. We're already at our target. That's some really nice volume there on GameStop. A lot of tails up there too, though. I would love for this thing to pop and then see if we can take that short.
DCI Donaldson Company expands their relationship between.
It's probably coming in. That was the entry short there. I think that's it right there. It's going down. I think she's going to start heading down, guys. But watch out, okay? Because $27 or $28, you're going to start having your trade line come in up there. And you could start to see some support pop in up here, which would also be probably 38.2 fib, close to 50%. Yeah, look, 38.2 fib lines up here. You're going to have trade line right there. So you got two indicators lining right up at 27.97. And that is that's a level also from somewhere too. So see if it just consolidates if you stay above VWAP. But I think that I don't think you're going to have buyers. Here's why I think there's going to be a pullback off the bell, and this is why I said it. Because if you're a person that wants to get long, ask yourself this question. Are you going to get long right in front of resistance at $30? Are you going to risk $1, $2 to get long in, like, you're going to risk that to get $1.50? You're going to risk 50 cents, $2 to get $1, $1.50, $2? Not really. You know what I mean? So that's why I say, you know, the target's pretty much been reached, and you know, this thing could, listen, I'm going to be wrong, and I'm not, you know, I'm not saying that this is what it's going to do, but these are my thoughts. You know, look how we're struggling here at 28.40. I just think you're going to struggle to have buyers step in on this. So I would be careful. I'd be careful. You're pretty much at the target. You hit 29, 28.85. You know, you hit this 28.85 area. I would look to get short. And I will look for it. I should have set something. Oh my gosh, Tesla. DJT's bouncing. Tesla still got a little bit of selling pressure here. That's okay though. This is a nice hold. Look at it holding this level.
Shares of Chewy popping to the highs, 27.55.
And there you go. You're starting to see names like Chewy start to go now too. So nice double bottom on Tesla. Let's go, Tesla. Let's go, Tesla. We can do it, man. Let's start trying to rally here. Man, yesterday we already traded that to the downside. Man, it looks like we might be trying to get this gap fill on Tesla at 249. I'm trying to be patient on this. I don't like the way Tesla's trading. NVDA, 38. Yeah, I'm going to put it back up there. There you go. Look. NVIDIA. Let's see. We said take profits in front of 129, 130. Target for NVIDIA was 132. Target for NVIDIA is 132. So here we go. I'm looking for a pullback in the 128.50. And we'll look. Man, this doesn't have much room. I don't like a lot of these setups, guys. They just don't have much room on them, like risk to reward. So sometimes you just have to understand that the market was crazy for the past 2 weeks. There you go. So look at there we go. 128.50, 128.49. Let's see here. Let's see, 130. Let's go look at AMD real quick. See what AMD is doing. AMD. Let me pull up the scanner. I didn't write the. Oh shit! Apple. Apple's the one we forgot. Apple. Look, there it was, guys. 236 pop. The volume isn't there just yet. The volume's not there, so I would be patient in fighting a short. I would give Apple a little bit of time. See if it can run back up to that yesterday's high at 137. Because the SPY is testing yesterday's. Okay, let's see if the SPY rejects here. No, it's holding it. It's trying to hold it. Sorry, just give me one second. I'm looking at another monitor, guys. Man. This is like the ugliest chart pattern on the SPY. Dude, the volume is so... Don't fight the trend yet, you know, I mean... Let me see here. Alright, DJT, Tesla. So Tesla's still holding up, guys. Tesla's still holding up with a nice tail here. Coinbase holding up as well. You'd have to watch Bitcoin for that one. Mara. Okay, so Mara did have a good day yesterday. Shopify. DJT. Okay, yup. DJT, guys. Pulling back off of 28. Yeah, let me go over to DJT. Onto the other chart. AMD. Come on. Okay, so AMD did pull back to 178. 177. It could just be stuck between there. Well, look, that's actually where I should be a buyer at. On the bottom left of the screen. Or bottom left of the monitor there. You guys can see that little flat top area. Flat top resistance support. And look at that tail coming off of it. That's a really nice tail. So along from 177.50 up there to 182 would have been a pretty nice trade in my opinion. DJT still holding up. Run the shot clock, right? Start paying attention to the amount of time that DJT is sitting here above that level. All right, it's still sitting here at 37. Just if it just continues to hold and hold and hold, you're going to start seeing some people give up those shorts from yesterday and start taking profits and or get nervous. Dude. Not necessarily get nervous, but, you know, it's going to come to a point where... Sorry, I know my mouse is loud. Just... Okay, so Apple's still rejecting. Okay, there goes Apple. Apple's got a little bit of room. Apple just has some support coming up into it, so that's why I'm like, I'm a little hesitant on it. And there it goes. Nice job if you're short Apple, guys, but you're going to want to think about taking profit. It's not like this thing is breaking down on massive volume or anything. You know, the volume can come in. The volume could come in there. All right, let's go, baby. Let's get one more pop on DJT. Let's get another pop. I would still be careful of $40, guys. Oh shit. Still watch out for $40. Well, I don't know about 40, but 38.50, 38. Oh yeah, that volume was poop. Let's see, you're gonna rip higher? Are you frozen? What's going on? Wasn't DJT 140 and 138 put both expire next Thursday. Oh, nice. So you have time. Oh, nice. That's up to you, man. I would. I don't know what the deltas are versus your price. If it's 40%, take half of it off. You have time. I would take half off. You know, you always, here's the thing, is you always, like, especially at points of like 40, 50%, take a quarter to half of that position off. And especially like a trade, like this is what I do. Like if I'm up on that trade 40%, what I'm doing is I'm taking half of it off. If not the whole thing or half or a little over half, and I'm looking to re-enter it. You know what I'm saying? I'm building insurance. So it's up to you. Like, you know, listen, at the end of the day, right? Our job, don't ever forget it, is to take the number that we have and make it bigger. That's it. Anything other than that, you're not doing your job. So if you got paid, you need to take it. I don't care if it's $1, $100, $500, a few thousand. Take it. Take half of it off. Manage your risk. You got to manage your risk. News could come out at any minute. Right? Random news could come out at any minute. And then, you know, you can always look to re-short it, and you're building interest. You know, that's what I do, right? That's personally what I do. All right, I got to pull up Tesla because, all right, here you go. Here's DJT coming in now. Really low volume. Let's look for it. Here you go. Let's look to see if we get short this bounce. The thing is, I just feel like DJT might pop through this 38 level. I'm kind of like, the sellers, in my opinion, just aren't showing up. Neither are the buyers, though, either. Like, this is a really low volume day for DJT. So, I was worried about, like, I didn't know what happened with that limit order. I tried to trade a small cap this morning, and I never got filled. I'll have to go back to that and see what happened. I'm going to have to call them and see what happened. Unless they just went below, you know, there wasn't a, I don't know. I'm not sure what happened. All right, let's see here. DJT. I'm actually looking for the downside with you guys. I'm optimistic here, though.
At 2069, up 35%. Lima Papa Alpha, LPA.
Today as well, as we got the Powell comments yesterday, and the Fed speak continues pretty much all week long. We did get the 2-year at the lowest since February 7th.
Let's see where all the volume's at. Oh my gosh, come on. Are you serious? Let's see, it's why it's... let's see. So yesterday, yeah, look, you still have 11,000. You had 1,000. So you had a lot more volume down at those $30 puts yesterday. You can see a lot of people are closing on 35, 30. Your pretty basic numbers there. You have a lot here at $40 in the $40. No, never mind. That's not the. All right, so 35 is really the sweet spot for these things because it's not too far out of the money. There it goes. That was a nice wick up there. Let's see what happens. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You want to stick like my goal this week was something like that. Being patient. And you know, as I'm taking my profits, leaving a little bit on to get to those targets. See, this is what I mean. This is why I haven't entered DJT. There's just, it's holding up. You know, the volume isn't there, but it's also not there for the sell side or buy side. Like it's the volume isn't really there on either side of this trade yet. Let's see here. Let's see. Just keep your eye on time and sales. I'm going to look at the 35 puts. So I'm going to put these up here. So we have 135, 150. Real quick, guys, I don't mean to do that. Let's see here. See what I mean? There's that pop. Okay, so, all right, the 35 puts. We have right now, yesterday's low for these puts were about $1. All right, so we're pulling into yesterday's low on these options. You have a high at 250. So let's see if we can pull it back into $1. See if that dollar is also support or resistance for this. And let's see if we can't try to... These things are getting really spready here. 130, 35. They always get...
LCFY halted on a circuit breaker. Lima Charlie Foxtrot Yankee. $4.93.
Alright, guys. So I'm still looking for $40 here. It's really where I'd like to take these. I gotta move on real quick. So Tesla broke down with volume. Looks like you're going down to 245, not 245, but 248, 250. So that's really a test into yesterday's level. I'm sorry for the charts and moving them around. My stuff is really lagging. It's so laggy right now. That's a real nice pullback into yesterday's or Friday's close. What? Does anybody know if there was any news on Tesla? Like any downgrades? Alright, I'm gonna... Man, I don't want to, man. The volume is not there, guys. I don't want to fight this trend. Alright, so what I'm... I'm watching this level right here at 250 flat. 250 flat on Tesla. See if it can hold it up. Hold up there. Dude, this thing is so fudged. This is crazy, bro. Okay, so there we go. There we go. All right, there it goes. So.
Within power, we get all our financial questions answered, so we don't have to worry. Can we get out of here?
All right. You know, I don't think this is a good idea. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Unless we see something change.
LPA spiking again now, $23. Lima Papa Alpha shares up 50% at the...
Alright, LPA is ripping, guys.
Higher now.
Fuck. You had the 50-day coming up there in front of $30. LPA has that $30. Look for resistance up here. Yeah, 28 that $28 on LPA, if anybody's trading this. That's a funky looking chart. NVIDIA pulled right back as well. That's what I mean. There's not a lot that feels like it's begging to take. Oh, Kava. I forgot about Kava this morning. You have a nice pullback long here on Kava. Let's see what happens here at $87. Oh shit, so I just broke that. Alright, so Kava, I want to see if Kava can break, if we can hold this $87. See if it holds 87 and look to get a bounce back through 88 and try to make a new high today. Not a new high, but like, you know, kind of high of the week. I haven't really traded that thing in a while. Reddit. I know I'm going off the path here. That's a gap down. JP Morgan. So we're above 208. Looking for possibly 210 rejections.
Here now, Charlie Romeo Sandy Papa, CRSP. SONM, Sidoti
210.50.
$1 price target on Sonam Technologies.
And then Shopify.
Sandy Oscar, November
Bank of America ripping, guys. It's still going. Fuck. Bank of America's up 4% right now.
What's important going into this conversation?
Well, I think that Brian Moynihan's been able to make money where others haven't.
Dude, how is Bank of America up? It shouldn't be up at all-time highs. Yeah, that's what I thought. All right, so Bank of America, you could look for a swing trade and try to target like $44.50 to $45. I would target $44 to $45 on Bank of America. You're going to have to wait for pullbacks. So there's some big news for Bank of America because they've been slacking for a little bit. Brian Moynihan has seemed to have helped turn this thing around. Or either him or the fact that rates are higher and they're making more money. So that's Bank of America. What do we have? What do we have here? So we have Apple. Let's go take a look back at Apple. Let me go here. Here we go. We'll go here. All right, so NVIDIA broke down. You're seeing technology break down. We started to notice what? The weakness in technology before the bell opened. Look at the Qs. They're just selling off. The Qs are selling off. Look for the QQQ to get back down to 495. Look for a target of 495. There's still $1 left on that trade. If you break 495, 494. Dollar for dollar. I don't understand, like the SPY. Financials and healthcare did well. So that's why the SPY is holding up okay. So you're seeing a divergence in the market. This is actually going to help keep it healthy. Because if technology is able to pull back, it's going to pull back with banks and healthcare and some of these other names. And they'll get back in even, just like I talked about this morning. And there goes Tesla, 247.50. Good thing I didn't take these. Like I had a feeling. I'm like, man, it's a little shady here. Oh shit! NVIDIA just dropped, guys. Just dropped. NVIDIA just dropped. Like pretty heavy. It looked heavy at least. All right, 126. I'm not... Okay, yeah, you did have a lot of volume just come in on that 126 long. You've seen that candle, that volume candle really rip to the upside. So that could be the low there on NVIDIA, but don't try to get cute, man. These things are just going to sell off. Look at that. Dude, the SPY is just holding up. That's so funny. This is so funny, man. Fuck. All right, 2%, 199. Fuck, man. No. Sorry, I need to go to the heat map to kind of see what's going on here. NVIDIA's not down 0.16.
I work for myself, so I buy my own insurance. And I still check GoodRx.
Okay, it's still refreshing.
I'm on Medicare. Check GoodRx because it can be my copay. I'm gonna like that. Even if you have insurance, GoodRx can help.
NVIDIA's down 1.8%.
We'll see you next time.
Another good reason.
We have business inventories for May, plus 0.4% expected, NAHB.
This is why I thought the market should start to pull back off of that data. You guys remember me saying that? I'm like, I don't understand why the market's bouncing. If anything, it should have like stayed in the range, but it should have started to sell off because it's showing you, you know, the data today pretty much showed you that inflation, and with that India price point, that inflation may be starting to go higher. There's a possibility, which we'll see it. You have some other countries that, you know, come in this week to tomorrow and Thursday, to look for inflation to start rising. All right, so here's NVIDIA. See if we can catch a bounce back, man. Doesn't look like we're gonna get it. Let me keep up DJT. Let's go back to DJT. Okay, so there it went. What did it? 38.75.
Rally yesterday afternoon, but we're starting strong again, a third of 1% on the S&P 500. Nasdaq Comp is lagging today. Why? Because there are only two sectors lower. One of them is information technology for a change, because that's certainly been a leader in the market lately. Energy is also down today. Microsoft is lower.
MS, Morgan Stanley.
Look at CrowdStrike selling off too, guys. CrowdStrike is selling off. I'm just frustrated, man, that I didn't. I don't know what to do, guys. I really don't. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do here.
DJT still up double digits on the week despite a fall this morning. And then watch the financials. Bank of America.
I might just have to go with DJT. Alright, I'm going to go with DJT here. Oh, GME. That's another one I forgot. The watch list is too big today, man. There wasn't really anything that I liked like crazy. I also didn't look at Google either. Alright, so let's see if we can get a pop back into 38 and look for that short. Listen, you have to understand, guys, if you guys take a short on DJT, you have to understand that that pop to yesterday's close, $39, $40, $41, is still feasible. It's still feasible. VWAP held this morning. It's at VWAP now. So, are we going to find it? Look at it. You should expect VWAP to hold. No, you're good, man. No, I did not yet. I just was talking about it now. I needed to show me that, you know, like a 38 rejection. So we went through the options, right? The 35 puts and the 30 puts have a lot of volume there. So we said, we noticed the 35 puts, yesterday's low on them was $1. So low to high, you have $1 to $2.50 from yesterday to kind of work with. I'm not saying that, like, you know, obviously we're a day ahead now from yesterday, so there's that value and the valuation of those options are a little bit different, but you have an idea. Okay, if I can get like the high 80s, low 90s, you know, I should have at least 50% to, if not close to 100%, if I can get this thing into money. And there we go. We're starting to break VWAP now. All right. Okay. And there she's going to pop back. So, all right. 35 puts. I've not entered them yet. I should have taken them down there. Should have had a limit order. I'll walk you guys through whatever limit orders I put out up here for these options. I'm not gonna market order in unless the option is like pretty much near my limit price and it's worth it, like yesterday. Okay, so here we go. Low volume bounce. Give me that low volume bounce.
So that strips out certain elements and feeds directly into
And
GDP.
let's see if we can take this thing back to $36.
Another surprise in a positive way and matching the highest in about a year. If you go beneath the surface as to where Americans were spending, it was pretty broad.
I should go out 2 weeks. I should. I should go out 2 weeks instead of this week.
Because there was a cyber attack in one of the software platforms.
Bro, come on.
But and this was the other weak spot with sporting goods and hobby stores. So those were some of the negative numbers, but there were positive numbers pretty much everywhere else. I mean, we saw that in.
Damn, that's actually not bad. A 30 put for next week, and 35 is 270, 300.
Online spending very strong on the month, 2% on the month.
I'm looking at this week's right now. I do like next week $30 puts. It's way out of the money, so you have to be careful. You need to know how to manage that one.
So what do we make of that number? Because
Look, they're already up to $1.62. Fuck.
some of the commentary that we've heard from the retailers this earnings season and the consumer
Watch out, guys. That volume isn't... Look, you're regaining VWAP. So here we go. We might get a second opportunity, possibly at the... So if you guys see here, you broke VWAP. You're reclaiming it. So you're sitting at VWAP. Let's see. Can we get a pop? Let me see. 35. Let me get in these options real quick. 53. It's... I'm not going to get it. It's gone. I don't want to market order in. What was the last fill at? So you're seeing here, somebody was filled at 60. So the volume isn't there either. I'm going to be patient, guys. If I don't get 38 or get a level in front of $38, I'm not taking it. I need these options at $1.40. I need it. If I don't get it, I'm not doing it. That's how you stay profitable. You know, I'm sure there's more room left on this thing, but it's got to be worth it for me to go from 37 to 36. Like you just saw there, they've went from $1.40, $1.50 to $1.70. Now you're seeing $1.80 try to come in there, but you'll see like 78, 75 is probably where people jump in front of that $1.80. So if you see here on the time and sales, you'll see people jump in front of that. Look, they're going to jump in front of one another. So you have $1.42s, 49. We could probably put $1.44 if we get a bounce. $1.44. Let's see if you see $1.44 on here. On level 2 for the options.
Let's talk more about it because the IMF out today with an update to its world economic outlook, projecting global growth will be in line with what it forecasted.
Because that felt like an area where they would, well, $1.34. That's weird. Wow.
Upside risks to inflation have raised the prospect for higher, for even longer rates. Higher for longer.
Okay, they said no $1.44. Let's just go right to $1.30. So they're thinking exactly like I am. Okay, there you go. $1.41, 43. There's your $1.44. All right. That's a nice low volume bounce. Let's see here. Watch this pivot high. Watch 37 flat. We got to be able to try to break that. 136. Damn, they just jumped those. I'm just going to be patient. I'm going to be patient. It's 10 o'clock. I'm already seeing the day get. Look at Tesla, man. Dude, how is this thing selling off like this? It makes no sense. Dude, this thing is so overdone, it's not even funny. Was there any news with... Yeah, I seen the market. Well, really... So the SPY has support down there at 561.50. I might just go ahead and trade the SPY to go get some money in my pocket real quick. 561.50 it looks like.
Oh, so you're not in the camp of September rate cut? You think that's too soon to expect it?
61.50, 561.50, 561.50. Bro, come on. 561.50. 561.50.
EG and BX, Bloomberg reported that Blackstone and CVC bid for Carlisle Standard Arrow, which could
So yeah, Mo, we noted we said that technology was really starting to act weak going into the opening bell, and I mentioned that. I said you're seeing. Here's the thing, you're seeing healthcare and banks, the two biggest sectors out of the three, just beat earnings today. United Healthcare, J.P. Morgan, Bank of America, Goldman Sachs, like these large cap banks, Wells Fargo. So you're seeing this like they're doing well. We haven't really gotten large cap tech, like much of large cap tech. So you're seeing the Qs start to sell off, and that's where we wanted to be. Snowflake names, communication information is, or at least was, weak. So it's why I was like, man, it's hard for the SPY to just sell off today because of what's going on. I mean, it can. Like, look at the volume coming in down there, so. But yeah, that's. I still did not expect this out of like Tesla and NVDA and stuff. They're really taking profits on these. It's a nice little level here. I'm not going to try and fight that trend. I'm also not going to join it either, so. Because I feel like I've missed that move. Come on, man. This thing is a freaking dirtbag. Yes. Yep. Exactly. Exactly. Yes, and it has, man. And I thought we were going to, so last Wednesday, not necessarily last Wednesday, but I thought Wednesday of last week really started to show us that we were going to get a bit of a pullback. And you saw it Thursday and the Friday, but we've had these big swings. So you're seeing like, we're selling it off, but then we're ripping it. We're buying it right back, right? So just try not to get tossed around out there. Well, they were quick with this one. And you know what? Looking at NVIDIA, we did spend 3 days here, so it would seem to be a bit of a bullish thing. But if you're not leaving that area and you're not moving, I will say this. At least I did point out the downside. I said look for the low 120s, 122 to 120 if we do break the 20-day. But they kind of just attacked it, and like that was it. So no, but it's 100%, man. It has. The thing is there's a lot of money to be put to work, and like that is in of itself the bull cycle where it just keeps going and going. You're like, oh, it's got to stop, but it doesn't, and it goes and goes because there's so much money to be put to work. It's late cycle price action, right? Large caps, all piling in on large caps because you got to understand these institutions have a ton of money, and they're not going to put their money in names unless the valuation is there. They'll allocate a little bit of money, but the big money is going into large cap names because they need to be able to get out. They do not want to be in something that they get stuck in and can't get out of it. So late cycle, you see large cap tech. Also are the ones with the biggest balance sheets and cash on hands. Good earnings. So they pile into those names. And then you also have people not putting money to work for a year and a half. All that gets put to work because they thought we were supposed to have this recession in a matter of 6 to 12 months when we know it takes a year and a half at least, to actually, start feeling rate hikes if you do. And then you add on $7 trillion of stimulus. So there's just a ton of liquidity still in the markets, to be honest, because if one of us loses money, someone else takes that money. So it's not like the money is just gone and vanished, unless it's lost both ways, then which could happen, which could eat up capital. But so it is just the definition of that just watch out because this market's going higher, which was, again, I'm referring to like a few months ago, and just understanding that the market gets going, it's just going to keep going and going and going and going, and it's not going to stop, right? And that's exactly what it's done. Right, that's exactly what it's done, man. It's actually been pretty crazy. And if you go back, you'll see these in time. You'll see these on these charts. So, but yeah, I'm in total agreement, man. And look, the RSI and everything's still making new highs, and you know you are seeing it up here, where this whole area is where they're coming in to sell. And you get these sellers where they come in and sell, and then they just step away, right? Then they just randomly show back up. So, and a lot of it right now, you're seeing healthcare, right? Healthcare, United Healthcare had good earnings. You could be seeing today them taking profits and other names to put money in some of the healthcare and banks, right? So, that's all it takes is a reason to leave somewhere to go to another place. Let's go back to DJT. All right, let's see if we can catch this downside here. You just got to watch out, man. Listen, just for anybody, you know, the volume isn't necessarily on our side. I feel like if I take this trade, I'm going to get my ass handed to me. So, part of me wants to stick to... Part of me wants to stick to that low 140, 100 area on DJT. Just don't know if I'm going to get it. And look, see how it's rebounding?
A number of folks have been calling for this, and it has been sort of a delayed shoots, if you will. But I think now we're seeing some tempering of the inflation prints and some normalization rates.
Dude, sorry, my chart. So every time I backspace, it doesn't take it all away. What's Apple doing? Is Apple still holding up or no? Is it pulling back? It is pulling back. Okay. All right. So Apple's 0.5. So Apple's 0.5% down. There's still some meat could be left on the bone for Apple. No, it got to our target, didn't it? 233. Just like that, it's at 233. Shit. I see, guys. I wasn't sure if we were going to see Apple get up to 237, so I was thinking about waiting because of the volume that came in. Unless I confused that volume with yesterday's volume. That's what it was. I fucked up. I messed up. No, it was today's volume. It was today's volume. Let's go look. So Google also selling off. So you see on large cap tech, you're probably seeing yields rise. Let's see if Amazon can... No, Amazon's overdone too. Okay, DJT is bouncing back to 38. So those options are at 147, 150. Again, I'm just being patient here. NVDA. I wonder if this is a spot where I should take NVIDIA back up to the 20-day moving average. This could be a nice move, guys. Like, you know, I don't know. Watch out. Because 126 is also a little shady of an area. Fuck. Damn it. Just questioning whether or not, like, Tesla and stuff, if we bounce today, if I should swing that to the downside now. Yeah, that's why I say I got it down here to the right. I'm watching it bounce, and I'm keeping the options on watch. We're down back now to $1.42 bid, $1.57 ask, $1.49 ask. That's what we want. We want these options cheaper. And that's going to help bring in, you know, some movement to the downside. Shit, I have Amazon up there. Dude, I'm so frustrated that I didn't see this. Normally, I'm able to see these sell-offs. I'm normally able to see these sell-offs when they happen. The thing is, the reason that I'm upset, it's not about the fact that I missed a short. It's like, because I wanted to see us pop and be able to get the pot, like get short on the bounce backs, and it never gave it to us. But it's all good. Alright, so GameStop is pulling back. This is a nice little level here. So look at it. It went right up into 28.75, guys. 28.70. and it's reversed. So VWAP has been acting as resistance. Let's see if that's another entry point. See if it rejects it. Let's see. Volume is trying to increase, but it's still relatively light. Now, a rejection can still mean that VWAP breaks, right? And then it holds it for like 2 minutes and then it fails. Like it goes above VWAP and then just can't hold it and then it breaks back down. Like DJT right now, right? It reclaimed VWAP. Let's see if this, like in the next couple minutes, if it does try to fail. Man, this could be a really nice trade here getting ready to set up. Up here at 38. 37.50, yeah, $38. So let this thing consolidate here, and I'm going to take it up here at $38. I'll probably end up taking that short. So $1.40. It might head down now. Let's see. Let me go here. Okay, yeah. I think I'm gonna take it, guys. I think I might go after this. I think it's time. See if this thing tries to put in a lower high on this bounce. MACD's trying to go positive. Yeah, I am. Well, because the thing is like if something happens and it pops, I don't want to get filled and me be able to get a lower price. So like if just because like $1.40, $1.30, like if this thing pops and then it just jumps right to like $1.12, I don't want to get filled at $1.30 and then have the opportunity at $1.12 or $1.15. Do you see what I'm saying? Because if I put it on a limit order and I have it sitting there, I'm going to get filled if it gets to it. All right, if we get just like a crazy bounce, and it goes past my limit order, I'm fighting for price. Like that's what I'm doing right now. Really, is I'm fighting for price. That's why I haven't put out a limit order. Because I don't want to put myself in a position where I'm paying too much. Because we're still wasting time now, right? We still have that time factor that I would like to see this thing pop. I got to be honest. I would like to see DJT pop, like just bounce a little bit higher, and take it. But I'm not sure if we. So here we go. Let's see. Right here, we're holding. So, damn, it's not going to give it to us. Yeah, like I say, so if I put it at $1.30, $1.40, and then like let's say like shorts kind of give up here because you're seeing like we're spending more time not going down. People might start buying this thing up. Shorts might start covering it, right? Because they're looking for the extension down into the 20-day, $30. But the longer we stay here, they're going to just say, you know what, we're not going down. Let me cover my short and get back in at a higher price. Then you get this, massive pop, and the contracts go from $1.40 to $1.98, and you're like, damn. Now you got to get 50% just to break even. You see what I mean? So, like right now, you're seeing $1.35 on the bid, $1.39, $36. So just being patient. I'm just waiting for my trigger. I'm just trying to let this thing bounce up one more time. It may not be, today may not be the day. This might be just a solid, here we go. That's actually, let's see, watch time and sales. Let's see if they really pack it on here. Let's see. I don't think they might. They actually might here. Let's see. I have it up, so limit. So I still have my limit up. I just haven't put in a price and sent it through. Shit, I was actually going to put in $1.39 myself.
it's probably mid-single-digit percent contributor to the quarter. This is almost as big.
Oh my gosh, I want to try it so bad, guys.
Selling days around Thanksgiving is Black Friday.
All right, so they already undercut it up to $1.41. Like, we should be starting to leave here. You should be just like ripped. We should start to go down a little bit. It's not time. That's all it is, man. It's just not time. It's not time. Like, this is a nice setup, but there's other things that are happening that are not letting this happen. Because you had such a big day yesterday. I think we need to get up here. I think we need to get up to $39, $40.
Spiked on a report from Axios that the company to sell ads for Apple that was TBLA.
Yeah, great chart yesterday out of BlackRock. Rick Reeder just looking at what's happened to average delivery times in this country.
Let's go take a look at... Like, I can't think of anything else. So now we are below Friday's high. Look for pops in the Friday's high. Turn that into resistance. See, we've already tested 245. 245 to 250. Man, this sucks, guys. This really stinks. You know, it is what it is. I had this feeling sometimes we got to be patient. It just felt like this week was a little off because we had such a good week. Like, look, the SPY is struggling to get down to 560, 150. Like, the SPY just stopped moving. So let's go look at Coinbase again real quick. Let's go look at Coinbase. So there's a nice pop and rejection there on Coinbase. Dude. I just feel like something had to set this off for technology. Like, I get, you know, technology selling off, but the fact that we didn't bounce higher and then sell off at like 11 o'clock, like the rest of it, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, bounce early in the morning, like making, you know, a high a day and then sell off the remainder of the day. Like, I just don't understand the sell-off in the morning. I don't know. Like, I feel like something had to happen. And it could have been retail sales. And that other data that came in that I was telling you guys that actually went up. And it's showing inflation going up. So you have healthcare green, Bank of America green. Off of earnings, you're seeing real estate go higher. Let's see. What is this? Energy is flat. Google and Meta flat. You're seeing special industrial machinery. Names like Boeing, GE are up. So a lot of Dow names today. So maybe that's where we want to stick to. Let me see Bitcoin real quick. Didn't I say, too, this morning to see if Bitcoin pulled back into 62, 61? Something like that. Yeah, I think I drew that line there. Yeah, 62.
There's a difference between a great golf setting and a setting.
So, again, it's just a bummer when the market doesn't move. Or it moves like it did and we weren't able to capitalize on it just yet. The day is still young. The day is not over with. Let's go take a look. Let me look through the scanner real quick and see if we see any let's see here. ENPH. Let me do some scouting real quick. So ENPH is hanging out right there. Let's go look at Reddit and Shopify. 112 here. Remove. Let's see. Sorry, just give me 1 second. I'm trying to get to it. Yeah, that's what, yeah, it's 62. So, all right, Reddit, RDDT, CRM. So Reddit still fell, CRM. Okay, CRM is not moving, which is a, remember what I told you guys about that sector? To watch that sector there for downside movements. Okay, DJT. Let's see, DJT. All right, you're going to do it, DJT. Let's go. Let's start to sell this thing off, man. Come on. Let's pull it back. Let's do it. Let's pull it back. Where are these options? They're at $1.50, $1.57. Damn it.
What is your confidence level in the broadening of the market, and what has to happen to see that?
Well, I want to think about it in this following way. Since the start of the year, the big four hyperscaler stocks have increased their CapEx and R&D spending expectations this year, next year.
All right, maybe we'll go for it. I think I might try it.
Analyst estimates 2024.
I think I might go for the DJT short. It's just not moving. Like if I'm honest with you guys, we opened up at 36.43 and the stock is trading at $37. It hasn't moved.
Spending is not expected thus far in the analyst community to follow through, generating additional sales. Now,
Let's go look. You know what? All the volume was over at GameStop. GameStop has a lot of volume. All right, let's see here. I'm gonna go grab some graham crackers real quick. Give you guys this chart so you guys can see everything. And I'll leave up the no. There we go. All right, and the scanner's on. And let me pull up the other. All right, guys, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to grab a little bite to eat real quick. Just going to grab some graham crackers real quick.
I think that's where the questions come, and we're getting more and more questions from portfolio managers, which is kind of where's the beef and where's that going to take place. So I think that's where the debate is in the portfolio manager community right now. The market's been largely led by those companies year to date.
So, David, of the small caps and of the broadening, is there a part that you see as particularly undervalued?
Well, one of the things to think about, Sarah, is the Fed and the expectations the Fed will be cutting interest rates starting in September and probably in December as well.
Tesla's holding up.
Historically has been a benefit for smaller cap companies where
Tesla's bouncing. Let's see if
30% of their borrowings are in the floating rate form, and therefore lower interest rates, lower interest expense, higher earnings estimates would be kind of a consequence of that. So that's one area in particular if you want to think about from the Russell 2000 or a broadening of the market more generally. Another way to think about it is the premium growth that's expected in some of the largest tech companies is likely to narrow going forward, meaning the expectations of revenue growth, of margins, that's likely to be less dramatically above the forecast for the typical stock. And as that narrows, you would likely see maybe more of a compression in valuations. Some of these biggest stocks trade high growth rate expectations, 8 times enterprise value to sales, overall market maybe 3 times. So that gap as well, you're paying a big premium, big growth. To the extent that that's delivered upon, that's great. To the extent that it's not, that would obviously be a risk. So broadening of the market would be a general thought process now through the end of the year. Again, up. The market's already moved 20% this year.
I was going to say a lot riding on those coming rate cuts. Thank you, David. David Costin, we'll leave it there today from Goldman Sachs.
When we come back, B of A's Chairman and CEO Brian Moynihan talking about the quarter with the Russell with a near 2% gain again this morning. Stay with us.
All right, sorry about that. Now I have to worry about chewing and the mic being on. All right, if you guys hear me chew, just let me know and I'll figure out a way to not have that, have you guys hear it. If I back away a little bit. So I was just thinking when I walked out there to get, maybe go after this for next week. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking about maybe trying to go after this for next week. The SPY pulled back up okay. Oh, look at the SPY right there. Look at that level right there. 563. Should have taken Apple. Good job, you know, Mo, great job, man, on that Apple short. That was a really nice trade, if, you know, being in it, because, again, I seen the volume, and I'm like, man, you know, maybe I want to give this room to, like, 137. Maybe it pops to, like, whatever it is, 236.50, 236.25 on Apple. So, there's a nice bear flag here on NVDA. So that low 120's coming in. Look. You guys see bottom left of the screen here. So really nice bear flag on NVIDIA. But I think some of these names are overdone and they'll probably bounce. It pretty much the same price action as you saw yesterday. If you notice, like NVIDIA, it didn't quite get back. It sold off in the morning. It didn't quite get back to the initial, you know, that previous, or the high a day. It didn't get to a high a day. It ended up just getting shy of it. But there was a scalp long off of that. All right, so Apple. See, you're regaining 234. I will say this. If we can get back up there to high a day, I wouldn't mind putting that on. Let's see. What are you going to do, Apple? You going to give us a second run to the downside? Volume's trying to come in there. Nah, it's going to go up a little bit. No problem, Mel. I appreciate you bringing that up too, man, because I kind of forgot about Apple. Fucking DJT is just sitting sideways, like Paul Wall.
Yeah, so if you think about our $25 billion of revenues, nearly $14 billion of it is.
Some of you guys might not know who that was.
That's the difference between the deposits our customers entrust to us, the loans we make, and the investments we make. And if that number, we feel bottom this quarter, you've had a massive change in interest rates that are now.
Yeah, there's like nothing with, like, at least that I'm seeing, that feels like it's like giving you that like momentum where it'll like sell off or rally for a few hours. Feels like they just sold everything off quick, and now everything's kind of just like. Oh, you know what I forgot? Guys, I forgot. Let's see. Let's go see where it's at. Baba. Alright, so Baba bounced, and we said 78.50. Now, Baidu is strong right now. Let's see here. Let's see what happens.
In a commercial office space, our commercial real estate exposure is $60-70 billion, 6% of our loans, but our office space is $16 billion.
They have Brian Moynihan on from Bank of America on CNBC here. I'm going to watch Baba for a second. I'll let you guys know if I get in this.
Percent of our loans, but our office space is $16 billion, is down a couple billion over the last couple, 4 or 5 quarters. Charge-offs, non-performers, criticized assets all fell during the quarter. So we aggressively worked on it. We aggressively pushed, as they usually say, the pig through the snake, re-rating, getting new appraisals, and now we're seeing it come down. We expect second half to be lower charge-offs in commercial real estate office than the first half. So we feel good about our position. It was always well secured. LTVs were strong.
So I want you guys to also notice real quick, I don't mean to cut that off, Baba's only up 0.5%. if this thing really decides to go green, you could have on this daily chart at the bottom right, you could technically have a bit of an island reversal there. You could consider it one. I mean, I wouldn't really consider it one, but it could be considered an island reversal. Gap up, holds, gaps down, even though it's 1 day's worth of price action. If BABA decides to go, we could fill this gap up here at 79.50.
LPA more highs now. Lima Papa Alpha.
So if you guys see what I'm saying, with it being up 0.5%.
LPA spiking again, 25.98. Lima Papa Alpha.
Damn, LPF is still going. LPF is still going.
Checking customers.
I'll let you
We
know
have
what I
47
decide
million
to do
digital
with
enabled
this.
customers. Even our wealth management business, 75–80% of the activity is digital. Half our sales, more than half our sales, our consumer business are digital each quarter now. The interactions are 3.5 billion times last quarter. People interacted with us digitally, and so you're driving that business, which allows you to maintain that expense base. So we're operating expenses on a quarterly basis about where we did in 2015 or 16. If you think about that, there's been, that's almost 8–9 years of inflation and higher cost and more people and growth and a bigger company, and that's all through the implementation of digital capabilities. What artificial intelligence does is takes that to another level, and we've seen that with the Erica capability we have. It's up to 19 million odd users. They're doing 150, 160, 170 million interactions a quarter. Each one of those would have been a text or a phone call or an email and a direct response, and now it can answer the straightforward questions. And it is a straightforward natural language processing engine, which we developed 10 years ago and put into service 5 or 6 years ago, and it's been
LPA. I don't like that. There's two things wrong with this. And let me see here. Orders. No, that was AEON. So LPA, AEON. So okay, so look, AEON. Did anybody take this pre-market with me? You could be taking profits if you took it with me this morning. That's a nice trade. Got in there at 270, 260 area, and it's still going higher. I still think that this trade is still like alive. As long as you're above 250 with high volume, you just don't have as much as you had the day before, and that's not really what you want to see. But LPA, I think you got to watch out, because if you come in with this gap. If you come in with the gap here, now it's halted. Okay, so it's, or at least it was halted when I went to it. I'm used to these being white. Look, I was gonna tell you guys to look for out of the halt a quick pullback to 24, but this thing is in front of the 50-day. The target was $28 as it was, so this thing's pretty much over with. And this high volume break out of the bull flag wasn't an increase in volume, so therefore I'm less likely to trust a pullback, right, to that high a day that we broke out of, right? So I was going to say, look for the out of the halt. If you come out of the halt with the halt up, a halt down, whatever, look for pullbacks into this level. And then the long, but I'm going to scratch that trade. I'm scratching that trade. Even if it does do that, I don't want to be a part of it right now. You're in front of the 50-day moving average on the daily chart. It's just, there's a lot of things at hand here that why I would not trade LPA right now. I would be out of this thing. So, DJT. Still not moving.
My guess is they're going to move that around as they do. They have 4 cuts for next year. So the real question that people have to straighten out is there could be interest rate cuts, but our expectation.
Oh look, Coinbase recovered this level. Nice.
Which do a great job for us, is for a 3.5%
Nice.
endpoint on the Fed funds rate. In other words, it comes at a level and sits there because in a higher growth, a little bit higher inflation economy, the front end rate will be higher. So whether it's 3 or 3.5, that's much different than the last 15 or so years, where it's basically
260.
been next to nothing except for a very short window where it was raised and in fact cut before the pandemic, if you remember. So getting to a more normalized environment in the United States where the 3.5% long Fed funds rate, which is more consistent, 4.5%.
New York Times reporting Representative Schiff warned of wipeout for Democrats if Biden remains in the race.
Evidence good growth, a controlled inflation, and a flexibility to move the rate structure up and down in response. And that's what our team thinks happens between now and 26. And so we'll see it. But I think all of us believe that consumers.
European Commission has signaled to BMW and Volkswagen that it may reconsider terms for their China-made EVs. That from Reuters sources.
Uh-oh. Tesla. All right, there's some news there. See what that does with Tesla. See if it pulls it in. See if it pulls it in. No, it's trying to hold up. I guess they said something about reconsidering.
I think that Chair Powell said that the other day. If we see the same statistics to support that.
Brian, when you think about things that might impact the consumer mindset negatively, is it about employment growth or the availability of jobs? And how does this wave of homeowner equity that's in place right now, I think the other day he put it at $17 trillion, help support the consumer mindset?
Well, what's good for consumers are employed.
So I'm thinking about, no, see, I'm not even thinking about that either. Damn, man, this sucks.
For people my age and older, giving to their kids.
This is a nice setup here, but I just don't think the risk to reward is worth it. I don't think you're going to get paid enough to make it worth taking if you're wrong. Which would be the short right here. I don't think you're going to make enough money to adjust it. Like you might, but just because you do right now and today, if I were to say to go short here, right, or grab puts and look for those puts to take you back down into like 245, you know, if just because it works today doesn't mean it's going to work tomorrow. And if it works today and you're like, oh shit, it worked, blah blah blah, you know what I mean? I think it's just the wrong road to go down. That could, you know, because the whole idea is not just to keep your money, but to grow it and make it. So I think we have to understand what's going on with the markets right now. And unless you're in something that has news or you're seeing that it is moving and has volume and stuff, we have to understand that the markets for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, actually longer than that, but the last 2 weeks in particular have just been crazy. So it's not, you know, it's not abnormal that the markets like slow up a little bit. Okay, we're coming and also coming into these earnings that we're coming into. So we're about to get the next 6 to, you know, we're getting ready to get a look into the next 6 months as far as the companies are concerned.
Yeah, there's a mix of business question, and if the markets business are doing well, if you look at those businesses, they're growing and doing well, and they produce a lot of incremental profit. We're more of a, you know, our earnings are half consumer and
we're more of a, you know, our earnings are half consumer and wealth management, and that drives at things. But the 14% round numbers we're getting now is way above our cost of capital. And we expect that to go up because at the end of the day, our NII as it starts to grow, that'll happen. The second thing is we're carrying a lot of excess capital because with all the rule changes we've been sitting, our capital ratio is 11.9%. The requirement is, even under the new CCAR that just came out, is only 10.7%. So, you know, we've had excess capital that's been stored up. We were starting to buy, you know, return that capital more aggressively to shareholders prior to the pandemic. The pandemic came, we had to slow down. Then we went a couple of years and started returning it again. And guess what? The CCAR results banged around, the new capital rule debate, so everybody held back. We still bought back 3.5 billion shares. So it'll keep toning up as we bring down the equity and the NII
Just
comes
surprised
back
you're
up.
not seeing more volume come in on AMD.
And our job is to return.
I might go
returns for our shareholders.
I might go for a
Those
swing
returns
trade here.
are very strong relative to our cost, you know, our stable earning stream and the capabilities we have, and, you know, our risk premium and all the wonderful stuff the markets talk about. But we feel good where it is now. We know it'll keep going north.
Now, Brian, I want to talk about regulation for a second. There had been a belief after what we had, the mini bank crisis, that perhaps your bond portfolio could create a real problem. This was just a complete canard, utterly wrong. And
All
a
right,
lot
so what
of
is
it, I
that,
think, was from the
174?
Federal Reserve that likes to fight the last war. Do you think under, say, a different regime in the White House, maybe you won't have to shadow box the shorts, so to speak, who are trying to drive your stock down? And Brian, that was plain and simple what was going on.
Well, Jim, you know, I think what allows us to have a big investment portfolio is the fact we have a $1.9 trillion in deposits and $1 trillion of loans, and that amount of money keeps growing, frankly, and so we have to put it to work. And the way to derive the value for the shareholder from those deposits is to invest in short-term securities and long-term securities, and 52% of our securities are short. You know, on regulation and things like that, our industry is making clear our standpoints on what we'd like to see, the changes we'd like to see. Because look, the people that run these companies came out of the financial crisis as leaders that a lot of us took over the helm after that, have had to fix massive amounts of change, have agreed with good regulations that have been passed. And we're saying, wait a second, let's keep the balance, because at the end of the day, what do banks do? They help the economy grow and prosper. They help the United States be successful. And extra capital, 100 basis.
If we can get another pullback down to 174 or so, I may try and go after a 190 put or a 190 call on AMD for 2 weeks out. And the reason I'm looking at 190 is because even if I can get to 185, 187, 186, back up into that range, maybe that would be a little too far out. It could be a really nice hit there. You're talking 20 cents for every dollar. So, let's see, 150, 15.77. So if you get $2-3, you're up, if not more than 50%, depending on the time. So, which doesn't seem like a bad trade, but I have to get it down here. So if you get a move from like 174 and you're just going to move back to 180, you could get 50% on that. If not a little bit more. You know, but again, you got to get that move first.
I have rarely seen, other than when you and I were going around in 2008, 2009, the level of negativity, the level of anger, the level of belief that there's no hope. How do you explain
AMD
the little to no
overdone,
hope, particularly of the younger generation,
already,
with the numbers that you just put on, which shows you that the largest commercial bank in this country is having maybe a golden age, which is really good for America?
I think at the end of the day, I look at what is happening as opposed to what people say is happening. If I look at the consumers in our business, they're spending money on foreign travel. They're spending money
it's already
on
up $2.
You know, experiences.
It was just at $1.50. It's now.
Remember, this is.
I know it, man. Fuck. So again, we were looking at these. Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong one. I thought it moved. I'm sorry.
Bit inconsistent with them saying, you know, I'm having trouble. Now, the reality is they're worried, and that's back to the discussion we had before. Inflation has eaten up more of the wages. The wages have grown to meet it. It's just the timing was different. Wages went up first, inflation. People remember different prices. 3 years ago, I remember on with one of your colleagues, and we were talking about, you know, economist's view of inflation versus a person's view. If the price goes from 100 to 115 in the prior 3 years and then only moves to 116, the economists say, well, it's a one point inflation on 115, less than 1%. The person says, wait, I used to pay 100 for this, now I'm paying 116. So that issue is on people's minds, and you can see it. And that's where you have to be a little careful that as they slow down,
Brian
they're
Moynihan,
not dispirited and slow down and really
correct.
stop. Because at the end of the day, if the U.S. consumer stops spending their money into the U.S. economy is going to have a problem. And that's where I think the challenge over the next 12 months is as hard as the challenge was
If he
to
was
figure out
talking
when
about
to cut
groceries,
down
he
on
needs
the
to bump that
inflation
up another 30,
2.5 years
40%.
ago.
Well, either way, Bank of
Not
America remains a
16%.
very inexpensive stock, even after a terrific quarter. I want to thank you, Brian Moynihan, for coming on. Just walk on the street. It's really good to see you at this hour. Thank you for coming on our show.
Thanks, Jim, and everyone. Good to see you again.
All right.
Meantime, Jim, B of A, second best S&P.
5% gain for a bank. And this is a period where you have to listen to what he said.
Oh, look,
Basically,
Shopify is still going,
we should have a
guys.
huge number of defaults. People should be saying, look, there be people thrown out of work. I mean, congratulations, Jay Powell.
Pretty
Congratulations,
ballsy to
Brian
take
Moynihan.
it, but
It's
again,
really, it's just not fathomable how things
it's
could be
not
so
something
good,
I would
and yet
take.
so many people be so down. Right. Let's be a beacon to not be as down after listening to what he had to say.
How about tonight? You going to tackle some of that?
Yeah, definitely. I have to figure out this disparity between how good things are and how bad people think things are. And he's right about inflation, but it is a kind of a moment where I just can't believe that Jay Powell pulled this off. But we also have we have standards. Bank of America did a terrific job, and these stocks are still valued as if they're just so. People believe this is the last good quarter no matter what. It's not the last good quarter. It may be, as Ted Pick said, the beginning. The beginning.
Like I said, guys, I'm just having
bountiful for M&A and bountiful for IPOs, because maybe there'll be a regime change and M&A
just having
will
a couple
not be stopped the way it is.
couple crackers here. Just give me 1 second.
This question, Jim, of why everyone feels so lousy when the data is so good. And some of the smart answers I've heard, first of all, cumulative impact of inflation. They don't care about rate cuts, but prices
exactly
have
what
gone
Moynihan
up.
was just saying.
The supermarket's a bummer.
Yeah,
The supermarket's a bummer.
35% increases on food in the last since 2019 is a big
Right.
deal. And also just there are a lot of partisan questions or responses. You know, when people get asked how they feel, it's
Right.
how they feel about our government, our president, and that could play into it too.
It is incredible that who's in the White House and the election has never. I mean, I got to go back to Nixon.
Cost is a freight train, guys. This thing is still about to go. Oh, it pulled back. Okay. This is a nice support level at $10. I'd keep an eye on $10. You might have a scalp trade there up to $12.50 on KOSS, KOSS. BABA. All right, so look, there's our rejection. You can already see that rejection on BABA coming in. Let's see, can we get a short on BABA? It might hold up because once again, just like I traded it the other day, are you guys seeing something that's taking place here? You're seeing how when I told you guys I went long BABA on the consolidation, the market was pulling back. And what's the market doing today? Technology and stuff is pulling back, and BABA is still just holding up, doing good. So I'm not saying that there's a complete difference, or there's a divergence there, but I just don't think it's ironic. It's not that it's ironic. I don't know. It's just something to notice, something to take notice of, because this isn't the first time that this has happened. So because what we can do with that is if we start noticing this and it continues, we can use these things as hedges.
Data and live reaction in global markets. Available anytime, anywhere on any device for free. And available on all your favorite streaming services. Futures with Ben Lichtenstein every weekday, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Oh, nice, bro. Let's see. Shit. And again, if the chewing gets to be too much, let me know. I can turn. Oh shit, it is jumping.
A fresh take on the hottest trends in the market. From every click to every tick.
There's no fear of missing out on next-gen investing. 1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
I think we still have to be careful down here at the low of day. I would be careful at low of day. Because I think even if we pull back in the low of day, you could still see this thing bounce right off of that level. I think today might be one of those days where it just consolidates. And maybe just floats right here from 36 to 38. Like, them moving it this slow is just like, it's killing anybody that's trying to get paid. It really is. Oh shit, GameStop's right back above 28, you guys. Another test of VWAP. Let's see, is this going to be the last test? Is GameStop about to give us another shot? Let's go to Wall Street Bets. I'm so pissed, man. It is what it is. It's not that I'm like really mad or upset or pissed. It's just I missed Coinbase yesterday and didn't really get paid on DJT yesterday, and then, you know, market's a little slow today. Why do they have rising political tensions around the world? Alright.
First up, though, in the markets right now, we've got this steady rally. At least you see it show up in the S&P and the Dow today, not as much in the NASDAQ, because information technology and communication services are lagging and are both down in the overall S&P. What's leading today? Financials are having a good day. That's America at 5%.
Tesla better be down when I come back from like... Oh my gosh. I forgot about SMCI.
That's been a very strong group. Materials at 1.2. Healthcare, this is the broadening trend, Carl, with some of the cyclical groups.
You already have a big... Yo, I don't know what it is, man, but Wall Street Bets still just doesn't... It just... I always... Like, every time I go there, it fucking cracks me up.
Mike Mean for equities, both here and abroad. Joining us here at Post 9, JP Morgan's Chair of Global Research, Joyce Chang, is with us. Always a pleasure to have you, Joyce. Welcome. Great to be here. Good to have you. Obviously, this election cycle
This is true.
in so many different ways.
That is true. I mean, you can see the future. Just, you don't see it all the time.
At this point, macro policy,
Extension appeal. What?
and the geopolitics, but there are risks on the horizon for 2025.
That's so weird.
The focus is
I didn't even know you could do that. Did you guys know that?
and questions on whether this is broadening globally.
If I don't know.
ECB, the Bank of New Zealand, could they be doing another cut? Is at the start of an easing cycle.
All right.
I would just caution that we don't
Let's go here. Let's go see what we're going to do here. DJT. I'm going to put that up here. DJT. GameStop is pulling back. Alright, it's 11 o'clock. I'm still almost... Like, I'm almost on these crackers. I just had to get something to eat.
That's running at 3.3%. And I think you still got risk on the horizon. So first of all, there is a shipping costs are higher. There's also what will happen with trade and immigration policy. And that's where investors are focused in 2025. All of the talk about tariffs, does that mean higher inflation? Does it mean stronger?
Look at this video here, guys. Okay, look, DJT getting ready to reclaim 37 again. Like, this thing's just being a dirtbag. It just doesn't want to sell off today. Today's a consolidation day. I mean, you might get some action at lunchtime, but Look at this spot here for NVIDIA. So let's go over to the charts, or like, you know, this one. And we'll go to a daily.
Why are the elections key to the Fed easing? Well, there's really three issues that markets are focused on right now. First, there's trade.
Low. So I want you guys to see this level here where we just cracked it. So I want to see if we can get a short up here at 127.50 to 128 and see if we can get a short on NVIDIA. NVIDIA is down 1.6%, which I think is more than AMD.
EB, Eventbrite, Echo Bravo, TikTok, and new partnership.
Oh, Eventbrite.
Echo Bravo, that's from
TikTok partnership with Eventbrite. So you guys know those people that sell tickets and stuff like that? They're like, oh, hey, come join, buy a ticket. We're going to do a giveaway. That's Eventbrite. Yeah, the scammers that take your data and do all that other shit. That's Eventbrite. They team it up with TikTok. All right, so check this level out right here. Massive level of resistance here. And I'm kind of curious. HUD 8. Okay, hold on 1 second. Damn, see, I just don't know how we sell off, guys. I don't... We have been consolidating, and it makes no fucking sense. It just doesn't make any sense. You know, I was going to say watch 127 to 128 for a rejection short up there. I just don't know if you're going to get it now. I think, like, but I also, like, I want to take the long, but I'm not seeing any volume. Like, I'm not seeing anything to, like, have me fully committed that the long is going to work out. What's the ticker symbol for it? What's the ticker symbol for that? HUT? Okay. Oh, nice. Nice. That is nice. What do they do? Do you know? Like, I'm just curious. It doesn't matter. Their chart's going higher. It's a nice breakout. You know what? We could have actually spotted this. You know how? And we almost did. Because we started talking... Oh, okay. Bitcoin mining. That's right. That's right. Now I remember. I thought I heard of it. I'm like, what? I know this ticker. So this morning, we talked about the dollar. We talked about the dollar this morning. Remember what I said? I'm like, oh no. It looked like it was about to bounce. All right, like looking at this chart, this looks like the dollar is about to find some support. You know, yes, it could break this, but 104, we continue to hold this level. You could see, you could see markets start to revert back to the downside. So I think we're coming in close for a downside move, guys. Especially if we, like, you know, keep your eye on the dollar. Like, if we start seeing this thing really start to extend, that could really help the cause for the markets to pull back. I mean, this thing is still just, it's not making higher highs, but it's making lower highs. So, and it still has yet to put in a lower low. It feels like it's trying to shift back down to the downside, but again, it's a weird time. Like, I feel like we're at the pinnacle of, like, you know, what they're going to do with this stuff. Whether it's earnings that move us, whether it's the Fed cutting rates, whatever it is. Because it's not random. It's not random. I mean, here's the thing. Remember, when you buy options, you have to time the market and get the market direction right. So the timing part isn't there just yet. Like if we were to take something now, we're just gonna have premium get eaten at us. And I would just be patient. This is what I'm saying. Is that last Wednesday you had this exhaustion just. Remember Wednesday last week how the market just ripped higher and just all day long they just gave it out, pretty much puked it up. It was just like this. And I told people, and I didn't go live here. I told people, I said, this could be it. This could be what we needed to get a bit of downside. Where you see this exhaustion move to the upside, you come in with that gap up, and then it sells it off. And what happened? Literally that. Well, you got that move pre-market, pulled back, then it just took it right back. Right? Boom, boom. That is your exhaustion move to the upside. And then you come in Friday, and it rips right back to the highs again. It's like, oh my, so it's like it feels like it's coming. And the volatility just got really crazy there, and it feels like the volatility is kind of... Look at the SPY. What's the SPY doing? Dude, look at the SPY right now. Bro, what just happened? Did anybody hear the news? Something just happened. Like, so I don't know what... I feel like now you're starting to like get like this like squeeze, move higher. It can't go higher anymore, and it just rips and rips and rips because people are fighting the trend and not understanding that, there's a lot of money that still needs to find a home. And especially even more money will find a home when yields aren't paying as much, So there's going to be less money in the bond market. There'll always be more and more. So here's the thing. For anybody that thinks like, oh, there's a lot of money in money markets and stuff like that, you'll hear people say that from time to time. What I want you to do is to pull up a chart of money market accounts and tell me, like, you'll see what I'm saying. There's always more and more and more money in money market accounts. Like, just like the stock market goes to new highs, money in money market accounts continues to just rise, rise, and rise, and rise. And it has. So to say there's record amounts of money in the money market funds that could come out and go into the market, there's always been records amounts of money in the money market. People have savings accounts, guys, right? That is technically part of the money market fund. So
there's a cycle of irreconcilable differences. There's a order-disorder cycle.
All right.
And we're at
What a move.
cycle where a lot of people feel that they're not delivering for me, and so it's a win at all cost type of situation. I think people now understand what's really going on.
All right, so the Qs. See if the Qs can hold here. This looks like a good area. Let's see, Monday. Nice rally Monday. Takes it all the way back. 494.
Becomes a question mark. Of course, all these developments are making that more apparent, and maybe that will minimize the chances of it.
I was going to say, because your view, I think, in your...
I wish I could play this for you, but they have Ray Dalio on CNBC. Let me see real quick. Let me see.
What you said. In other words, if you have a Democratic sweep, I think that the risk is reduced. However, we still have these irreconcilable differences.
I'd watch out for that previous high there. I think you got to watch out for 65,000.
What types of lives are we going to live? It was mentioned, for example, children and sexuality.
Kind of think you just...
These types of issues are big issues, and how
Yeah, I think you can get a move back up there to like 65,000, but I think something's going to happen in order to get this thing really climbing.
Scenario, I think, that is more likely to imagine what that situation would be like, which means it'll be more like securing power in a way.
Give me 1 second.
Both. Charles, before we get to some of your picks,
I just got to use the restroom real
today,
quick.
you know, had a conversation with Jay Hadfield, who was talking about the rally being sort of based on yields coming down. Yesterday, there was a lot of talk about election season and some clarity, and maybe that helping the market along. What say you?
Yeah, 100% about yields and 100% about, rate cuts as well. Right now, SEP is being priced nearly at 100% for the first cut. There's some demand, very little for July. I think the Fed is pinned where they have to make this move, and there's a possibility that, if they start in SEP, that we still have the idea of potentially 3, more likely 2. But, the market is certainly embracing that idea. They're certainly embracing the idea of longer term yields starting to come down. We've seen the auctions be a little bit more favorable as well. And that's really been that guidance over the last month. And this market has been really, really strong, led by the NASDAQ initially, now being led by the Dow and the Russell. The Russell has been on a vertical ascension over these last 3 days. And I mean, we're just seeing, the broad jump. And when we see the markets broadly jumping like this is just a runaway train to the upside. I don't see it slowing down anytime soon.
So definitely more positive than negative here. Yesterday, we saw the Trump trade here on DJT jumping. It was up about 30%. It's pulling back today to the tune of about 8%, 9%. But it has been a winner. This month of July, it's up 18%. So certainly, I think volatility is a good way to describe the same. Tell me a little bit about how you're thinking about trading this.
Yeah, usually when you see stocks make these overnight jumps, at one point it was up over 70% in pre-market trading yesterday. You got to just anticipate the risk-off move. And for me, this is going to be a great buy entry, pulling back towards a very critical technical level, the 200-day moving average. That's where it was stuck underneath until it exploded above. Obviously, the events over the weekend was a major catalyst for this. And for me, there's going to be a lot of eyes on that level. So if I see buyers coming in at around 32, 33, it just seems like a no-brainer, in my opinion, to take a shot here for a rise back up to 40, 45. When we talk about volatility, we talk about big movement. And with the stock that's cheaply priced, currently at around $36, that's just icing on the cake instead of having to allocate a ton of cash for great rewards. This is, for me, just a buy low, sell high opportunity, lower risk, higher reward. It's certainly not based on political affiliations or anything like this. I'm an opportunist. And again, if I see buyers jumping in at that 33 price, I'm going to be joining them. If it leaks below $30, I'll probably let it go. But I think that there's great upside potential in this name.
So more upside potential, but if it tanks, you're out. Let's take a look at what Ben thinks about the chart. Ben?
Yeah, guys, good morning. A little bit of short-term weakness here, Nicole. After that spike up, we saw a bigger picture still kind of struggling to make its way through the middle of a very wide range that we've been in. Let's break it down. We'll look at a couple different time frames here, and I'll show you where my eye was drawn to in terms of, well, the downtrend, first and foremost, of the 5-minute candle chart in these areas of consolidation where the market pauses. You can see it's a pretty good example of these two phases of price development. You go from the horizontal into a vertical phase, and then you transition. It's straight up wash, rinse, repeat. I mean, sometimes more easily identifiable than others. In this instance, though, it's a pretty textbook example. A 5-minute candle chart, sell side activity coming into play from that 54 level, basically unable to sustain that upper level, and the stops that this train has made along the way down on that path lower. Now, speaking of path lower, kind of similar pattern here, right? When you look at the big move that we saw off those highs end of March, beginning of April, up around 79, 80 bucks, high conviction, sideways consolidation, upper extreme, pretty well defined up around 60. You got a lower extreme around that 22, 23, 24 area. We'll call it 40, kind of give or take, is where the middle of this range is right now. But basically random price activity over the last few months. Yeah, we tested, we failed to break out here a couple times, but you can see that most of this has occurred around the $40 level. And let's take one more step back, because I mentioned we're in a bit of a wide range. It wasn't just since the spring of this year. You could see this stock going all the way back to the beginning of the year. Basically, again, 79, your upper extreme, lower extreme around 20, and again, struggling right now to get through the middle of this range. That's kind of what I'm looking at here. So we just saw that sell side reject that middle of the range. That's a significant area. Take one more step back. I want to show you where we are with the 50, the 200-day moving average. And here you can see we're below the shorter dated, above the longer dated. RSI not really providing a lean one way or the other, but this chart speaks to that range, that contained aspect associated price. And again, that recent failure at a key level here right now, in the middle of the range, which coincides with the 50 here, Nicole.
Because I see what he's looking at. Here's the thing. I would back that up. I think he's wrong. I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to say... Like, this is just what I think. Listen, I don't even know what the balance sheet is yet. Or, like, what... You know what I'm saying? There is a balance sheet there. It's not much. But here's the thing. He says, like, low 30s, this, that, and the third. The only way that I would have bought this long was a pullback and hold of either that 50-day and this pivot high here. We did hold it yesterday, but we got below it. Why did we get below it? Because I feel like the 50-day is a little bit more important. All right, the 50-day I feel like is more important. Like, you didn't even... You have the 50 and 100-day here. All right, you have them both right there. Right there. And you didn't even try to bounce off it. Like, there was just no buyers in sight. Not a single just like little pop off of that level. We just sliced it yesterday. Sliced it like it wasn't even there. So that's why I disagree with him. And then you could say, well, we held this, yeah, but we gapped down too. So now we're underneath this pivot low. But what that guy is saying is pretty much pullbacks down here in the 20-day, the 20-day moving average, to look for a reversal back to the upside, which I could see that. I could see that. That could be very well, that could be a really nice move, but we're far from that right now. We're still a little far away from that. So just like when we bounced up here, like even down here, you couldn't bounce. You couldn't make no type of progress. So no, yeah, it's so easy to mix your words up. I do it all the time on here. No, it is funny, because I do the same thing on the stream. Like, seriously, like I'll say like you have a bear flag when really it's a bull flag. You know what I mean? Because you're just going and you know. I've done it so many times on here where I've said the wrong thing or didn't explain myself clear enough. You know, because I don't watch the streams back. Sometimes, you know, there are times where I have, and there's times where I will watch it back. Because when you, like, if I were to look on my phone or on a, like, if I just watch the stream right through YouTube, because my monitors are so big, sometimes I see something that I don't see when I'm looking at my monitor. I know that may sound weird, but if I watch, like, the stream, right, and I have the charts up, I may spot a pattern that I didn't spot looking at my monitors, you know what I mean? And seeing it through my phone, I could, you know what I mean? Because it's smaller, whatever the reason is. Sometimes patterns present themselves a little bit easier to look at, you know? So DJT is still, like, we're not getting any type of continuation. I would like to see it happen here, but I doubt it's going to. It could. Let's see. Look, you got a few thousand orders to the sell side. So we're still at $1.40. You see here, if I would have got short, I'm still getting a lower price. And look, the ask is 144. What I tell you guys? $1.44. $1.44. I felt like it's where everybody was going to be at on the options chain there.
It's an effective diversifier. If you were neutral, you'd probably have more than 10% of your portfolio. I have it as an overlay. In other words, if you own futures or something on top of the portfolio, you don't have to take money away from the other assets in order to own it. It's an interesting
Let's see.
My main point is the value of money. What is the reciprocal of the value of money or the alternative in debt?
Dude, we're not getting no type of extension. Like, you might get a quick move right now back down to 35, 36, but that might be about it. Let's go look at some charts up here. Let's go look at let's go back to Apple. Let's go run through some charts. Look at Apple. That might be our second. That might be another opportunity here that it's given us for a short. But again, the fucking SPY is still... The SPY is still going hard, like crazy to the upside. Tuesday. I have some stuff I gotta work on, so I'm gonna stay here till like lunchtime, and we'll go through some charts here for a little bit, and I got a couple of things I want to do. All right, so Apple, Tesla. Let's pull this up. So we have 15-minute chart here. Let's do a rundown here. All right, Apple. Still, I just feel like the markets are in a position where they're consolidating because we're getting ready to come into some earnings. Let me take this off. Sorry, guys. Just give me 1 second. You know, see if we can find something that sets us up to the end of the day, or a trade that could take us into tomorrow. I just want to look at the economic calendar. Come on, refresh. Okay. All right. Okay, so tomorrow is Wednesday. So we have a 42-day bill auction. Oh wow! So we have an auction that's getting ready to happen here in the next couple minutes. Wonder if this has an effect at all. I don't think it will. You have a Fed member at 245. Okay, tomorrow. So you guys can see here, British inflation rate tomorrow, Europe inflation rate, CPI and stuff, 30-year bond auction for Germany, retail sales, Zimbabwe, whatever the hell that's at, 30-year mortgage. So we have building permits tomorrow. We have Netflix earnings Thursday. Oh shit, we have industrial production tomorrow? Damn, that should actually be a little bit... That should be in the red. Fed Waller, crude, 17-week. Oh, we have a 20-year bond auction tomorrow, so keep that in mind. 20-year bond auction tomorrow. Fed beige book tomorrow. Oh shit! Thursday, ECB interest rate decision. Still not much, in my opinion, that would... Let's see. That would signal like a big move. Fed balance sheet. Foreign bond investment for Logan. 10-year tips. I thought I was on Thursday. So where's initial jobless claims? Okay. Friday. Damn, we have nothing Friday. That's crazy. I can't remember the last time we didn't have some like Michigan consumer sentiment or like something on a Friday. You don't even have Well, you do. You do have bigger user account. See next week. Red Book, existing home sales. So we're getting. We have 2-year note auction. So we're getting ready to like this week and next week. We don't really have any data, you guys. Like really nothing. Nothing as far as inflation data. So you don't have anything until next Thursday, I think that was. GDP. So we have GDP next week and durable goods next Thursday. Wow. Damn, that's a bummer. It's all good though. We have earnings. There's still plenty of opportunity. I got to do a better job of being prepared. Yesterday afternoon, I ended up going out to had to go, run out to a few stores and stuff like that. And I ended up coming back to do some work. And as soon as I start bringing up my charts and stuff like that, freaking 10 minutes later, I started falling asleep because I didn't have much sleep yesterday, as you guys remember. I got up a little bit later than I wanted to, but I also went to bed later than I wanted to too. I think I only had a couple hours of sleep yesterday. So, but anyway, all right, let's keep it moving. So, let's go through. Let's do a rundown here. We'll go through GameStop, DJT, and we will get everything covered so we can be prepared for, a move this afternoon or going into tomorrow. All right, so SMCI is a nice consolidation here. SMCI is still holding the 20-day moving average. Like, if SMCI cannot get off of this level, I don't know. There's no, like, this is a nice setup, but it feels like a pump fake. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Like, there's a I don't know the word for it, so it's hard for me to say it. So, like, you guys can see here, like, this is a really nice consolidation. You're making higher lows, and like it feels like right here with the 50-day, the 20-day, like you should start to extend higher. You know what I'm saying? In the coming days, like start to break out and get up to 1100. Just doesn't. It feels like it's not going to be able to. It's going to do all that work for nothing. SMCI. Yep, it broke yesterday's low. How funny is that? Alright, so let's go to AMD. I just want to knock out some of these semiconductors first. Here goes AMD.
Any examples or industries that you think of as best users of Gen AI?
Well, I think the ones that I mentioned, I'm particularly excited about it. I mean, I'm focusing on the investment. That's the thing I think.
What about banks?
I don't know that I know enough about the applications to the banks, but I do think that there'll be a revolution.
I just want to see if it's going to. Just want to see if it's going to extend.
Obviously, you've used AI at Bridgewater for a long time, machine learning, right, algorithms, that sort of thing.
I was wondering what happened there. It looked like everything just slowed up. Oh, that's why. I still have those options. Oh, I meant to get rid of those. Oh, look, Drake. It's Drake. It's Drake's little pet. Look at this shit. Come on, bro. Look. Yo, that's so crazy. He has like this like smushed face. It's like flat. Looks like a tree. Look at his little like shoes. Oh shit. Sorry, got off track there. He's got little shoes. He's got put little shoes on it. Alright, so AMD. This is outrageous. This is outrageous that the market's just going to pull back like this.
So I think we're entering this period where the smart guy all in their head wrestling around is obsolete, and that AI platform is going to be the key, because that platform will take the data.
15 minute. I got to be honest, guys. I think I seriously think the best decision to make is to get like a to try to flip this thing long. I know it may sound stupid, but I might look for some time here and try to trade this thing long, like AMD here, even though the volume is not with it. The volume is not adding up.
Tremendously powerful two-edged sword, right? AI is going to be a fantastic weapon, right? The winner of the AI race is going to be not only an economic winner, it's going to be the geopolitical winner. They'll win the wars. So yes, it's both.
That brings us into the geopolitical conversation, which is another
IMUX.
big theme for you historically.
Hyper
That
with
is
a
the
note
changing
says buy.
world order geopolitically.
IMUX
Where do you
with a
think we are headed right
$28
now?
price target, and it's in here by putting it on X-ray.
It's not just like a political interesting subject. It changes the supply demand of almost everything. It changes the risks of the chips.
Oh shit, I do have the 100-day up here. I couldn't see it because of the thing.
There's an economic turbulence, and then there's the great power conflict, right? And we see that.
Alright, so we have the 100-day down here.
Fuck. Is that NATO, and how is that going to work? The U.S. certainly on one side, China, Russia, and so on the other side. And how is that played out?
If you guys have tickers or anything you guys want to cover, you guys can throw them in the chat. Hit the like button, subscribe. We get to 1,000 subscribers. I'm doing a giveaway. Not, you know, if we get there, but when in time we get there, I'm going to be doing a really cool giveaway to, you know, also give back to you guys. Just getting kind of bored here with this market. It just feels like I would like to look for a long, but we're not trying to go higher at all whatsoever. So like, you know, again, the market can change at any time. Just 12:15 could come and the market just randomly tries to go higher. You know, and if I did get long AMD, what I'm looking for is time. You know, maybe you go this week, but I would look for the next week options and just look to get back near high a day. Look to get back up there at like 180. That could be a nice little $5 move, retest high a day, solidify, you know, that level up there is now being resistance if you can get up there. You didn't even really test it this morning. They thought they did, but they didn't. So if you look, you can see you came down, you tried to bounce into it up there, and then it just gave it up. So that's AMD. Let's look at the volume coming in. Look at the volume coming in, guys. As a matter of fact, look at that volume that just came in there on the 1 minute. Let's try it. Let's try it out here. Let's do it. Let's go for it. Give me a weekly. Give me a motherfucking weekly. 176 they want for that AMD. Oh my gosh, I'm trying. It's taking me too long. Time is money. Time is money. Okay, I can calm down now because it's selling right back off. Let's see. 182.50. 180 is a little bit of ways away.
Crypto investing begins with Grayscale.
173, 172.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer
I can't see the chat. Just give me 1 second.
term policy for an immediate cash call Coventry Direct to learn more.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just we just need, like, the thing is like, you know, this is what loses people money, is trading just for the sake of trading and putting a trade on just to trade. You know what I mean? It kills so many people. Instead of saying, all right, it's time to just like back off, relax for a little bit. The market, understanding the market's like, you know, we've made these wild moves the past few weeks. We still have DJT. We still have 3 more days this week. If DJT, you know, who's to say, you know, like tomorrow DJT could have like some really nice volume. Maybe we come in with a gap up tomorrow and we look to get short. So, yeah. So AMD, let's see, 180 trade options. Buy open. Spreads are nice and tight, kinda.
For every single meal of their life. It's amazing to me how many people write in about their dogs changing for the better. The farmer's dog is just our way to help people take care of them.
In today's volatile markets, you must learn to trade options. Hi, I'm John Nigerian, and this is my brother Pete. Our new book, It's Not an Option, can teach you to become a successful options trader. And we'll send you a copy for free. Look at the return on...
Does anybody remember what I said those options were? When I called these out, were they 170? Did I say 168, 170? I can't remember.
Both sides will be willing to have a real conversation. There are new restrictions on border entry.
We're helping people get off the sedation.
Humanity owes the child the best it has to give.
Enough with the calorie counting, carb cutting, diet fatigue, and stress. Just taking one Golo release capsule with 3 balanced meals a day has been clinically proven to repair metabolism, optimize insulin levels, and balance the hormones that make weight loss easy. Release works with...
Damn, it's already... See, I'm just sitting here watching these options here, 180 now. I was kind of looking back at this price action here. Yeah, this could be the bottom end of the range, and then we look for a move back to the top end of the range. You know, I think it's a good play. Fuck, man. I think we just had it at 170, and we could be up 10 cents already.
There's no book with all the answers when it comes to raising children, but any book can give them a head start. Studies show that reading to your kids 10 minutes a day can improve their memory and concentration. Pick a book, any book, and read. The more you know.
Nah, see, I am. It's just at what price am I feeling it at? If I'm going to be buying it out of the money. This is a nice little double bottom here. And I think if, you know, because here's the thing is we can always look for a scalp move back to VWAP. Like you can even just target this move here, you know, and you get 40 cents on $1. 40 cents on $2 is 20%. If you think about it like that. Like just to keep it easy, like how much am I going to make? How much am I going to lose? Well, you have to use the delta, and you know that 20 cents on $1, like if we can go from 180 to, you know, 90 to 10. Yeah, 20% is 40 cents. So that's why I was like wanting to get the 170. I just felt like, I don't know, it kind of opened it up for us, but I don't know. I'm getting a little tired and might be forcing it here because you can see like we're not really getting any like extensions. You know what I'm saying? Like a move like it wants to go in our favor. Like the momentum is clearly to the downside, and I'm not going to fight it. And look, you see that previous low? It just bounced to it and rejected that previous low. So it might want to stay. They might try and keep this thing underneath 177. So yeah, we'll move on. We'll move on here. Just keep it on watch. Something's telling me that this trade might work out in the next couple days. Oh, shit. All right. Let's go look at Tesla. And what is, I guess that's going to be a lunchtime run up. Oh, Tesla already got a nice tail going on here. So you can see Tesla pulled back to the gap on this daily chart here. You can see it pulled right into Friday's close. Dude, it's already back up above that level. Hold on 1 second. Bro. Should have just taken all this shit. It's just every time I do it and try to fight volume and it just never ends well. Alright, so look at this daily chart here. And you're already reclaiming a lot of these levels. Like, look, you're already back above yesterday's close, Friday's close, and you're looking to make a test back up here at 260, 261 is what it feels like.
It's trusted. It's a great value. And when it comes to running your business, it's the best choice you can make. Get started for free at gusto.com.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable and inconvenient, but with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on uninterrupted because you'll have power when you need it the most.
The number one thing to prepare for is extended power outages. Don't make it so hard on yourself. Have a Generac home standby generator.
All right, let's go for a high a day. Let's go see if we can get a high a day test. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna go for it. I need a little pullback. A little pullback. What is that? 260 up here. 260. 258. 260, 258. So this is about where I want to target right here, guys. I'm going to target this pre-market high level right there between today and tomorrow. But I would like to get a little bit of a pullback. Dude, my charts are so screwed up. Like, everything is just so slow today. Like, it just lags so bad. So you can see here, you broke above it, you consolidated, you pulled back, had a failed break at that level, you recaptured it. Let's get this thing going. Let's start taking VWAP back up through 252 and try to extend to highs.
Asset management, it is great to see you again, Lindsay. Thanks for the time today. We had a discussion maybe a month or two ago about extending duration.
Yeah, well that's Tesla was a nice setup. You know, this was, I think I remember you saying that, and like, you know, yesterday we were talking about getting short up at that 265 level. If we ended up breaking through 260, get short and look for that move back down to the 20-day moving average. Wherever it's at. Oh no, it's Tesla, the 200-day moving average. I'm mixing that up with something else. Friday's high. Yeah, shorting at 265, and you know, grabbing puts or getting short, looking for that move to Friday's high. And now we've recaptured it, so it's a nice job. Oh man, it's just, it still feels like nothing has like that energy, right? Like it just doesn't feel like it has any energy to the upside. Let's go. You know what I didn't do? I did it this morning, but I didn't do it now. Is that I didn't look at the overall markets to see where the real strength was. So IWM is still making new highs. Let's look at the Dow real quick. DIA. The Dow making new highs. Look at the SPY. SPY hasn't made a new high. It's just hanging out. It is up though. It is green. The Qs are down.
I don't know, Lindsay. Just had a long conversation with Ray Dalio, warning about a potential debt crisis.
Let's see. Snowflake holding up. 20-day moving average. Just trying to look around real quick. CrowdStrike. Trying to look for those IWM/QQQ names that could benefit from the IWM going up higher, and if we could get like a bounce off of the Qs. PLTR. Palantir's bouncing.
Be unloved. So we would disagree and think that there is absolutely a place for bonds in your portfolio.
I might need to go grab a Red Bull real quick out of the fridge. Yeah, that orange line there. Yeah. Yep. That and we were eyeing that up too this morning. Was it just sucks, man. Like you see how this thing's fading off. You see how the candles get really small. Like look how small that is. You pretty much just sat here at 252.90 and didn't move. Oh, now it wants to. Okay, well, there it goes. All right. All righty. Let's see here. What can we get out of this thing?
Not too long ago. Good proof of performance today as we see what bonds have been doing. Lindsay, thanks as always. Good to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Lindsay Rosser. When we come back, JD Vance has been a vocal critic of big tech despite previously working as a venture capitalist. We'll break down of his policies and goals to break up things like Google when Money Movers continues.
That was another chart that I wanted to look at was Google, and I haven't done it, like Google and Amazon. Alright, I might just go ahead and do this. Let's see here. Where are we at?
You are not rock stars.
260.
Okay, most of you are not rock stars.
Be careful that 254.85, 255 might be all you get out of this thing. Be careful. Okay, be careful if you trade this. Bro, they're still so expensive. That's insane.
You can preview it in over 100 frames, and in a couple of days,
there's no way.
In a beautiful handmade frame. So if you've got a special photo on your phone, install the free keepsake.
Like I can't pay. There's no way I can pay $4 for a 260 call. Dude, the stock's at 554. It's got to go freaking like. You're talking about going $5 plus another $4, which is $9, and the stock's got to move $9 for a break-even price. Like that is insane. That's crazy. Better off buying the stock out by itself.
Want the effects of Viagra, but faster? Meet Rose Sparks. They contain sildenafil and
Adidas saying Q2 currency neutral revenue increase.
Oh, I'm sure they are. And if they're buying the weekly 260 calls and paying $4 for it, yo, they don't even understand. Like, do you understand that? Like, do you understand if I'm paying $4 for a move that is $5 away, that is a total of $9 for just to be breaking, and I'll be down. I'll lose. That's losing $400. a contract if it doesn't get there. You know what I'm saying? Yes, regarding the prices. Oh, yeah. Yes, they are. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. I don't know if they are or not, but I'm sure that they are. And listen, again, the pricing is well deserving because it has been moving intraday like 240 to 270. So it has been moving like a lot, but still. You can see that that is calming down a little bit, and I just look, Tesla's gonna fucking break. Tesla is gonna break too.
Sponsored by Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
I'm gonna pull up Nike in 1 second. I'm just getting a little slow here. It's lunchtime. Alright, SoFi looking fine. Get back up. Warner's AVGO really knows how to sign NVDA. Coin breaking out. I knew it. Is Bitcoin going? Let's see here. Looks like we might start to get... It feels like we're getting a change here. Yep. I was looking at the 260 calls, too. Shit. Or, yeah, 260. Alright, I'm going to go grab... let me go grab a Red Bull real quick, and we'll cover like Amazon, Google. We'll cover the overall markets. Keep your eye on, like, look, now the SPY is starting to give it up. If the SPY continues to reject here at 554, I would say that it's safe to say that the SPY is going to start pulling itself back. All right, you could see the SPY back down to 561. 561.50. All right, 561.50.
One insider at a well-known startup incubator here tells me that Vance is the silver lining for little tech if Biden loses the election. Another at a mega cap brushed off that selection, telling me that Trump has said worse and Biden is actually trying to break up big tech. Now, whether Vance keeps that anti-big tech stance in a Trump administration...
Just looking here, let's see. So you got some prior support and resistance up here. So slow, man. This market is a snooze fest, man. It's fucking trying to put me to sleep. Yeah, 263.50. All right, 263.50. So right up here, 263.50. Oh shit. Yo, this thing still might have some room to the downside. Uh-oh. Sorry, just give me 1 second. Alright, I might grab some puts here. If we could just get a little bit, like one more little bounce off of 563 flat. Like, see if you can get like have this hold or have VWAP hold. Bounce up to there, and then I'll end up taking it. And I'll see if we can't get something like this towards the end of the day. Yep, 561.
Won't do much to broaden the MAGA coalition. Vance opposes free market policies that Mr. Trump will need for economic renewal. Kind of to your point, it's going to be a delicate balance.
Yeah, and in the meantime, I mean, we talked about this before when I was covering the David Sachs fundraiser here in San Francisco. Years ago, it was almost unthinkable that you would have so many of these names so publicly throwing their support behind the former president.
Yep, there we go. You got a nice little tail in there.
Sort of as Andreessen Horowitz, two massive figures here, Ben Horowitz and Mark Andreessen, that are planning to donate to Trump's reelection. There could be more to come, and it's still, you know, months away. So we could be seeing even more support turn in Silicon Valley.
Oh, shit.
Happen already.
It will be interesting. Thank you, Deirdre. Deirdre Bosa. Tomorrow we're going to talk.
So just like the SPY, like a lot of these other names, we opened up at 562.86, and right now we're trading at 563. So we have moved 20 cents this whole day.
I just want to mention, Carl, one mover to hit on because it's a big one and in a good direction, which is math.
Yes, that is a good idea there. That's why I was thinking about Mara and some of those other names that are with the IWM. This is a nice move, man. Let's go look at the daily chart. You have room to go higher too. You have this gap fill here though. See the gap fill right here to the left? You have a gap fill. You're coming right into this gap fill. That's why I didn't fool with HUT. Because you have a gap right there at the top end of that box. There's your gap. Right there. And you're like 25.74. This is, you got a couple cents left on it, but I'd have to wait to see that break and hold and then think about the long, because I don't want to get long going right into a gap. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you very much, Carl. Thank you very much, Sarah. Welcome to the halftime report. I'm Dominic Chu.
And that could be why it's lagging. Could be why it's lagging, like Coinbase, Mara, and stuff like that. Wait, was that Mara or HUT? Hold on.
Overall, right now, we are currently seeing the Dow Industrials up north of 1% by about 1.5% at this point. 40,732 the last trade there. The S&P 500 up about 1/3 of 1% to 5650, and the Nasdaq Composite, the laggard of the day so far, marginally.
Just give me 1 second. I just had to log back in because I was logged out. Because I wasn't doing anything, it logged me back out of my account. All right. Okay, so there's HUT. I'm sorry. Yeah, I had that mixed up. Again, listen. This market's putting me to sleep, man. It really is. So, wow, this is a nice stock here, man. This is. And like stuff like this is showing you guys a healthy market. Small caps catching up with large caps, like leaders leading, laggards lagging. You know, and I seen you mention this earlier too. You know, so these are signs of bull markets. DJT, let's go take a look back there. So DJT ain't doing nothing, man. Tesla back up to 254. Did NVDA catch up back up to yesterday's low or high? It's working its way there also. AMD. Alright, I gotta get up and do some push-ups or something. Alright, let's see here. Okay.
There can be a pause along the way.
The chop is there, Amy, with regard to the economic data, because the case for those rate cuts happening as soon as September, for the 3 or 4 months into this particular summer, was that we started to see cracks in the economy. Certain labor metrics, certain inflation indicators showing signs of a slow.
Let's go look at the heat map real quick. Guys, give me 1 second. I'm gonna go grab a Red Bull out of the fridge. It's 12 o'clock. Okay, cool. Here we go. Let's see. Let me throw this up, and we'll go through a couple charts. We'll go look at the broad markets, and I'll give you guys a plan on a few stocks.
For eco data at all either.
Right. No, it's not. But I think Powell was very clear yesterday that he's not going to wait for the economy to crack to lower interest rates. He thinks monetary policy is restrictive. I think it's restrictive. Growth is slowing. The labor market is showing some cracks. It's hard to argue with that. You just got the tick up in unemployment rate. Hiring is at least more normal. And so I do think it makes sense to bring policy back into a less restrictive rate. That doesn't mean he has to go super easy or anything like that, but I do think this economy warrants a rate cut from here. I do think we'll get it in September. I mean, that's what the market's telling you, and I think that's the right thing, and I think that's good for the backdrop. If he waits till we really see cracks, it's going to be way too late. As he said, monetary policy works with long and variable lags, so you have to be in front of it.
So long and variable, Jason, is probably the key that has been hammered home by economists about whether or not we could see any kind of movement with regard to rates. As things stand right now, though, the market just keeps making record high upon record high upon record high. It begs the question, is the market, are traders already saying, you know what, the rate cuts are coming in September, and should we already be pricing in that kind of a move?
Yeah, so I mean, Dom, you've heard it. Obviously, the market is pricing in a 100% shot that will lower rates in September. As Amy just described, unemployment has been increasing. You know, we're at 4% rate. Obviously, ISM PMIs have been slowing some. There's been some disinflationary news. Obviously, we're at a 3-month trend now at this stage. You know, so and we also see interest rates obviously coming down. The market's doing a lot of the work.
Like I said, give me 1 second.
2 years down 4%
I'm
in
gonna
the
go
last
grab
month.
some.
The 10 years down around 2% in the last
go
month.
grab a Red Bull and a
this
water.
is stimulative to the economy, and as to Jimmy's point, we're seeing some movement. Obviously, in the cyclicals,
Damn, you got some volume,
the
too.
Russell 2000 was up 6% last week. The S&P was only up 0.9%. So this is beneficial. I think it's encouraging to see some broadening out in the economy. But let's see how earnings play out. Let's see where interest rates go to see if that broadening continues.
So, Rob, speaking of that broadening out, I'm looking at the list right now of intraday record highs so far in the S&P 500. I can't go through all of them because we don't have the time, but here's the appetizer, the charcuterie plate, if you will, of it. We're talking names like News Corp, Booking Holdings, Hilton Worldwide, Royal Caribbean, NVR on the home building side, Berkshire Hathaway, Goldman Sachs, KKR, Progressive Insurance, Carrier Global, Emerson Electric, Fair Isaac, Waste Management, Motorola. I didn't mention Apple or NVIDIA or Microsoft or Tesla or any of the other Mag 7 stocks. This is, in your mind, what? Indicative of what in the marketplace?
It's indicative of the market predicting a higher probability of a softer landing. That's exactly what it's indicative of. It appears increasingly likely. I think, you know, there's always a risk, even though it doesn't look like it today, that economic conditions deteriorate again, and you have to be careful of that. And you have to be careful if we don't get the rate cuts that we expect, but probabilities are certainly leaning that direction. We don't have an all-clear signal. There's no doubt that that's not there yet. And for these reasons, it's the reason why we closed our long-standing underweight to small cap yesterday. And
Man, that sucks, because if you guys don't remember, like a little bit ago, I was looking at the, I was bringing up the 260, 280 Coinbase calls for next week.
Indicates where we may be on a golden path. Not for certain, but we may be.
Are you seeing this?
I know.
I mean, he's over in my seat.
You guys have swited things up a little bit.
I see my seat when I'm here normally. Jimmy, you're normally right here.
It's the great rotation on this desk. It is the great rotation. Amy, the small cap story is one that I think a lot of folks find intriguing right now because they have been such an underperformer for so long against large caps and specifically the mega cap technology trade. Yet over the course of this past week,
to 280.
the
Excuse my
Russell
language.
2000
Sorry,
small
I
cap
didn't mean to
index has
cuss.
tripled the performance. Tripled the performance of the Dow so far this week.
Great job,
so
bro.
This is a big
Great
catch-up.
job, man.
I wouldn't necessarily take this as all systems go. We're going to like continue to make new highs. If the big guys struggle, the large, and they have harder compares, and there's a lot, and they've had a lot of momentum, and there's a lot of good news baked in. The big guys struggle, the overall index is going to have a problem. So, but this is years of small caps basically underperforming, and we've had like a week maybe of catch-up. So I wouldn't necessarily extrapolate this catch-up is all systems go. We still need to get earnings. You know, earnings still need to come in. They need to come in well. The market is expensive.
Let's go
overall.
say, did it pop
the small
back up?
caps are cheaper, especially relative. So I do think you could have this catch-up without necessarily saying, you know, S&P 6,000 anytime soon.
The message to viewers there is there's risk to be underweight. Remember, we closed our underweight. We did not go overweight. There's been many false dawns in small cap prior to this. There's been false dawns on value, too. We've always pivoted back to the growth trade because that's where the earnings are.
And that's where the muscle memory is, by the way, as well.
Muscle memory.
You said sub 230? You know, I like 232. I like 232. And I mean, you got a nice level down there at like 228, but I would look for this 232 level. And 232, 230. Obviously, you know, I mean, we're going to worry about them before 228 or 226. Let's see here. Hold on one second. Just give me 1 second. Let me look. Let me look. Look.
What's curious about this time around is we are seeing more buying in tech, media, and telecom.
We do need to try to break this 232 level. I just think it's just weird because you have a lot of news.
They did say that financial saw the biggest outflows of the sector over this past week.
I think we could go for it. I think we can just go for it. I just think, like, it's showing us right now that it doesn't want to sell off, man. Like, it just, you see how it's going slow? Like, we consolidated, and like today, it's just going slow. There's like no volume. The volume is just falling off a cliff. I think we're about to see a reversal here. If you want me to be honest with you, I think you see another double bottom and we go back to test high a day. And then we could look for, because the thing is I feel like it's setting up that we're just going to be stuck in a range up until earnings. And unless, like, I feel like earnings are going to be the reason. You know, again, you could just gap down to random news could come out. I will say this, Mo. I'm gonna wait. I'm just gonna be cool, calm, and patient. Cool, calm, and collective. I'm gonna be patient, and I'm gonna wait for another bounce off of this 233 level, and I want to see if I can try to get another test up here, like 235.50, 236, 237. I think you could try to test that high a day. Like right now, people I feel like they're going to get faked out on this. I feel like this is just going to reverse, and this is going to be one big tail right there. Let's see. I mean, I could be wrong. It could be wrong. But like, look at the volume today. Like. Shit, I'm stuttering because I was wanting to grab a Red Bull. Like, look at this volume. It's so bad. Like, if I zoom in and put a line, right? And I put a line right here, right at the high of the morning, 1 million. And then I zoom in here, and I zoom in. Look at how many... Like, look at how low the volume is today compared to, like, all these other days. So technically, this is still a low volume pullback, a low volume consolidation. And where are the sellers? The sellers are up here at 236, 237. So, and you know what's crazy is the longer we sit here and don't break 232, you spend 2, 3, 4, 5 days here, the chances of making a new all-time high is even the probability of that goes up, which is crazy. I know, it's crazy, and that's the market. It does the thing that you like, that you physically, you're like, man, it has to pull back. Well, it only had the market, from everything that I've learned in 10 years that I've done this, 10, 15 years I've done this, is the market usually is pulling back for a reason. Whether that reason's uncertainty, whether that reason is like a virus being spread around the world, whether that news is earnings are decreasing, there's always a reason. And until we don't have a reason to pull back, the market's just going to go higher. You know, I mean, the thing is like when the market pulls back for no reason, like when there's like no news, it's usually like what we're seeing now, where sellers just come in and they just randomly step in at highs and then they step away and the market just goes right back to the highs, makes a new high, and then 2-3 days later, there you are, sellers step back in and then they step away. They let it bid it up, right? And that's selling high, you know, buying low, selling high, and that's institutions for you. So there's our tail so far. You're seeing another tail here. Sorry that was a long explanation, but like I'm trying to give like I try to just like provide like some protein in the food, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Instead of just saying like, I think, chances of us going back to highs or 236 a little bit more is more of a probability than not. You know, what I'm going to say is that these indicators are going to consolidate. As this stock consolidates and does not break this level, even if you go down here, right? Yeah, you could go to 232. But if you just sit here for a few days, you're going to start looking at these indicators, and the moving averages are going to catch up on the daily chart, and all your indicators, stochastic, MACD, RSIs, are going to be not overbought, but they're going to be oversold. And the stock hasn't moved anywhere. And you just stalled out a little bit for a couple days, brought the moving averages up, the indicators are now low, bang. And you're like, oh my God, the market's got to pull back. And it's like, well, we just got to read the chart. I'm not saying you directly, because I've been saying it too. I'm not buying anything. The only thing I'm buying is Starbucks, CRM, right? Anytime a stock, I didn't buy Nike, and it's still making new lows. I'm not buying anything for my long term. Everything is, for the most part, there's not much that has a discounted price. Now maybe like Shopify would have been a good buy. I just didn't think about that. But that's what I'm saying with Apple, right? That, this thing, as nice as it would be to get a sell-off, what's that reason? You know what I mean? And sure, you can get a sell-off down here to 232 as well. But, I just think trying to short and trying to go, when the stock has really low volume, unless you have the market behind you, then sure. Like there you go. Now we're speeding up. We just had that bond auction, right? We don't have a bond auction today, do we? At like random 1 o'clock. Let's see here. 245, 42 day. Okay, so look, yields pulled back a little bit. So there was a bit of demand there. Yep, that's a nice fat candle for the SPY. And the SPY, 561.50. 561.50. You could get also a downgrade for Apple or some random news. Yeah, I know. Coinbase is running too. All the crypto names are running. What's funny is that the most riskiest thing that there is the one that's making new highs. So it goes to show you where financial conditions are. And actually, I have not looked at them in a while. I don't know if you guys have or not, but financial conditions I haven't looked at in quite some time. I'm going to have to refresh this. Let's see here. So they're still making new lows. Financial conditions are making new lows. Adjusted, not so much. Consolidating. So I would say this. This is your chart. Look at the Fed's balance sheet, bank term lending, and financial conditions. If we continue to make new lows and are making lower lows, stocks are going to go up. Equity market's going to go up. And, you know, if the Fed's balance sheet and everything, this comes out every Wednesday. This, you know, was going down, and then it just stopped, right? It kind of just stopped here at this previous high. Fed balance sheet, you know, they like to play these like charts as well, right? You have this previous high, they rip to a new high, then it pulls back to where? That previous high. They usually don't like to go lower than that, so for whatever reason. Just like the labor number and the jobs numbers, where the whatchamacallits, like they use 50-day moving averages, 20-day moving averages for job numbers. So, but I haven't looked at the Fed numbers lately. So, I mean, these are all things that will help the market stay afloat, I should say. So I do apologize for the long explanation there. I just think, you know, sub 230, sure, but you have a nice level here at 226. You know, I haven't traded Apple that much. Maybe you could get it. I think if you continue to keep breaking these levels, then you'll see more volume. I don't know. Let me grab something to drink real quick. I'll be right back.
With regard to your technology portfolio holdings, take us through what they were and why.
So the main move we made was adding CRM.
Salesforce. Okay.
Salesforce, yeah. And it's one of the highest quality software names in the index. Profitability's on par with its peers. Trades at a discounted valuation. It has a durable growth profile as a result of their sticky business and deep customer relationships. Trades at a 25 times forward PE. That's a 50% discount to its 10-year average and a 25% discount to its industry peers. While the growth rates are more modest than some of those guys, I think you're getting that at a more reasonable price. And so we made that addition. We're constantly watching for where we should be trimming some of these big names that have been so successful for us in our core indices. We face some of the same challenges that Amy has faced. Although we didn't own NVIDIA, sadly, we do have a lot of semi exposure. You know, Broadcom's a name that we were up 150% on in shorter than a year's time frame, and we took a third off. And I felt like I had voodoo dolls of me with my clients because no one wants to sell. But that's just proper portfolio management and construction. And when I say me, it's really my team that's behind running these strategies. And they do an exceptional job. So managing
let me grab
risk
this
is
Red
an
Bull.
equal part of, you know, biting the bullet on taking gains.
You know who's not putting pins in their voodoo doll for you? It's Amy.
Yep.
Because Amy's also kind of into this chip trade, and specifically with Broadcom.
Right. So we took some of our NVIDIA and put it into Broadcom. We didn't own Broadcom prior. Obviously, Broadcom's had a great move at all-time highs. So is NVIDIA. So and even more so. So Broadcom's been up 150%. NVIDIA's been up 700% over the same time frame.
You're rubbing it in.
Sorry, no, I don't mean to rub it in. But you know, again, for me to add something that's at all-time highs, I need to use proceeds of a stock that is also at all-time highs to do that. But we think going forward, Broadcom has less chance of double ordering just because so much of their business is custom ASICs. So we're worried that if we do get this turn in the AI trade, if you do see some froth and excess and some pull forward, that NVIDIA is sort of more at risk than Broadcom. It's also a cheaper valuation. The expectations are...
The thing is, like, with any of these crypto names, I would just remain long. I mean, grab time, and remain long these names. You're saying they'll have volume.
That than NVIDIA.
All right, let's table this conversation for right now because we have a news update on Adidas or Adidas, depending on how you want to pronounce it. With Steve Kovac. Steve, what can you tell us?
CNBC is so late on
say
news.
it that
It's
way.
not even funny.
Adidas is raising its full-year guidance after beating expectations in preliminary results. That is for its Q2 earnings. The company is now saying it's going to see sales grow in the high single-digit percentage. Previously said
too
the
much
low
shit on my
single or
desk.
mid-single-digit percentage points. You see shares kind of reacting here. It is obviously a European company, so not trading right now, but you can see the U.S. ticker that we're showing you now up 2.7%.
Steve Kovac with us on Adidas. Thank you very much for that. This is a broader consumer story as well. We've often talked about companies like Adidas.
All right, so
Nike, Under Armour as perhaps being...
let's check this out real quick. You said HUT, right? Let's see. Apple's trying to break. It's trying to hold. It doesn't know what. I might have to just trade the overall markets today if I'm going to bring some money in, or just wait and be patient. Last week was a really good week for me. This is a nice buy zone right here on HUT. Is $20.05. I would target 2250. It's a nice setup. It's a nice setup. If crypto continues, if you can get that continuation on crypto, 2250. I would look for 2250. Let's see. Come on. Man, I like, see, 1970 you broke it. Yeah, $23. $22.50 to $23. Yeah, $22.50. Sorry, $22.50. It's a small chart here. Look for $22.50. You have some nice volume here. Pullbacks. Pullbacks into 2050 and look for a long at 2050 to 2020. I can't say it. I don't know why. 2250. But listen, keep your eyes on Bitcoin, because if Bitcoin just turns around or some news comes out, these things could turn around too, right? Because you know, your news catalysts are always going to trump the charts. So if you have news comes out that so-and-so, this bank had fraud, this, that, and the third, and the chart's setting up bullish, and banks are strong, but this bank has news that there's a bunch of fraud and they actually have been lying on their balance sheets, they haven't brought in any money, then that technical shit gets thrown out the window. So just keep an eye on Bitcoin and make sure that, you know, it doesn't sell off on news or starts to sell, you know, starts to pull back again. Other than that, yeah, like right now it's trying to pull back. Just watch Bitcoin. That's what I would do. Keep your eye on Bitcoin. And again, the level for Bitcoin is 64. So if you are in this and you already have profit, I would be taking money off the table. And if you get another opportunity to get back in, you could always get back in with the same price. So you could always use trades like I did with GameStop. I mean, I traded both sides of the trade, but like, let's say you bought 100 shares of Apple you can take 25 of those shares, or if you bought a 100 contracts or 20 contracts, 10 contracts, we'll say. If you bought 10 contracts, 10 option contracts, you could take 4 of those contracts or like, take 3 or 4 of those contracts off and then re-put it back on dip buys. But I would only recommend that for somebody that's experienced that can do that. Because you also don't want to like put it on and it keeps selling off and you don't know, you get caught trying to overcomplicate things that you can't do and you end up losing money. So taking profits is just, you're making new highs, take profits. You're seeing it here. Look at these tails come in. So I know I just blabber on, but it is a live stream. Here was that since it is breaking out from previous highs and Bitcoin is doing well, it would be good buy even at this price. Yeah, I mean, again, I'm speaking as far as like a trade, right? As far as like a trade, whether it's like 1 week, 2 week, I do think if Bitcoin can continue higher, if Bitcoin can test the top side of its range, there should be no reason why this stock also doesn't get back to the top end of its range, which is up there at 2250. All right. And even more so, if Bitcoin just out of nowhere, for whatever reason, starts really breaking out, then this thing could, the stock you're talking about could really start to make new highs of the year. So, like, this is a really nice break. I would be cautious with Bitcoin because this volume, it hasn't been breaking out on an increase in volume. I will say that. So, and again, the second part to that is don't forget about August, September, and October. Those are statistically weak months. And then we get to that weak month, that weak area in the year where you just naturally have a sell-off. And then we go right into the presidential election in November. So October and September are going to be really volatile in November. Yes, we know what we get with the both of them, but, so these are just some things that are on my mind, that I'm still thinking about, as far as, because in order to you want to have a good grasp on things when you're trading, so you're comfortable sitting in longs and you're comfortable sitting in shorts and being able to shift with the market and having that head space on understanding like the environment we're about to come into could also explain why today is kind of slow. And this week has been kind of slow. Like if I go over to small caps, stocks that are $5 and under, or just, low price stocks that are ripping and running, that have a 10, 20 million float, these names aren't even running today. Like, you didn't really have anything run today. I did try to take a few. I took one and I didn't get filled on my order for whatever reason. Like, it just feels like there's a lot of, it feels like, yeah, that was AEON that I took. Last week, you had the scanner, on the scanners, like these small cap names here, you had last week a bunch of them. A bunch, every day, all the way up until Friday. And you had the overall markets making new highs, selling off, and then going right back and making a new high. So it feels like the market's kind of just like cooling off. And then, like, I'm wondering, are we cooling off and then like we start to like go back to normal, maybe test highs or something, and then we're starting to, and we're like a week or two into August and we start selling off a little bit. I don't know. I'm just coming up with these things so that I'm on the right side of the trade and can understand the sentiment, so I don't have to fight the trend and fight the trade. You know what I mean? Yes, the market should pull back, do this, that, and the third, but you know, you got to remember, earnings were still a beat for the most part. There was still raised guidance. There were stock buybacks. There's still a ton of money in the system. The Fed is still supportive. Financial conditions are still at lows. So, you know, and these companies also still have a lot of cash on hand. So it's like, so if you guys think back into 2000s, right, the early 2000s, the valuations of those companies, and mind you, they did not have any free cash flow. They were just nothing but debt and hope. They were at 160, 200, 260, 250, 180, 180 to 200 times earnings, guys, with no cash on hand. So we can we could go to those extremes. And the second part to this is you're going to have money managers who are mandated to put the money to work, and the only place that they're going to go feel comfortable going to is large cap tech, because if they're worried about something, they want to be able to get out. So that's only going to continue to bid these things up. So I still think we see this for quite some time, like 2 months. We could see it for 2 months, where you see us just, you know, you can see like NVDA, it just grinds up, and then just you see, you know, the sellers step in. It pulls back, they grind it back up higher, sellers step in, like every 3-4 days. Remember, it takes them weeks, sometimes months, to get in and out of these positions. So, and that's why you're seeing now like these random, you know, hits of the sell sell programs on the SPY. So, you know, I'm not saying that we can't go down. I'm not saying we can't. I'm just, you know, understanding the sentiment and what's been going on. The market was really busy this past couple of weeks. We're coming into earnings. It feels like the market's cooling off. And even if, you know, if earnings are, I think we're going to see I think you might start to see a disappointment, kinda, or if you get, I think you might start seeing CEOs like really start to talk more about uncertainty in the future, and lower guidance, and then use that lowered guidance to do stock buybacks at lowered valuations. You know, sometimes it's good to talk your stock down so you can buy more of it if you feel good about it in the future. Now, if that's unlawful, I don't know. You know, I'm not in the business of, what do they call it? The word for it. Shit. I have it in my mind. I just can't think of it.
These bills are crazy.
She has no idea she's sitting on a gold.
The lawyers and stuff like that. Oh man, I know the words. I don't know why I'm having a brain fart right now. Compliance. Compliance. I'm not in the business of compliance. I will comply, but I'm not in the business of compliance. Okay, so let's see what we have here. So Mo was right there on Apple. Mo was right. You know, this thing just, I don't know what the options were today.
LVTX, Lava Therapeutics getting up hop here on low volume.
Let's see here. LVTX. Oh, I don't want none of that. Let's go over some charts. I got a Red Bull. I'm awake now. You guys were talking to me, keeping me up. I appreciate that. All right, let me pull this back. Let's go here. NVDA. Just to throw in a ticker. AirPods over here. Crack open this Red Bull. And let's get to work.
It's time for an upgrade.
Awesome. I knew what I had to do.
Ah, all right.
Because they never stop. No time to waste. This isn't some fun. This is
And guys, keep an eye on the overall markets too. Like, look at that. You see how the SPY was gearing up, getting ready to pull back? And look at that level right there at 562.50. So I would write those two levels down, guys.
Campaign to resume advertising suspended following Trump assassination attempt, according to sources.
562.50 on the SPY and 561.50. I would write those two levels down and pay attention to those levels on the SPY. More so 562. 562.50, I'm sorry.
Password share is working. I think their entree into live sports is very exciting for the stock, and their content library is strong. So
I noticed this morning, I'm a big college football fan. I seen people playing, and this morning you saw EA. I seen EA on the scanner. They released the college football game, I guess yesterday or midnight last night or something. I seen people this morning playing it on YouTube. It was trying to recommend it to me. And that's awesome, man. Like I said, me personally, I like college football and college basketball more than I do the pros. I watch NFL and I like the NFL and stuff. I just, I don't really care. Like, I don't know. I can't explain it. Actually, I can. I don't really watch the NBA anymore. It's fucking boring. It's just not. I find college to be more interesting. It's better for betting. So that game came out this morning and EA had a nice gap up. Came in today with a nice little gap up. Let's go. Let me stay on track. Just want to look at a couple things here. ENPH, flat top resistance here. I wonder if we could take this short. This is a resistance level here. Let me see. I hope I didn't just refresh that. Damn it. Hold on, guys.
And Rob, because we put you in that hot seat, that's the hot seat today, all right? We're going to hit you on one more, which is IBM added to Evercore's tactical outperform list today, and you own IBM.
Well, welcome to the party. We added it 11% ago. Market's up 3% since.
Mo, I'm actually with you. Like this. So, guys, I'm bringing up Apple real quick. Like, Apple still does have more room to the downside. I just feel like Apple needs to go higher in order to go lower. I do. Like this level right here. You guys can see like 235, 234.85. Shit. This level right here is a nice little. Let me take that back. Yeah, this could be really good for a lower high trade here. Right here, taking a long here on Apple to look for a lower high. I think you could see this thing back up above yesterday's low. I don't know. I might want to stay away from that because it's tough. If you want to swing trade it, that's how I would do it. Like, if in order for me to trade this and know that I'm right and that I can make money on it, I'm shorting it or buying longer dated puts at 230. What is that? 234. Yeah, 234 and 236. Let's go to Microsoft. I haven't looked at Microsoft in a little while. Microsoft.
EB, Eventbrite, KeyBank out with a note on the TikTok partnership. Said TikTok partnership improves event promotion. That's Echo Bravo.
Microsoft has room down to 445.
Sick of being hot, fed up with fans and sky-high electric bills? Then you need Arctic Air Pure Chill, the personal space cooler that cools your place while saving
445, 440. Damn, I remember that short there, guys. I think Ray took that. I remember him bringing it up, or somebody brought it up, because I gave this Microsoft short out, and I forget what I was watching. And I went back to like Microsoft at 10 o'clock, and it just flushed, and I'm like, oh gosh. So sometimes you just got to be there for it. This was a big move, guys. I gave this one out. We talked about it, like going into the market open, and it's all good. It's all good. So Microsoft still weak, man. Microsoft actually has a lot of volume to the downside too. Like Apple's isn't like terrible, but it's also lower than the volume that it has to the upside. Microsoft is showing an increase in volume, so chances are you could get a lot more follow through out of Microsoft. And look for 445, 445, 440, 440, 445, and 440. Let's go pull up Meta real quick. We talked about Meta yesterday. And I said yesterday 507 to watch out. Where's Ann at? PJ, thoughts on Procter & Gamble? Let me see here. Let me cover Meta real quick. Damn, Meta's hurting. So I mentioned this yesterday. That I said to watch out for Meta because I felt like I can't remember the whatchamacallit that I gave out. The technical analysis exactly, but we said 507. I said that verbatim. All right, we said 507, and that it went to 505. No, yeah, it went to 507 yesterday, just above it. We had somebody in the chat from yesterday that I hope he took it off, but he was long this name, and I had mentioned to him to just be careful. For a few reasons, right? This stock's in a downtrend. It's in an uptrend, but it feels like... So there's EU news, right? That they're going to go after Meta. They're going to go after Twitter. They're going after all these tech companies or social media companies for whatever reason. I don't know. They don't want... they don't want their people having free speech or knowing about things or being able to talk about stuff or... free press. I'm not sure, but I knew that was hindering this stock with these tails here, and we started turning this 20-day moving average into resistance, and I'm like, be careful if you're long. All right, so that's pulling back today. It's actually a pretty big move. Meta, I honestly would wait on this, and if I were to trade this, I'd have to wait for a bounce back to the 50-day moving average. Right, which would be a couple days from now. And by then, you're going to have earnings. So, bounce backs into 491 short. That's what I would do. And it's probably going to take you a day or two to get there. I mean, you could get there by the end of the day, but something like this, right? You bounce up, you get that relief bounce, and then you get short. Fucking auto zoom. Fucking auto zoom. You know I want to erase this. No, I don't want to auto zoom. Alright, Palantir. Let's go look at Palantir real quick. Oh, Procter & Gamble. Yeah, I'll put that up real quick. PG.
Welcome to the Now Wage Network. They switched to Juniper's AI native network. Now everyone's so productive, they're operating at a higher tier.
Let's trade shares spiking here to the highs. Bravo Zulu Foxtrot Delta BCFD.
So their IT team deals with up to 90% fewer network trouble tickets.
Shares halted at the highs, $3.29 on a circuit breaker. BuzzFeed.
BZFD. BZFD, guys. Hold on one second. There's news here or something.
X account Pulte said we believe there's significant upside in BuzzFeed if executed correctly. Said the Pulte family acquires activist position in BuzzFeed.
Activist position here on BuzzFeed. Acquired.
Yes, focus on an American Home Shield warranty. It can protect your covered home systems and appliances like this AC with a repair or replacement.
Jenny Peretti.
It's home, not home.
Again, shares were halted at the highs, $3.29 up 17 cents. The Pulte family, as reported.
This bakery needs new equipment fast to keep up with demand, so they're going to On Deck.
All right. Let's see here. PG. The only thing I think about PG, man, is that it's safe. It's just, it's safe. It's not going to make you a bunch of money, but it's also not going to lose you any money either. You know what I mean? I think it's a stock you should own, and it'll pay you over time. It's not going to pay you a lot. It's got nice dividends, so unless there's news or something, you know, I'm not really, you know what I mean, thinking about trading that. Alright, so let's look at Moderna real quick. Let's go back to Moderna. This is crazy. So I still can't believe this, but like, so Moderna was the only stock that I bought as far as a for a COVID shot and COVID related stock. Moderna was it. I bought this thing $20-$30. All right, I think my average price on Moderna was like $28, maybe $32. And I don't own it anymore. I saw that I had to sell it. You can't give me a stock at $25-$30 and literally in 2 years go a year and a half go from $25 to $40 and go to $400 or $500. That's a big winner. So they were the only ones I bought because I didn't think that Gilead and Novavax were really doing anything. It just felt like Moderna was ahead of the game with their clinical trials and stuff. Back when I used to research, which I don't do much of anymore. I do. I go over charts and stuff. So yeah, Moderna. Let's see here. Let's see. So dailies are we're done. Overdone. Let's see. Two.
But anyway, we also bought Suncor. We've owned it for a while.
Alright, so this might be setting up for a pullback.
Oil sands name. We bought it in our international quality portfolio. Diversified energy company, premium profitability.
COST Costco, and you're asking on CNBC, Costco
trades at 9 times.
UST.
So I agree. Whenever I see people out there kind of in workout situations, it's always kind of like Coca and then on running for a couple of those. It's a big
Just give me 1 second, guys. Sorry. don't know why this keeps messing up like this.
But faster, meet Rose Sparks. They contain sildenafil and tadalafil, but Sparks dissolve under the tongue. Dissolvables work faster than old school pills. Connect with the medical
Alright, so we got some support here at 102. We're at 102. We're at 124. I mean, not 10, but 124. Come on, it's like freezing up on me here. Come on. Alright, so you guys can see here 120, previous support level, all in here. Right, support level all in there at 120. We dropped down into it. Dropped down into it. You reclaimed it. Reclaimed the 20-day or the 100-day. You're trying to break through the 100 or the 20-day. You're trying to break through the 20-day. You held the 100-day. Let's look for a move to the 50-day, which is up there at 134. Just don't know if it's going to give it to you. This thing is tricky. I don't really see.
Exactly, John. You're going to be hurtling toward the sun, remember, and then you're getting hotter and hotter, and then you start to scream.
Look at that key level there at 115.
Yeah, that's how you feel when your air conditioner isn't working. Help is on the way. When you
Help. Is this thing frozen? Look, time and sales isn't going. Like, is there really that low a volume on this name? I always like to trade Moderna for whatever reason. It's fun to trade. Let's look at it. Let me get away from these names because nobody's going to be trading these things, unless there's news or an upgrade or downgrade or something. I would hope AMD's moving up, but AMD is still a bit overdone. It's still overbought. Really overbought. Found some support down there, right there at 174. He pulled right down into it. Oh, nice pop.
I'm from Renewal by Anderson, and we've helped thousands of customers who are on a budget get our windows and doors for their home. How do we do it? Well, here's something you don't expect to hear from a window company. You don't have to upgrade all your windows and doors at the same time. We're really good at identifying the bad windows and those you can wait on replacing. And here's something we offer that you don't find with a lot of window companies or contractors: great financing options. With Renewal by Anderson, you can have monthly payments that'll probably be lower than your cable bill.
KOSS costs.
You can get windows and doors now and not pay anything for an entire year. Before we talk about the warranty, think about other things you've bought.
I would, here's the thing, is like, it's all about protecting yourself. Watch the 50-day, or watch the VWAP, intraday VWAP.
Unlike some other companies, our warranties cover the windows, patio doors, and the installation.
Because it's really looking like you could get long. Yes, you could get a nice little run back up to Monday's low at 180, but it's a risky trade because you can just reject 177.50. This last week's low here from last week. What is this? Tuesday, Monday, Friday, Thursday. Yeah, Thursday's low. Maybe you could look for a run back up there, guys. 180. Look for a move back to 180. I would look for a pullback first, though. If you can get the pullback. You already had a pullback, but you know what I mean. If you don't know what I mean, this is what I mean. I would look for a pullback to, like, 176. Then again, that means you break VWAP, and you don't really want to break VWAP. So, fudge it. You know, I think a move to 180 going into the end of the day. The SPY found support and is rallying, so hell, why can't AMD? You know, excuse me, you know what I mean? And I think I might do it. I think I'm going to go for that AMD trade. All right, AMD, let's look for 180. I hate fighting the trend, man. I really do, with a passion.
Welcome back to the halftime report. We got some key earnings reports in the coming days, including a Dow component, American Express, which reports on Friday. And because of the outperformance of the Dow today, we will focus on Amex. Jason, you own it. What are you expecting? And
let's get some rotation here, baby. Let's get some rotation.
I think it's gonna be a good report, Dom.
The volume just
ASP is a good
left.
proxy on the consumer.
So again, like, it might seem like as soon as it starts to gain ground, look what just happened. If I zoom you guys in here on the top left, look at the top left of the screen. Look at the volume. Done. It just left. Even on the 3-minute, 5-minute, go look at the volume there. So I would still like to target 180. I don't know what they want for this. Should have got in earlier. Dude, they want $200. They want $2. This thing is not going to move enough to be worth $2 for a 180 with 3 days left. I know why contracts are this expensive, guys. I know why. It's got to be the VIX. The VIX has got to be climbing still. It is. Kinda. So, you guys remember me bringing this up yesterday? Where I said it might be time for us to look into some longer-term VIX plays.
Final trade, CK Vectors Outdoor, GS Goldman Sachs, Fiber.
Energy, LNG. All right, that does it for the halftime report. The
LNG,
exchange,
Senior
Kelly
Energy,
Evans
final
is coming
trades
up.
on CNBC.
Thank you very much, Dom, and welcome to the exchange. I'm Kelly Evans. Here's what's ahead this hour. The GOP ticket is in place, and it has big implications for markets, for energy, big tech, and healthcare. We'll break it all down. Plus, if election uncertainty is making you look overseas for opportunity, we'll run through where you can find value outside of the U.S. right now and how dollar.
Give me 1 second, guys. Give me like 2 minutes. I'm going to use the restroom real quick.
Has lasted some 2 months. The lawyer said recently that the evidence against the New Jersey senator was very time. He has insisted on staying in office and continuing his run for re-election. In fact, doing so now as an independent. Cory Booker was just on MSNBC moments before the verdict came in and said that his heart aches over this, that he called on his colleague to resign. He says, quote, you know, this is a person I've served with for 10 years. The things he's accused of, I've not seen in my working with him.
The things that he's accused of, I have not seen. Listen, I'm going to tell you right now, anybody that's around somebody, especially in a line of work, something like that, listen, they know. Because I don't know what this is about, but I assure you, like, I don't know if it's about money, but no matter what it was, you still have to know that, like, others knew what was kind of going on. Because, hold on 1 second.
Position on the Foreign Relations Committee, and that happened as soon as he was charged. But the rules do not require him to step aside until this point. So let's see what he does now. Let's see now that the guilty verdict comes in. He has shown himself to be defensive and insistent on his innocence and willing to fight. So he may decide that he's going to continue with the run, continue to serve, and try to institute an appeal here. But remember, this is his second trial on federal corruption charges. He was also charged in he had a trial in 2017 that ended with the jury saying that they couldn't get to a decision. There was a mistrial there. The judge then acquitted him on some charges, and the Justice Department at that point dropped the remaining charges against him, allowing him to continue his campaign and to continue running for office and then serving as Senator of New Jersey. By the way, the governor of New Jersey had also called on Menendez to resign after he was charged in this federal investigation into corruption. And the details here about the gold bars and stacks of cash, they were just shocking and really salacious when they were coming out in trial as the details came through. The jury clearly came to a consensus here because every single charge against the senator, every charge against his co-conspirators, one is a New Jersey real estate developer, the other one is a U.S. businessman with ties to Egypt who was working with Nadine Menendez. And I should mention that her trial, they have now decided, is postponed indefinitely because she is undergoing cancer treatment. That decision came down just before the verdict and her husband, Bob Menendez.
270. We're almost at 270 subscribers. Let's go.
Now. So
Love
if
you
there
guys,
were a
man.
Republican challenger, that would be probably the only way the seat flips if that Republican somehow gains the seat. Otherwise, if someone's replaced, appointed
Hold
as
on
his
1 second.
replacement-
I'm trying to find us a trade real quick. See if we can get something here. Just go with the flow, man. I mean, just because something may or may not be expensive doesn't mean it's not a trade or that you can't make money with it. You just have to understand that if you hold on to it too long or if it goes against you and you're on the wrong side of the trade is when it could really start to lose value. But let me look at it. Let me look at like 2-3 things real quick.
Opening for Republicans to say, look, the Democrats are a problem in New Jersey. So we'll wait to see what happens now. Politically, we wait to see what, he, at this point, he goes in for sentencing as well. Yeah. And this could put New Jersey in play as we head into the heat of the presidential and congressional election season.
Another fascinating development this season. Contessa, thank you very much, Contessa Brewer. Let's turn to the ripple effects of former President Trump choosing Ohio Senator J.D. Vance as his running mate. Eamon Javers is at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee with what that selection signals about the rise of economic populism in the GOP. TD Cowen's Chris Kruger is also here with the market impact and what Wall Street will be watching. AES CEO Andres Gluski is also joining us with a look at the outlook for green energy under this potentially new administration. And Anomaly CEO Mike Desjardins has the healthcare implications. It's great to have you guys all here. Eamon, kick things off for us. What are people saying?
Well, Kelly, look, it's an enormous change in terms of economic policy. This is a generational change, obviously, with J.D. Vance being just 39 years old. He will be the heir apparent to the MAGA movement, either in 2024 if Donald Trump loses or in 2028 if Donald Trump wins re-election to a second term here. So all eyes sort of now shift to J.D. Vance and what his approach to the economy is. It's very different than what we've seen from Republicans in previous generations. Vance approaches this as an economic populist. And what does that mean? That means that conservative
The grass is green.
All right, guys, the Hairline Bros are back, which only means one thing. You've been asking for a massive Sledgehammer update. Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about, let's go back to Christmas, December 2022. Damon Farr, my best friend, driving on the street, and all of a sudden, 3 men came out, and the car was violently attacked.
Small man with a small So you hit my car with that.
Oh, I don't know, did I?
You did.
Oh, no, you did that on video. Before we get into the massive details, I have a piece of evidence to present to the court today. I present to the jury Exhibit A. What is that? Hold on. We're not in. I object. No, I object. We're not doing this. The truth shall come free. All right, time to get serious. Boys, what's going on? Where the money?
Well, first of all, Dave, you weren't there, so we'll start with that.
So you're not going to be getting any money. In fact, our attorney fees are going to be coming out of your salary.
I like that.
They obviously watch the videos.
Let's recap where we're at. It's been a while since we made a video about this, so just so you guys are aware, this lawsuit was filed against 4 defendants. So just so you recall, we have Sledgehammer, we have Green Shirt, and Green Shirt's company. Those are the 4 defendants what this lawsuit's about. It all stems from the windshield, and then the other individuals had some very mean words to say towards my client, amongst other things, not just that. So that's kind of where we're at. Quick recap of why we're here.
So as you guys recall, be honest, real quick. I actually think I want to go be a lawyer. Just being honest. I think I might go practice it. I've been really thinking about it.
On the last video, we were getting ready to depose one of the defendants in the case. Now, just to remind you guys what a deposition is, that's where us, the attorneys, ask one of the parties in the case a bunch of questions and they have to answer under penalty of perjury. So if they lie, they could be facing perjury charges, which is a felony. Now, did that deposition end up happening? Stay tuned, you'll want to find out.
4 defendants to talk about. Sledgehammer, Sledgehammer's boss, Green Shirt, Green Shirt's company, and now, these lawyers do not want me talking about. In fact, I have a document that I have to read word for word.
Hold on, Dave. This is really juicy. And so we're gonna get into this in a little bit, but I think right now we should get into the technical stuff about the case, and we'll talk about this a little bit later.
Let's start with Sledgehammer, who's the one that actually hit the windshield. Now, he got a criminal charge and has to go see a judge. Has it happened yet?
Yes, so he has been in front of a judge and he's been convicted. Now, we're gonna go into 3 things about Sledgehammer's criminal investigation. 1, how did the court come to this decision? 2, what was he convicted of? And 3, how does this conviction affect his life? So we'll start with number 1. How did the court come to this decision? Firstly, somebody at the district attorney's office actually gave Damon a call about this case, being that Damon is the victim. They wanted to get his input. So they talked to Damon about, how do you want to proceed? And he said, well, I understand this guy has priors. I don't want him to end up in jail for another felony. He said, I understand that this is a car at the end of the day, and this guy made a mistake, and he needs to be punished. But do I want to ruin the guy's life? I don't. The district attorney's office pretty much told Damon that they can reduce his felony charge to a misdemeanor. Now we'll explain the difference between the two in just a second, but just know that he was charged with that felony because the vandalism was over $5,000. The felony does carry jail time.
Another thing Damon considered when he was asked by the district attorney was what actually happened on the date of the incident. So Sledgehammer, we know Sledgehammer took the sledgehammer and smacked the Lamborghini's windshield. But he remembered that it was actually Sledgehammer's employer who encouraged, who was told by his employer to steal the vehicle. In fact, I think he told him to do it twice.
Derek, jump in his car and drive it away. There you go. Drive it away.
Instead of that, obviously the Lamborghini was an idol, so I doubt Sledgehammer knew what to do with that. So instead, he smacked the windshield with the sledgehammer. Damon, at the end of the day, is a very reasonable guy, and to him, he understands that cars and property can be replaced, and so he didn't want to ruin the guy's life. He realized, look, what he did was wrong and he should be punished for that, but do I really want to send him off to jail? No, I don't. He asked the district attorney's office, is there anything that we can do to maybe reduce the criminal charges? And they said, yes, we can do a misdemeanor, and now he's been convicted and has 1 year of probation.
Now, let's explain what that probation does to him. Every US citizen carries what's called a Fourth Amendment right. Now, the Fourth Amendment protects you against law enforcement's unreasonable search and seizures. When you are now under probation, you lose your Fourth Amendment right. And let me tell you guys, that is a huge deal. Officer wants to pull you over for a traffic violation. they need probable cause that you are committing a traffic violation. But now, when an officer runs your plate, as they always do, they can see who the registered owner is, they can see his priors, they can see any felonies, and then if they see that you're on probation, which they can pull up on that search, they now don't need any probable cause to pull you over. They can pull you over just because they know that you're on probation and they're bored, they're having a bad day. They're like, let's get this guy.
Yeah.
It's that simple. It's a huge deal, guys, to be on probation.
Not only are they allowed to pull you over, they can search your vehicle because you're on probation. So it's more than just going through this 1 year of getting pulled over. You can have your vehicle searched, and if they find anything, you don't have that Fourth Amendment protection anymore. If they find anything illegal in your car, you will face criminal charges once again. Probation is actually kind of simple. The court's telling you, hey, don't engage in any more criminal activity. And if you do and you commit a crime, we're gonna pull you back into court. And not only will you be charged of the crime of violating your probation, but we're also gonna increase that misdemeanor crime to a felony and say, look, we let you off the hook last time and we thought you were gonna be a good boy, you messed up, and now we're gonna throw you in jail under felony charges. So there's more to it here. Obviously, he was convicted of misdemeanor vandalism, but if you guys recall in the video, and we can replay the clip, Sledgehammer told the police, hey, that windshield was cracked when I got here.
On my car, the window was broken. The window was broken.
But he told the court when he went to court for his criminal hearing that, hey, I did in fact do the crime, and he pled guilty. And that's why he's been convicted of misdemeanor vandalism, and justice was served on the criminal side. So the criminal side of the case, that part is complete. Now we're gonna shift into the civil side, which is where we come into play.
The criminal stuff's done, but there's a whole civil side, which means he's not done with the court debt. He has to go and defend himself civilly, which is the damages. My question to you guys is, he said he was guilty, so what's his defense civilly?
There is no defense. And you know, we've given this guy multiple opportunities to get himself out of the case. As you guys remember, this guy's representing himself, which is a really bad idea, especially when we have court coming up soon. And when I say court, I mean trial, in front of a jury. When you're representing yourself, it doesn't go very well. I'm sure there's plenty of videos on YouTube about people trying to represent themselves in court without a lawyer. We've tried to go easy on this guy, and we've given him opportunities to get himself out. He's not taking advantage of those, and so we're headed to court.
Okay, let's chat green shirt. Who's the one who told Sledgehammer to do the crime in the first place?
All right, we're gonna dive into Green Shirt and his company. So Green Shirt is insured on an individual level through his homeowner's insurance. Now, they've hired a legal team to help defend him in this claim. Now, for the company, they're actually uninsured, which means that Green Shirt has to pay for a separate attorney on his own accord to defend the company in this lawsuit as well. Pretty much, the legal team on the individual side of Green Shirt is kind of handling both, and early on in this case, they made a settlement offer to us, which we declined, and said we need some time. Some time went by, Damon, being the reasonable guy that he is, and doesn't want this to drag on forever, and decided, you know what, we'll take you up on that settlement offer. His legal team pretty much told us, screw you guys, the offer's off the table, and got really aggressive since that day.
In fact, they're getting so aggressive to the point to where it really doesn't make any sense. If you guys remember, Damon was involved in the McLaren accident, and we represented him in that case because we're accident attorneys. And so Damon saw a doctor, and attorneys attempted to subpoena the medical records for the visits Damon saw with that doctor, which is completely unrelated to this case. So when that subpoena came in, we put a stop to it and said, look, you guys are engaging in a fishing expedition, requesting records here and there that are completely unrelated here, and we're not gonna allow that to continue on. And we put a stop to it. The question becomes, why is this happening? Because we know that attorneys are being paid through the homeowner's insurance. And these guys, and look, this is just speculation, this is my theory. It seems that because they're billing every hour, every email, every call, then the longer this drags out, the more the attorneys get paid. It really doesn't make any sense when we provide an opportunity to resolve the case that would probably be less than the amount it would cost the insurance company if we were to continue on through depositions, trial preparation, and eventually going to trial. But here we are. Damon did nothing wrong here. Damon was driving down the street until he was stopped, harassed, assaulted, and had his vehicle vandalized. So if we take this to trial, we don't mind. We're ready to go. We know the trial verdict is going to be in our favor. If they want to take this the distance, game on.
Talk about zero accountability, like none. If I was the insurance company, I'd be pissed right now.
Yeah, well, let me make it really simple for you guys. It's the insurance company's job when they're involved in an action like this to save as much money as possible. And when Damon was willing to accept the initial, what we consider to be a lowball offer, they should have taken advantage of that. They decided not to, and now the amount of money that we could have settled for is easily gonna be burnt through once we get through the deposition phase of the case. If this case presents itself to trial, that offer is easily gonna double or triple in attorney fees and court costs. So in terms of the insurance company's position on this, it really doesn't make any sense.
And that doesn't include the judgment in the end. This is just legal fees.
That's exactly right.
To be pissed. And now for the juicy part. Beanie has been dismissed from the case.
Which isn't necessarily true. He hasn't been dismissed yet.
I'm only allowed to say what's written here.
Fair.
I can't get into the details, but I'm glad I don't have to see him again.
You gotta keep the hand going too. You gotta keep the hand going.
Dude, that's so
gotta keep
funny.
the hand going.
I'm only allowed to read what's written here.
Fair, fair.
God damn you. You. So
the deep breath. That's good. Running that.
We gotta do it again.
Now the commercial space.
Wow, this is great. What you said about financing and tax implications has me loving it.
The current zoning allows for a dog grooming business. Do your dogs need to see it too?
Expertise, just one of the many ways an agent who's a realtor works for you.
One favor, please don't let Adam in the pool.
All right, guys, the Headline Bros are back, which only means one thing. You've been asking for a massive Sledgehammer update. Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about, let's go back to Christmas, December 2022. Damon Farr, my best friend, driving on the street, and all of a sudden, 3 men came out, and the car was violently attacked.
Small man with a small dick. So you hit my car with that.
Oh, I don't know, did I?
You did.
Huh? No, you did that on video.
Before we get into the massive details, I have a piece of evidence to present to the court today. I present to the jury Exhibit A. What is
Hold on. We're not in court.
I object! No, I object!
We're not doing this.
The truth shall come free. All right, time to get...
Bro, did you guys see that? Did you guys see that? I wonder if this is let's see here, because like they either, I think they may have bought a roof.
All right, guys, the Headline Bros are back, which only means one.
They bought a roof that was white, or they, because I don't think they cut the fucking roof off of this SVJ.
Thing you've been asking for, a massive Sledgehammer update.
Right
now, if you don't know what I'm talking about, let's go back to Christmas, December 2022.
Probably the most beautiful sounding vehicle that there is. There's a lot of good ones out there.
Damon Farr, my best friend, driving on the street, and all of a sudden 3 men came out, and the car was violently attacked.
Small man with a small dick. So you hit my car with that.
Oh, I don't know, did I?
SVJ, man, that thing is so, like, and it sounds so bad, and the new livery on it's sick. Okay, yeah, so they did. That's what I thought.
You did. Huh?
You know what, guys? They may not have. They may have taken this off. With the roof scoop and everything. They may have taken that off. You guys can see that A-pillar down in here.
Before we get into the massive details, I have a piece of evidence to present to the court today. I present to the jury Exhibit A. What is
Hold on. We're not in court.
I object! No, I object!
We're not doing this.
The truth shall come free. All right, time to get serious. Boys.
All right, so the SPY is back underneath 563. SPY's back underneath 563. DJT is just not moving today. Hold up, we might have just got our move. But every time I think that, it doesn't move at all. Look at it, it just bounces right back. Like they can't let this thing flush. They're not letting it flush. Or like sell off. Dude, I'm so tired of this. So I push backspace. Look, it's just giving me one word. It's at the top left. SPY. Like, come on. This stuff has really been, like, just really getting to me. I have a couple things that I wanted to do today, so you know, I'm trying to hang on as long as I can to try to, you know, help get you guys something going here. Scott's Miracle Grow. Speaking of that, Scott's Miracle Grow. Try to grow your account.
That's Sandy Michael Goff, halted for news.
Halted for news. That thing is probably so illiquid. It isn't even funny.
I hope I got that right, Mike. So look, it's good to see you again, and healthcare is one space we talked to investors yesterday that they thought could actually do better under a Trump administration. But talk to us about kind of what you might expect there.
Guys, we opened up at 562.86, and where are we? We're literally right at 562.86. The SPY has not moved since we've opened. But that could change. That could all change right here. Could all change.
I think they added, under the first Trump administration, 10 million lives to Medicare Advantage, is 75% growth. And I think both are going to be in lockstep on competition and looking to sort of reduce costs. So I would expect to see that as kind of the first go.
What else? What do you think?
So today's Monday. Could we be seeing right now the move from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday for a weekly candle higher on Tesla and then reverse it later in the week? Like, these are the things I think about. I don't know how some of you guys think about trading, but is this like a weekly like pullback and a possible rally to go into in front of earnings here? You know, I know Tesla's expensive. It has earnings 7/23. That is, I guess, next Tuesday, Wednesday. 23, 26 is Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday. Yes, Tuesday. I feel like Tesla always has earnings on Tuesday, so that's why I randomly said Tuesday. And because of the options, I saw when we were looking at next week options, it said the 26th. So I figured, okay. So 270, 270, 270, 270. Let's see here. You're going to start pulling it back. Yeah. I wonder if we can get a pullback to VWAP. So we are about 2 standard deviations, or really 1 standard deviation above VWAP. So if I were to give you guys like this here, let's see. So this box was VWAP there, And we could go a little bit higher. So this initial move, that breakaway from VWAP, so we hold this support. See if this lines up with anything. It lines right up with pre-market highs. Isn't that funny? Holy shit. Isn't that funny? Look at that. Pretty much that 256, 257 area. Excuse me. Sorry. I may try this. Just gonna let you guys know ahead of time. If we can get this thing up a little bit higher, either if it continues where it's at now, what I would do is, sorry, I'm just trying to stutter in here because I'm trying to. All right, cool. So look, 2 examples: pull back now, and we hold this level, right? We pull back, we hold it. You could probably get a long here, up to 260. Or wait, let it rally, let it continue, let it continue up to like 257, 258, and take a short at like the end of the day if it gets up here, and try to shoot for that back to VWAP. That could be a nice trade if that happens. I'm not sure if that makes any sense or not for you guys, but that could be a really nice trade right there. Alright guys, I might be out of here. I'm not sure if we have anyone with us or not, but
SMG, Scott's Miracle Grow.
that's probably what it's going to be.
To detail operating and financial targets and meet the management investor day.
Scott's Miracle Grow. That news just came out.
Company outlining a 3-year plans to achieve an average annual growth rate of 3%. Company
All right, Captain Dave checking in. Nantucket due east, 30 miles out to sea, Boston. All right, Captain Dave checking in. Nantucket due east, 30 miles out to sea, Boston. Your boys almost lost Captain Dave today. Captain Dave almost was lost to the ocean, Mother Ocean. So I went out, my mom's like, let me see the boat, let me see the boat. Captain Dave's like, let me swim out there, take my mom on a boat ride. Unhooked it to the buoys, turned the engine on, dead. Breaker's dead. Captain Dave, 3rd time out, made a critical mistake for you young captains. Captain Dave unhooked himself to the buoy before he turned the boat on to make sure the boat wasn't dead. Well, no power, no radio, no anchor, no nothing, heavy winds. Next thing you know, Captain Dave is lost at sea. Just blowing. Trying not to crash into ships in the harbor. Just heading out to the channel, steamboats in the way, honking. Captain Dave doesn't know what he's going to do. Captain Dave took out the flare thing, which he's not really a flare gun guy or really any type of firework guy. Captain Dave shoots his fucking gun into the sky distress thing, though. Still nothing. Some girl in, I don't know, looks like a rowboat, comes by Captain Dave. I'm screaming, help! Captain Dave needs help. She climbs, she boards Captain Dave's vessel. Says, can I make a TikTok of you, Captain Dave? I said, no time for TikTok. She goes, well, I don't have my phone. I don't have my phone on me anyways. Her radio works, calls in the Coast Guard. Coast Guard comes, 4 burly dudes. Like, hey, Dave, Captain Dave. Captain Dave's out at sea, going back and forth, rocking. Thinks, my life is over. Captain Dave had to be halfway to fucking the Caribbean, just rocking, no power, no boat. Thankfully, Coast Guard, God bless their soul, tied me up, bring me back to my thing. Captain Dave lives to tell another tale. 3rd time as a captain, already lost at sea. It's a dangerous game. The sea's angry, my friends. Captain Dave may never go on the boat again. All right, Captain.
This is exactly what I was mentioning to you guys. This is exactly what I was mentioning to you guys. Was that data this morning showed higher inflation could be on its way. Not like crazy higher. We're not talking 8% like we had 6%. I'm saying you could see a few basis point jump. If not a full percent or two, or a full point or two. And you're seeing it with India. You already saw it with India.
That's right, Kelly. Thanks for having me. And nice job pronouncing the previous guest's last name. That was a mouthful there. My last name's a mine's a little easier. But no, I mean we manage a lot of money at the Carson Group. We've liked small caps for a while now. So it's not like we just are always bullish small caps. We'll be very clear. I love what Mike just said. Just kind of add to that. Yeah, I took a look. I mean, yes, looking at 5 days, they're up 1%. I found Kelly's in 1979 11 times. The Russell 2 was up at least 1% every day, 4 days in a row. 1 year later, higher 11 out of 13 times with a 25% average return. Believe me, lots of stuff we can talk about here. But what we've just seen, we think, is kind of that kickoff to what everyone's become on your network, including myself, saying more rotation in the small and mid. We think
Exactly. I agree with him.
Do they have the earnings power to justify that kind of leadership?
Yeah, we think they do. I mean, you look at earnings this year, sure, as the rest of the 600, the S&P 600, like 5%. But you look at next year.
All right, guys, I might be. Oh my gosh, we made it. We fucking made it. We made it to 270. Oh my god, I love you guys. Fucking love you guys. That's so awesome. So awesome. All right, you guys, I'm gonna get up out of here. The markets are kind of slow. I'll give you guys a check-in real quick. If you're gonna trade something, make sure it's got some room. Make sure it's gonna pay you. All right. Your options are a little pricey right now. The VIX is still climbing. Keep your eyes out for the levels on the SPY that I gave you earlier. I'll repeat them, which was watch if this support level breaks at 562.50. So 562.50, which you're pulling back into it right now, and that lower level at 561.50. You haven't really moved much today. We opened up. You know, we're pretty much right where we opened. The SPY has not moved. We're a little bit below where we opened, but you know, and technically, you know, we are. Well, that's Tesla, but the SPY is green right now, 0.23%. Let's see if it can go red. Let's see if we can have a red day today. Like going towards the end of the day. It's already 1:30, guys. Can you guys believe that? It's already 1:30. It's already 1:30. So we're almost getting ready to get into the last 2 hours of the day. You know, listen, guys, follow me at Ivy League Trades. I'll post if I make any plays or any ideas. At the end of the day, I'll post them over there. Maybe I'll go ahead and post them up in the link in the description, or like, you know, underneath the live stream. If I take anything, but I probably won't. If I do, it'll be a scalp to, you know, a mean reversion, like back to VWAP, back to like low a day, high a day, or, you know, just something of the sorts. So I hope you guys had a wonderful day today. Stay safe out there. Understand that the markets are The markets are just being a little quiet right now. And don't get too... Hold on one second. Don't get too worried about trading if there's nothing to trade. All right, trading just to trade only brings bad days, bad emotions. You know, you don't want to put yourself on tilt when you don't need to. All right, and if you do trade, go look at the overall markets, IWM, the Dow, and understand which one of the bunch is, you know, going higher or lower in that case, like the Qs. All right, right now you want to be short technology and you want to be long Dow. Names like HD, JP Morgan, Bank of America, Goldman Sachs, Microsoft. No, Microsoft would be tech. INTC could actually be, I was going to say a long, but not really. So technology, you want to be short right now. That's all I got for you. All right, I got a couple things I want to get done for the stream, and I think you guys will like some of the stuff that's about to come. So I want to thank you guys so much. We're at 270. You guys have a great rest of your afternoon. If you guys have any questions, reach out at Ivy League Trades, Ivy League Trading at outlook.com. If you want to set yourself up with a one-on-one, comment down here below. Message me on Twitter or email me. Links in the description. If you guys want to work with me or know anything about me, or, you know, if you want to run a podcast and whatever, if it has to do with trading, give me a shout. You can hit me up again on Twitter at Ivy League Trades, and all the other stuff that links in the description. So I appreciate you guys. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you guys either later tonight or tomorrow. More so, I'll probably do a watch list tonight. All right, I'm just going to say that now. All right, guys, have a great one.
Their net interest margins coming in below the street expectations. That's